Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is good morning. Good morning. We have our morning blessings we're going to go over. So thank you for being here. And if you've not been with us before, we read over blessings from around the world. In their native tongues, in their natural languages, in respect, in honor, and all that good sauce. Let's try this a second time. Try one more time. And I may work without fire this morning. I have learned in a various amount of ways that sometimes particular elements are not needed for whatever reason. No. And I'm not going to delay any longer. So if you have a candle at home, you go burn it. And I'll say thank you. Thank you. All right, one last try. Like, no, you gotta have the fire. Okay. candle successfully lit. Alrighty, good morning. Alright, so if you've been with us or not, if you want the most of the blessings, just close your eyes. Circle now, we conjure thee, as thou mayest the boundary be between the word of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection thee for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to rate the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom with sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we courted thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. We kindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their balls and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords, prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with powers of wind veil, fight the blight that's be dark and night in our right. Zekia, Kampaziana, Kampazitin, Yadakia, Kampazitin, Yadana, Kampa. Hear me, all that I summoned forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi se kill was on Putura, I had Hirusha, and to Sirukai, Fortification, you was more of a to give us the doors I paid to do, with deep shockings and asylum. On by Shiramata Suakum, by Shamanati Yazvar, Nunani, 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 Nunana, Dum, Bamon, Function, Shron, Shanayan, Tarias, Wakum, Shnaya, Yantrayas, Vaha, hang on, Bro. Jitarishibata no Suakum, Jitrashi, Yatrashi, Vara, Nasvaha, Ruda, Ruda, Kring on Tommy Chong Kring Hong Hong Chong Jing Chong on Hayabashaman to Yasawapum Hayabashamana Yasva Aza Kring on King Hong on Mokusana Mana Num Lam Hasamata Vashanam Ham who had your who the Guru la 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 Kring on King Hong Nangai Maya Suakum Naya Yamayasva you are we string on cranking kong on hino kai shirong pai tai su wa kong jo ti ke chelo ke chi ba tai spa ha nu ne na kring on prom bi prong on jari chi ba tri ya su wa kong shi ja i ba ra tai as ba ha o lo kung on cranking kong na ra ba shno su wa kong mama kar di bu ba bi bo be yer bo Rongamen. Reno Zizakio was on Futura, the head Hirusha, Zuzurukai, Porcuti, was more. Ratuki was set the dolls, I put the two woody chuckings and inside of men. Parshukushu Baruru, Kirmakaba, Mamu, La, Bo, Pagogena, Rababo, Lualana, Bariku, Sharuba, Standable, Saruba, Preku, in Belulu, Masha, Nabo, Paruna, Yukina, Kampen, Belulu, Polo, Kahe, Gorbarishu, Gilagabo, Gilman, Mashi, Gorisaluma, Popo, Marupa, Raga, Ziku, Gigampra, Namru, Bakalamus, Yukina, Kibilanu, Saju Mashinana, Sarulim, Parmaratu, Zisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Armangi, Muduku, Rataki, Gilugulu, Sidor. Kimman Gagol is Nene Gigon and Dalu Gary Namtalaku Paratu Kutuka, Muskar Sana Sakari, Mashishadu, Malapa Kadagu Gadon Marata Ball Marutu Gora, Curios Saru to Parnasim to 230 Lugara Makia Pamu to Kunara Lugara Makia Panrobi Shua Saruri Munabanatatu, Sari Mashagaranu Zulumara Darabo, Gipil Balai Natara Madu, Daga Tugu Mashamoshi, Sori Mashanovo, Sugore Mashro, Sisarapati Kupapar Zukan Paluala, the Bor, Agnibo, Arkingu Paradimu, Aru Kakudamu, Ninoa Mundashti. We are Isharonofras, whom is found perfect before the Nethanubidab Kamiel, shedding you, the creators themselves. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Ishar triumphant, even Ishar Onofras, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing and him coming out shedding you, the creators themselves. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are a circumcillator with the eternal Nethanum Decamio Shin, you, the creators themselves. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi, making victorious our soul over his enemies. As to Hudi Samakara Rosara Kaptap Kotko Yin Obo, Oin Arit Sot Sabo, Rupu and Herkem to Kaptan Nunapatashar, Karkoin, Soho, Jaram Jetu, Neshratin and Tapmut Netari Ham to Worthy to Art Matun, Netarapaya Bartni to a Bartni to. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with our rules, plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamit Dom Ketum loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Renofris will confirm. Lady Allset and Neb Alsar Abi shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikimli news, carry structure automatico, lituk nihish libi aru, armeshi, ilmeshi sharilu, sayansi yamia, law, roll, taru, tu mujersha. Isaya riega riega via shabia shelika dupiara laka Isaya riega lim tu kumu kima kutri litili shamie ina zumbria Isaya ina zumbria de yaikari ina zumbria pia ina zumbria silika ina zumbria dupiara ina zumbria laka ina zumbria tatara ina zumbria la tateksi ina zumbria la takaruba ina zumbria Atsisnika niish mashkaptulu tamtunu niish and keeper gimri lutam tunu niish maruk mashmashalani lutam tunu niish kamikunu lutam tunu yinazumbri alu taprasama. Ya arun en I bar neni ba perik ba agabaez sapa akabor ba kabo es ba kabor agabaez ba perik Neni ba runen ya korbori ya rin ba egar rin ba egura ya ki yak saka ki asaktu ti ki kasaru ki ketudu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Krim Shrim Hrim Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Main Vashvavarkaniya Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shubam Giga Suki Shargiga Goshart Isara Mara Yading Goro Kalamasani Kudingarni Nam Kuryu Rani Kukari Ashukmo Kutu Yani Kampaziki Kampakalu Bara Namtar Bara Shak Bara Gigi Bara Lol Bara Telol Bara Maskin Bara Lutu Bara Ilpa Bara Lalatu Bara Lalasu Bara Koru Bara Yorukuba Kara Kilgolol Bara Lilitu Bara Utu Suladin Nazu Lala Suladin Nazu Ingin Suladin Nazu Mula Suladin Nazu Dinggir Suladin Nazu Maskim Suladin Nazu Bara di nazusi yana kampasi kia kampamon siksi kag bare yeni nangi shaja shor kishnu warma shazigar bare ye zikar shub narik si sharmanaksa yeni dori sharki uku akbar ndugu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Ramerte Rame 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 Sasturnam Tatorian Ram Nam Varnarne Om Vinaya Karikatnam Homa Kanata Yadavet Harma Heva Kratunari Yadea Mahitano Randi Prachudaya Vakratuna Mahakarya Soria Korti Sampravanel Poinam Me Guru Derva Sarva Karye Shursarvada Shri Guru Sharan Saroj Rajneesh Mane Mukure Sudha Varnu Ragu Varti Moja Surjo Daya Kufar Charpurki Tanu Jani Kesumiro Pavan Kumar Morbuki Yadehu Mowe Rahu Polese Vigarje Hanuman Gangun Sigarje Karpisti Hundo Kujarika Ram Turatulit Bhartarman Jani Putra Papan Surtnamaha Mahavevi Kuramba Shurangi Kumartini Varsumeti Kesangi Kajan Beran Bera Subesa Kanan Kundo Kunchit Kesa Hosbojro Udu Varje Viraje Kante Mor Shane Husarche Sankar Suvan Kesrin and Dante Pratap Mahajag Vardan Vidyapan Gunia Teacher Toram Kosh Kari Bekuar to Prabhu Tarit Sunbe Korasia Ramna Kansitaran Pasya Shri Guru Sharan Suroj Rajneesh Mane Mukure Surha Babu Ragu Varti Moja Surjo Daya Kufar Pochor Burhiti Hintarno Jarnike Sumiro Pavan Kumar Burhiti Yartahu Mohe Harahu Kolis Vikar Jay Haniman Jan Gunskar Chekar Pisti Hundoku Jarkar Ram Tu Hadruli Parlaman Jani Putra Papan Surtnamha Mahavikram Bashurangi Kumartini Varsumeti Kesangi Kanchan Biaran Vere Subesekaran Kudokunchi Kesa Hof Bosho Wodu Valje Karte Morni Jare Hosarje Sankar Suvan Kisrin and Antish Prata Mahaja Vardan Vidyavan Gunia Teacher Toram Kari Beko Arto Prabhu Charite Sunbe Korasia Ram Lakan Sita Manbasia Search Maurub Dari Seriarki Karbabi Karub Dari Ranka Jara Babi Maurub Dari Asur Sankare Yolamachandra Keka Sanvare Laria Sanshipana Jiar Yeshri Ragu Fir Harshi or Ragu Parhikin Bahur Barlai Tumam Priyer Pratisam Besa Hasumpartan Tomorrow Yashgalve Uskarhi Shri Party Kanfagalve Sankardik Pramarti Murnesenara Sarad Sarhira Sayam Kubordi Porchahan Terkar Vikor Hikosake Sakhan Te Tumukhasu Gravin Kerneram Milaya Rajpardena Tumharo Mantra Vipershan Manalankasumor Yesu Chagsanalikyub Sahasra Jojan Parbar Nule Yor Taripan Hor Farjanu Prabhu Mutrik Meli Murk Marie Charledi Lanki Garve Ashrajnar He Durgarn Harshagar Kejer Kesur Kamanu Grahatum Recher He Ram Duare Ram Ragvare Wartar Giabin Nur Pasar Dre Sub Sukla Hetum Hari Saran Tumra Sharkar Hukornarna Avantesh Samharo Apaiten Hunlo Ke Karn Paibor Pasarshnikar Narhinar Ve Mahaver Jab Naram Sonave Nasera Roger Harahi Sapira Chabat Naran Hanuman Biara Sankar Se Hanuman Shorte Ve Man Karam Parchan Dian Jor Leve Suparam Tapas Ve Rajatin Kerkas Tum Sarjar or Mano Rafjo Quelve Sorti Amit Van Porter de Charam Yo Part of Tumhara Hart Parser de Jagar Uji Yara Tarpu Sanker Tumraquare Asorni Carnan Ram Durare Asha Serti Narniri Kardar Taus Vordi and Janki Marta Ram Rasarian Tumhore Passasara Rahora Guparti Kardasa Tumhore Vajan Ram Kurtabe Jaram Yurtesaravi Uncover Guver Por Jarye Jaran Jaram Hori Barkar Hardi or Devta Chekda Darhi Hanuman Serhi Sorve Surkar He Sankar Kate Mirfe Sapir Josumir Hanuman Bober J Hanuman Kusin Klipkar Hugo Betiar Nahin Josat Parkari Kogi Churti Parti Mahin Surkorti Georgia Parti Hanuman Chorin Sukolti Serhi Sanki Corresi Torsier Sara Harichera Corjedas Daria Mendera Paparne Sankar Haran Mangar Mortiru Ramlakan Sita Sari Hodari Basa Sorbu Maharaga Vajrosi Sabashala Jam Hum Bam Hum Ganesh Nanam Charindi Varinyam Hum Namhapur Omem Him Strain Katain Glow Mem Namu Bhagavati Patali Patali Vari Paramuki Anhantini Namah and Tini Namah Jambe Jamini Namah Mohemobini Namah Sambe Samini Namah Sarvedusta Prusana Sarvesvam Bag Sirasa Kurmukagi Juasa Manam Kurukurus Kurambasya Blum Tai Taha 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 Umasraya Pahatswa Hari Mani Mane Mamane Shirai Shari De Shamin Shabitan Santa Mukuta Mukuta Bishabi Shabi Sobi Shabi Shaya Shai Guinness and Shabi Darani Rogiba Shari Nebita Fantata Nebita Tana Rashudai Kurim Kuriarade Atade Shuyasha Sami Body Picariti Tarumahari Shirte so you know Kushana Basha Bashurai Matara Matara Shana Roro Kajara Shara Taya Baromanaya and Taya Sara Makaras Kuki Makaria Teneta Hate Shinerichi Chiari Nadi Tonadi Nabi Kunabi Akina Kuri Kandadi Sandadi Matugi to Kuri Borushani Ashi Debbie Roke Taka to which to go at night and I Tana Kushare Tana Shura the Hachi Borhasen Nation Barane Baratani Shubatani so you have Shani so you Nakarani so you hire right Rasuga Koratera Sarbasajan Sikar and I Sarbasaruman for say this Sarbasaru the Q Sharai I told you I should have been carried I bright one of the heavens, wise star, mistress of the Netinum de Camille, shedding you, whose yes is truly yes, proud one among the Netinum de Camille, shedding, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, of Aru and Geb, who rules in all places, each thought at your name, all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of Ra, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. Anya manya manya mamana sira karita sama samita visata mukta mukta kama sama ave sama jaya saya xire santa samita da rola yolo ke besar peter vixarni ni di wa mi tari ni vista mi tari parisule yukule mukule yarade parade sukangse sama bulu kita tamo parixita samgone korsani binya kori baya visuntani mantra seyata ruta saya vartaya Akula Balu Dramanya Nataya Swaha Shwala Mahashwala Ukikutuki Muki Kara Vartan Notabati Tini Vitini Sitini Natani Nativati Swaha Arade Banatane Nari Kunadi Swaha Gari Kandali Matagi Pukasi Sankuli Prusali Sisi Swaha Rana dan padi dana vatani dana kusala dana sarhadi padi bude pasani sabarani avatani samparik sita samgone kartani dama parik sita sabrasar rus kuno karte sime picoridi terno patali spa normor mio momo girige Lady Sharme share lodo we shan di mudu solo we solo sangu solo chai kini shan di shadow tolo niero kepo sobo je pichani pimi piardolo mi lorti yarando Lee shore the old jolly ball jewelry. Eloli bololi. Sojar say yes, son. Mosan lufo topi. Gili darmo. Boli serdong sang enepo. Chami poche. Shuri man dolor man. Dolo jaya dolo. Yolo doyo. Loro joshe. Lo charlo chaya doye polue mohona doye koli mohe koli jimojireli elo porlinelli dirni alildo porli girni girni neli cirnirne lici porli nali nornali Enalu kemi kuli kiantoli jantoli modenki chankolu liu fulu sha nieri tilu Yitimin, yitilu, artilu, yitilu, nilu, 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 logi, 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 doji, 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 noji, erhandi, erham, topor di tantopo, di tanto giosce, li tanto joto, li joto, lijo, tolo jo bordi, potobo sharni, sapotolonie, podoni sapo, posha e podoni jo e podoni sen, che polo chani sen, che anie kerto, nie sen, ki sen, che poker didili, yerdo sen, kerdo, loelo, bdibo, lori sapo sen, che di, samori, kerandi, sapora mojorbo, Ricciardi Saporsa, Dolo tuo Josce, Loeno Kerdi, Gene Pigeriri, Sar Secum Sarsu, Sar Secum Sarsu, Sar Secum Sarsu, Gong Chong, Gong Kong Chong, Gong Kong Chong, Gong Tong, Gong Tong, Gong Tong, Gosho, 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 Gong Ling So, Gong Ling Long, Gong Gong Gisor, Gong Gisor, Gong 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 Kring, Gong Kring, Gong Hong Chom, Gong Hong Chom, Ong Shring Ong Shring Haring Ara Ring Ong Karo Sor Hara Hong Pam Dum Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Pam Ring Blong Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Pam Ring Long Ong Chong Shing Shrong Ong Krang Ring Long Ong Chong Shing Shrong Ong Kring Shring Haring King Ing Pam Dum Ong Chong Shring Shrong Ong Sor Ong Sor Ong Shring Ong Kring Ong Kring Ong Ong Shring Ong Shring Haring Ara Ra Ong Hero Sor Bang King So Ong King Gong Bang Dum Dainichi na ora e un pascio dato pamo shuku na ora ma sobia hu usho na ora ma na sambaba tra mira na ora e un sa taisa hara hu puku jo na ora e ma mogi sera ayo kushi na ora e huru huru kendale metais va ha puchu den boso mo namo bo porta io sin sai un grupo sforo sfala tesa solo karan sor forza stranis va ha so kanji sai boso su omlolix va ha desi shi boso su cham sas va ha Tara Bosu Nama Samata Param Kuruno Bave Tara Tadini Swaha Sinju Sangan Kanchi Bosu Pasha Dharmati Bartu Kanchi Bosu Mantru Baba Humpats Vaha George Min Kanchi Bosu Maha Kurun Karis Vaha Chondai Kanchi Bosu Unkala Kondis Vaha Norin Kanchi Bosu Parne Sermana Iswal Hum Kongol Sata Bajra Sarva Arhania Bosu Di Shrik Shuta Pijaris Vaha Fortune Bosu Samyam Monjo Borsu Maramakane Amaruku Bosu Matris Vaha Jiso Bosu Haha Bismanis Vaha Ukorzo Bosu Namo Kaskar Baria Murik Mari Muris Vaha Nikor Bosu Vaha Kakor Bosu Kambaris Vaha Putu Mayona Masmata Vajran Kanamursanas Voltai Hum Tratan Uzanze Mayum Sun Bahuni Sun Bahum Shashro Hum Fat Kumtari Mayum Antrum Fat Ertuku Mayum Srikal Ruto Hum Comes Vaha Kumburia Shomayum Pashra Yaksa Humaiser Mayum Marakaro Pushri Nisa Pashra Sarpa Shahum Pambu Jakumayum Marur Kronsis Vaha Sarbo Kuji Kambai Svaha Kunkun Kunkonium Pashra Soranja Hum Svaha Sianishi Doji Janasi Svaha Chiku Kutunum Trasra Rap Kamarana Svaha so Chotanum for Paxanagi Tais Vaha Homokinum for Paxanagi Tais Vaha Tomoltinum Visfrapanati Svaha, Pensaitinum Sarasvati Svaha, Taikukutunum Halakalai Svaha, Kichichotinum Malasri Svaha, Karitaimum Durmoliariti Svaha, Taikinitinum Svaha, Parishitinum Marsi Svaha, Taishumukitunum Rika Hum Svaha. Dianum Dea Sara Savito Mandal Mandia Partinariana Sagisiri Sana Sani Vistiki Oravan Makoro Kundalavan Kariti Hari Haran Maya Paputor Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Om Ramitra Yarnam Home Prem Ravar Yarnam Home Home Siya Yarnam Home Prem Barnava Namha Om Ram Kokari Yarnam Home Rapusne Namha Om Ram Yarn Gopar Hayarnam Home Prem Mari Kariyanam Home Pumani Yarnam Home Prem Savistra Namha Om Ramakari Yarnam Home Paskare Namha Om Ram Krim From Sri for Sori Yani Yarnam Ha Policy Yasas Namaskaran Korvante Dinia Operation Palambiriam Tishas Tesam Kaja Yarte Om Kring Mongeru Sor Hong Kring Bong Shemashir Kashabdia, Episha, Mushtabistia, Kimatinor, Kutor, Shula, Limli, Zulu, Wila, Tuku, Epitashuno, Kimamana, Duinati, Kilitushunuli, Mutumanakulu, Blue, Yishunuli, Nishumanakulu, Dinin, Tikulitushunuli, Mitumanakulu, Blue, Yishunuli, Nishumanakulu, Dinin, Shunuli, Tishumanakulu, Tadi, Tarama, Shaluti, Shakashati, Sharushi, Arpushuki, Artishupu, Yusiling, Kokoshabukambang. Biker gibil kesumana yang tutu alani alani ormar kikis parigasi yasi lingkar kara kapal yang kimaru kursa mito hisabu malana samtorina Spar bagi bir pagarasi kamba kamar nu shadi yulim kanushi shadi yuli ka kunushi shadi yuli ni kunushi shadi yuli si kunushi shadi yuli ter kunushi shadi yuli ni kunushi shadi yuli na kunushi shadi yuli katin kunushi shadi yudanu lali kumulim kutina sumli ali yuta bersama agam masaratu is masarati syara mushi lip shuru lip shishalim nuti zizani malani rabuti shima yada bardi Inadina Lakilinda Sikunushi Alani Musheti Yamasarati Masarati Bait Masaratu It Masaratu Akamasaratu Yamasaratu Garaparmoni Shamaskori Yamasaratu Sikia Kampapa Golo Manet Kiashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klimisar Vietnam Home Sam Kumera Yatam Hadumut of Kubera never corrodor Vita to Pumita Viameton Dumut of Nuxakaru Medicatina Episar Tari Native Tasu Korea Sepsar Masidu to Florata Sara Homin Sana Yatam Homi Amindra Yatam Hakobisnof and Rome Tesla to Naga Metal Corpusnof Nuxeke Satana on the Examta Kimta Kesuexaka Katek on a neck of a tar neki Sari, yes, Sarah Saruna Peg Marcola Kutulu Tata Laka Niom Ramagnari Yatnamha or Mamma Mariatnamha Piatama of Sara to Sara Yamatan Happy no Kapi Sakasara now on the Sectum Take Sakua or the Kuina Gare the Ekortana Nek Tierta Normatu Yanuyan Leangi Narit Raxas on some Raxasari Yatnam Home Pambonan Yatnam himself Baruna Umpauta to Solomaria Metanim Senukum Set and Sakisara now Zak Saruna Paekman Sepsenu doing Kupite Rama Utun Ratas of sitting Garanakabasi Yakaba Sabeo Bayom Yam Bayor Vietnam Hammer City Morkola Morlu Morbatu sitting Garanakabasi Yakaba to Sutra Kutul Tata Kalaka Saktuti Takala Yanu Yander Yanki Zambeo Umprim Pramarna Namhana Borpula Pramu Madam Mahap Omag Saratu Brutus Rayamatak Prana Nukpa Kapram Kapru Nebum Kaprasha Kapra Morulu Asakuti Takalane Shratin Bumahajan Deus Armasfet Omilket of Sek is 13 to Nabradu Tefmesu with Pernet Home cream from Soya Yaknam Ha Home cream Shrim Shaman Chandra Yaknam Ha Home cream Shrim Mangali Yaknam Ha Home Shrim Bambor Yaknam Ha Home cream Brabspat Yaknam Ha Home cream Shrim Shukra Yaknam Ha Home cream Shrim Samshana Yaknam Ha Home cream Robernam Ha Home cream Ketu Bernam Ha Chapugusum Samkar Shankasha Payam Maha Dayartim Tamorim Sabapa Pagnam Prantosin Divata Karam Dari Shankatu Shorabam Kishor Pranava Sambapam Namami Shasanam Somam Shambur Mupur Tabu Sharnam Tarani Karbasam Putam Vidyur Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranam Mamiam Prayam Kureka Sharmam Roperna Pratimam Burham Somiam Kuno Petam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shernam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Burtam Sro Kesham Tam Namami Prayas Patin Himakutamri Nala Tegatam Paramam Purum Sarva Sasra Pravataram Barka Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamankurasham Chacharya Matanda Samputam Tamna Mami Sanaswaram Ortha Karyam Mahavyayam Chandra Digya Vimartanam Samika Garbasam Putam Tambrahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Graham Mastakam Proramblor Makam Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Pramamorali Sri Ponabitani Panu Pushashi Warmi Sutabura Sankurusha Shukrasharni Reu Ketu Sarva Graham Mama Superapartam Kurume Sharti Ombra was Forum Tatsavitor Banyam Bot Gorvasia Termayit Kurion Prachudan Tatsua Hariam Tatsua Nanasi Yana Brasit Yasini Anana Basamagana Saya Kia Kampa Agapati Anana Kampa Ashrita Nanazia Kampagia Kamagia Gasagastena Kiash Torkoloish Nebu Corios More Corios Yas Torturin Karku Yazenabu Marzisi Fornis Campas Osaka Sher Palas Campas Nebo Satanatos Campas Ayakasia Sasia Kukulaman Yasia Markari Stari Yakushia Yarnana Yarnania Ashtaba Marchacha Kareni Yaramilo Yaki Stari Kanpa Yanana Ziarma Kampas Bizarma Kampaya Yaya Salo Shamashudu Yadur Yaya Resolur Yaya Tariachia Azaria Chiu Partala Kartamaria Kanpa Siringaru Yakampa Siringarustu Yakampa Sista Sierra Kuzi Bello Kanpa Yashta Kampa Yana Gorma Sabaru Gorma Sabu Nargoma Sabaru Yana Koria Yarsian Karkampa Yanga Yan Koria Yarn Sirin Yarnin Yakampa Yakatala Makia Tara Kampa Marukumun Paru Sikali Yarda Yagarcia Mapornesh Yamoruku Yatuku Sorim Suporim Zarin Zagarima Xana Kana Belo Kurku Ninip Kamanu Yartu Yadara Yasi Batu Balku Perteriku Bagakampa Dasi Exazak Bat Bazak Baro Noiseling and Ushu Gigapsuki Sharika Korshates Mara Yadin Gorut Kalamas Nikudin Karnina Guru next link Kariash Kuku Malapaka Glugador Marata Gabo Hortepki Harnanos Runebudi Poret Keru Karem Erken Kerkar Posut Morkort Tumin Kerkarpus on Osjor Morhet Kerni Bit no Fruit or the Bern Ketnos Ring Dian Kernie Jerni Kerkamuntra and Karen Malapaka Glugador Marata Kabaru Kakudamaru Kakudomo Sarima Segarano Erkingu Baranimu Sarima Segarano Aru Kakudamu Lugador Marata Kabo Malapa Kedagadu Kakudamo Sarima Segarano Erkingu Baranimu Adu Kakudamu Lugadar Marata Korbo Malapa Kedag on Trampagamishan Sukum Timpu Steve Haramor Maru Kami Papanas Murjor Muksheri Erken Namaha Rim Krom ma kucherike krom ma shrim shrim krom kucherika krom hum amare agri porana no kurasi kale olum shukra yar namha shrim sramete hi supra isva krim kali hum sva sarva pisa medehi me mahakali kar namha Nariyarna Virmahe Vasudeva Yadermahitano Vishnu Prachadaya Devakinadara Yavirmahe Vasudeva Yadermahitana Krishna Prachadaya Taposhar Yadirmahe Sasachar Yamahadevarya Dermaditano Rura Prachadaya Umakanadhar Yavirmahe Vakaratudar Yadermahitano Dandi Prachadaya Kariganya Virmahe Karnya Kormariya Dermahitano Durga Prachadaya Vegdevya Chavirmahe Kamara Charityar Dermahitano Dervi Prachudayat Mahadevya Chavirmahe Vasudpartnya Chardihi Tano Lakshmi Prachudayat San King Jo Julanten Junjan Ching Jo Julantin Jun San King Jo Julantin Jun Shan Ching Jo Julantin Jun San King Jo Julantin Sun Santin Joju Volantin Jun Ujo Vajini Presa Stomam Jujar Farconator Magoni Prani Deviu Farti Pranderano Vratam Charasi Vishvarte Ujo Devia Martia Viparti Chandra Berhar Sunatra Digarariati Arpa Bahantu Suya Maso Apsumpa Aranyar Varna Porto Jasurye Devan Kaki Yanyai Namha Karkayari Maria Ukiani Deshwani Yonan Surtam Devi Parti Mekuru Namha Devantrani Nam Stupi Yam Devantropri Pamini Divar Ham Paryor Torriam Srikara Lapach Bam Charte Hime Rinkaki Yanyai Swaha Ring Karkayanyai Swaha Shankare Sakojan Moji Pop Birmans Nae Purusha Chatushti Laveja Partimente Hikuru Swaha O Sera Sardiana Carte de Mete Carinana Ichimarntu Bor Baswa Tas Vitor Vanian Barcota Vasia Dermei Delgo no Prachudayar Ipsos, 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 quadnashanta torota, torora, taro, torora, ratato, abrahadabra, 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 gong gong, gang gang, enging ging gong gong ging, gong 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 string, kutong gong gong tong bong. Om Hayagri Varyanam Om Mahadisnar Vyatnam Om Kesavaryanam Om Burusadani Yatnam Om Govindariyanam Om Pundarakaksariyanam Om Visnar Vyatnam Om Visvambararyanam Om Pararyanam Om Adityayanam Om Sarvakisaryanam Om Sarvatararyanam Om Sanatanayanam Om Naradarayanam Om Narakarayanam Om Narasarayanam Om Naraparavaryanam Om Narajanarya Namah Om Niskalakarya Namah Om Nityapratarya Namah Om Naramariyaya Namah Om Siramariyaya Namah Om Sutserne Namah Om Saranyaya Namah Om Sarvarayakarya Namah Om Srimatya Namah Om Lokavati Sarya Namah Om Sivarya Namah Om Saraspratarya Namah Om Peroharate Namah Om Peradharya Namah Om Peradjaya Namah Om Purratanya Namah Om Purnarya Namah Om Purnyatre Namah Om Punyaya Namah Om Punyakartarya Namah Om Paraparaya Namo Paramamarne Namo Parasmai Namo Parasarya Namo Om Parakarya Namo Paraya Namo Sarveta Makarya Namo Om Virusya Namo Paraverakara Karya Namo Sakala Pranite Vastyarya Namo Om Niskalarya Namo Om Sanasrakarte Namo Om Aksamala Janamo Kristarya Namo Paraparaya Namo Om Parapurusarya Namo Om Srestaya Namo Om Saranya Namo Om Jivarya Namom Jayadaya Namom Jayadana Sanaya Namom Japokriya Namom Japusrukia Nama Om Japakorte Namom Priya Korte Namom Viparve Namom Vimalya Namom Visvaruparya Namom Visvaruparya Namom Om Visukupre Namom Virustaria Namom Virusnustaria Nama Om Sarnitaria Namom Ksana Kararia Nama Om Sreya Pradaria Namom Sruti Mayaya Namom Sreya Sam Namah Om Visvararia Namom Sutaria Nama Umana Taruparia Namum Pranadaria Namum Priva Pataria Namum Victaria Namum Vaikataruparia Nama Savakirne Namum Tamaharaya Namum Jajana Sakaria Namum Jardine Namum Purna Namahom Kamdra Namahom Sambapraharya Namum Janandaria Namahom Pataria Namu Yogine Namum Yogisaria Namum Savakadaraya Namah Umhoria Kirne Namum Hormenirne Namah Umarasaria Namum Sresar Namum Hamsaria Namum Paramasaria Namah Discourse Namam Pirage Namam Swaraj Namam Suraswati Kasana Kasarya Nama Jana Marta Surtaria Namam Baremanyan Kararita Nama Sarvaria Gisvara Swara Yatnamo Prana Gita Ruparia Namam Perahara Karmorte Namaha Itisri Hai Kurivastu Taramatana Samapali Kubera Dananda Suri Marte Yak Sersar Yatnamaha Om Kuryak Swararya Namom Nidisarya Namom Sankarasar Karya Nama Om Halaksmir Svas Borver Namom Parniti Sarya Namom Pornarya Namom Parmarti Savararya Nama Om Sakarti Priyarya Namom Sukacha Parniti Sarya Nama Om Mukuntarni Pariyarya Nama Om Kondrakyarti Hirnatarya Nama Om Nilantariyati Parya Nama Om Mahartya Nama Om Karparndi Diyar Pyariyar Namo Pujarya Namaha Om Lakshmi Samprajarya Karya Namo Om Ilavar Putraya Namaha Om Kasari Sarya Namo Kuladi Sarya Namo Visparudraya Namaha Om Visparur Haryaya Namo Om Visparchnarya Namo Om Visvaradaraya Namaha Om Nalakbarataraya Namo Om Barikarapta Vipritre Namo Om Kura Mantraya Namo Om Visravanarya Nama Om Sistrala Karamara Priyaya Nama Om Kampani Chadyar Nama Om Alakar Visarya Nama Om Porlastarya Nama Om Narpamaharnarya Nama Om Kalaisar Yar Nama Om Rajadarya Nama Om Rabarkar Rajarya Nama Om Sitra Katra Hadiyar Nama Om Uryana Baharaya Nama Om Vihara Surta Walarya Nama Umahutsaharya Namo Mahaprajanarya Namo Om Sarabhosparvakaharnarya Namo Om Sarvabormarya Namo Majagnataya Namo Om Somarya Namo Om Sarmadikesvaraya Namo Om Punyarmarne Namo Purvutasriyay Namo Om Sarvapunjanesvaraya Namo Om Nidyakartarya Namo Om Nidhivartane Namo Om Lankaprakartiya Karya Namo Om Yaksin Vartarya Namo Om Yaksarya Namo Om Paramasparmarner Namo Om Yaksarajaya Namo Om Yakserni Hartarya Namo Om Kinasvaraya Namo Om Kimporar Santarya Namo Om Natarya Namo Om Karkaryotaraya Namo Om Vasernya Namo Om Sarnaraksapartarya Namo Om Vayuvram Samartarya Namo Om Dharmarkartarya Namo Om Dharma Samyuktastarya Namo Om Satataya Namo Om Kosalakshmi Samastritarya Namo Om Dharma Lakshmi Nityantrasvasya Namo Om Don Dharnya Lakshmi Nivarsamburger Namo Om Asalakshmi Saravasya Namo Om Gajalakshmi Stirada Kyarya Namo Om Rajalakshmi Jarmakarya Namo Om Lakshmi Kaprasrarya Namo Om Kartesvara Samyotarya Namo Om Nidyatarya Namo Om Sodarasraya Namo Om Nidyatarya Namo Om Nidyatate Namo Om Nyarasraya Namo Om Neruparvaya Namo Om Nidyarkamarya Namo Om Nyarakaksarya Namo Om Niruparivisvorver Namo Om Santarya Namo Om Sarvakarno Petarya Namo Om Sarvashanayar Namo Om Sarvasamtarya Namo Om Sarvakarni Karuna Patraya Namo Om Saranka Palariyarya Namo Om Katarpan Kula Samversiyarya Namo Om Sargavikalum Priyarya Namo Om Swarnarkari Vasyarya Namo Om Niripartistrayarya Namo Om Mahamorutrastaryer Namaha Om Harsay Karnastam Stutyaya Namo Om Sustarya Namaha Om Supranarkyachastarya Namo Om Sivar Pujar Kartarya Namaha Om Anakararya Namo Om Sri Kubera Stutara Satan Namavati Asya Sri Hayagriva Kavakan Mantrasya Hayagriva Risya Nushu Chanta Sri Hayagriva Paratma Devata Om Shrim Vagisvaraya Namaha Iti Dijam Om Klim Peripen Hararya Namaha Iti Sarti Om Samperan Harye Namo Namaha Iti Kilakam Om Namo Hayagriva Sukuna Varnarya Vidya Mortarya Om Kareksurtarya Brahma Virya Pradarya Svaha Mama Sri Hayagriva Prasada Sinjarta Japeven Yoga Dhyanam Kalasam Bortni Samakasam Kamalayata Lokarnam Kalaniti Taravasarnam Karni Katarvasernam Jana Mudra Savalaryam Sankarka Kralastaram Bursakira Sanudar Habir Chitar Ganataram Vajanika Tudaram Maparnasa Tarnosur Hitam Devasarvar Bormam Tam Daria Disa Tarsar Ye Ayagribasya Rapartula Tam Kondra Mabriar Casa Trasardis Sor Partus Sabdam Bramarka Masas Ruti Granam Gorantar Maka Partu Varanam Yarishna Samparva Chiribam Vakispara Partu Mukurdo Danta Samhar Diostam Brahma Kapatu Patu Narayano Daram Sivarma Sibukum Patu Kapalu Kamala Prabhu Vidyatma Pitarkam Patu Kantam Naram Marku Mama Borjo Katur Bujo Patu Korov Tetyandra Mandarna Janatama Pardariam Patu Visat Matu Pusarvariam Mariadamam Patu Sarvarma Patu Pitambara Kartin Korksimas Varsvo Me Bali Parnbu Parnbu Vetradiam Nirim Me Parmarbo Ayar Goriam Guriar Borkor Oru Tarmo Dara Patu Jarni Maru Sardarna Patu Jamenge Mahavishnu Kurvo Patu Janar Darna Parto Trivikrama Patu Patu Parapa Gurarir Laksma Parinam Sarvam Gam Sarvaga Patu Patu Romani Kesava Tatunarti Garta Patu Parvam Lakshmi Pati Brahma Putra Maksa Baku Turbi Me Patu Pardunu Soravara Mitra Mitrat Marka Patu Vardyatma Satru Sumarti Parama Marka Patu Kestram Visvambara Marka Parunarma Prasan Partu Vayor Marma Pergunataram Divataram Riskesa Patu Sorvam Jagar Guru Visar Mesam Karte Kalva Partu Kesam Makaro Mama Saserta Narupo Menjanam Raksartu Savara Prasiam Raksartu Savartma Egneriam Bora Prara Partu Neriatam Sekarhan Prabha Berjanalistu Varun Yam Vai Variam Ser Mario Vartu Kober Yam Vitarta Partu Arsanariam Kajagar Guru Orvam Partu Jagas Varmi Parvagasa Para Raksar Hirtam Tu Yaslarnam Raksata Varkia Larkia Evam Mania Saria Rosor Sax Varkis Varo Barve Ayorur Gamis Varam Sarvesa Prakartaram Aparte Natratsande Vuhaya Griva Prasartata Kertitam Divyam Kavakam Devapurjitam Niti Haya Griva Mantra Atar Varnverdi Mantakarnge Porva Samhirtyam Sri Hai Griva Kavakam Sampurnam Omanantayat Namo Marsayat Namo Marikaryat Namo Kapukarayat Namo Mikarmayat Namo Manimishitaryat Namo Madavantaryat Namo Virakobariat Namo Vishnu Priyayat Namo Varstuyayat Namo Viramarayat Namo Visatarayat Namo Sisarya Namo Satrusataryat Namo Savarmandikaryat Namo Makarandi Dikarne Namo Mamrikarayat Namo Makaravaspaniyat Namo Mamarasibutiyayat Namo Makarupariyat Namo Varayayatnam Hum Vasukariyanam Hum Parapariyakariyanam Hum Vanakarayatnam Hum Vasavarayatnam Hum Vasudapasanayanam Hum Vasitariyanam Hum Vipasarvinenam Hum Vaidikamanyanam Hum Tamarupariyanam Hum Dambikarayanam Hum Danita Parayatnam Hum Kasapanamajaryanam Hum Kalarupariyanam Hum Yogadityaparyanam Hum Yogandarayanam Hum Rasvipantariyanam Hum Yamakatrayanam Kasopikayatnam Hum Visumbarayatnam Hum Sakamparanyatnam Hum Sakaparayatnam Hum Sambupriyayatnam Hum Saranaryanam Hum Palakasaresatnam Hum Pavasaryanam Hum Paramadaryanam Hum Prankaryanam Hum Pakipasyayatnam Hum Pakipasykaryanam Hum Pausarasatnam Hum Pagavartanayanam Hum Pavipitrayanam Hum Taksikaryanam Hum Nokalisaryanam Hum Sivaryanam Hum Varajayatnam Hum Punaryanam Hum Punyayatnam Hum Punyakataryanam Hum Parsayatnam Hum Parakaryanam Hum Niskalyanam Hum Paraparayatnam Hum Kukutaryanam Hum Sarsayanam Hum Santaryanam Hum Tataryanam Hum Marigamantaryanam Hum Sabupujayanam Hum Sabakarayanam Hum Nerasayanam Hum Narajanaryanam Hum Eprataryanam Hum Saranyayanam Hum Savadaikaryanam Hum Jaranyayanam Hum Apataryanam Hum Bayataruparyanam Hum Tamaharayanam Om Yogishvaraya Namah Om Kalanaya Namah Om Palaya Namah Om Brahmakarine Namah Om Sakaranta Karaya Namah Om Chidukuraya Namah Om Jivarya Namah Om Jayadharya Namah Om Japapriyaya Namah Om Vishwarupaya Namah Om Virustarya Namah Om Virantram Studyaya Namah Om Sarya Pradaya Namah Om Pranadaya Namah Om Visnutaparya Namah Om Kutarya Namah Om Kutarya Namah Om Brahmavastraya Namah Om Brahmapusaya Namah Om Pushankarya Namah Om Bayorupaya Namah Om Sarisupaya Namah Om Saguruparya Namah Om Kalubusarya Namaha, Om Arabatikarya Namaha, Om Sisunda Variyakarya Namaha, Om Faninavi Pusarya Namaha, Om Najandraya Namaha. Kuperodana Srita Raja Rajodana Svaradana Lashmi Priya Tanodana Danyo Danika Priya Daxinio Dharma Vrata Daria Varntu Dania Vrata Divya Laksana Sampanuntina Vrajana Varaksana Danya Lashmi Samadrayo Dania Lashmi Virajite Daya Rumu Dharma Bhakti Dharma Rana Sana Saraka Neri Svaro Nera Lambo Neri Nam Paripalagani Yata Nerguna Karanis Karmoneru Parava Navarnarga Sama Rujo Navarsankia Pravatarika Minyaskatara Priti Sama Hagunanda Nandita Yarshni Go Yashna Sakta
Dajanu Parjana Gala Sarka Rajar Rakandro Ramadiso Rajar Raja Pujita Visrit Pesataria Visarka Marna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Vandio Vanduru Jana Patsala Perupasa Priyatarmo Garagi Visfotormuka Savaviato Sarananda Sarva Sakti Samanvita Samandan Morata Sarmia Sarva Parni Praka Suprita Sulava Sorma Sarva Karka Durhar Kandara Samagana Priya Saksati Paharva Sri Virajita Svaharnam Samprito Akilanta Pravartarka Vyorekarna Sampritam Tasvardana Priya Kalapuramavasi Ahankara Vivarchirti Udar Buddhi Ruda Maver Babu Nara Varna Kinore Sofis Ravana Kalaka Pravartaka Asalakshmia Samaryurta Vyartu Malavikuraha Lokaranjo Lokapalu Lokafanjud Sulaksvara Sulapa Subarga Sutu Santarakana Priya Sata Sultano Kunu Pitasus Foto Sudar Kibargaha Sarvaka Marcho Sumati Sarve Deva Kanar Karka Sankar Hastar Aras Raymond Param Jorti Param Samadikuna Sampana Saranyo Dinar Vatsala Parupakaki Pabagna Tarundi Yasana Nibha Tanta Sarvaguno Peta Surendra Same Barbarpa Visvarakto Vitapria Anartana Sokiarta Prata Kale Patestrotam Susir Burvetene Netena Pranoti Purusa Sriyam Devendra Sanni Bhami Tisri Kuber Sutram Omyacharya Kuberaria Vesravanaria Danadanya Dipataria Danadanya Sabriti Merdialhi Daparia Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Verishparaya Namaha Om Hrim Hrim Krim Shrim Kupera Shalakshmi Mama Grihe Danam Paraya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Krim Swaha Swaha Om Hrim Yachaya Kuperia Vishravanya Dana Karshanarya Sarva Loka Vasikararia Dana Danya Haripataria Dana Danya Samruder Merderita Parya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumberiya Namaha Om Yakshara Acharya Vidmahe Alaki Desaya Dharmahitana Kupera Pracharayat Zikia Kampas Yana Kampas Zidinga Kia Kampas Zidinga Rana Kampa Ziku Gigi Magampra Zikia Kampas Yana Kampa Zikia Kampas Yana Kampas Zidinga Kia Kampas Zidinga Rana Kampa Gakumashkar Zana Zikia Kampas Yana Kampa Zikia Kampas Yana Kampas Zidinga Kia Kampas Zidinga Rana Kampa Lupal Hapibor Agnibor Zikia Kampas Yana Kampa Mantram Brahmanam Sirhari Brahmim Patum Vermaya Virmahe Haranyar Karbaria Dermahitano Brahma Prachudayat Chator Mukari Virmahe Masro Darya Dermahitano Brahma Prachudayat Om Hrim Shrim Krim Sosajagam Brahmam Brahma Joshanam Prasmam Prusad Vihi Mata Purusho Vinamaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashme Shri Kurve Namaha Usakna Tet Ingam Kaibina Horror Afiam Ken Balset Kisu Tunes or Cortia Half Basti Taratui or them snap or them Segna Markanamius or Deus Rupu or a Menti Martu for Ru Kermius at Karu Kenekano Karamenti Aran de Bevsera Karu Neperu Sekriu Nebu Nepatemtem Sepuarium above I who Turke here Nehem Nepor Chesar Tepanef Chabu Tran Prem Tour Civil Sea Floridi and Ready Mingatorving and North Morda Margi Sershe Berdi Gata Nor Itorman Heromoskel Lutskjor Bjar Bjor Gjoto Frin Frilo Frilei Din or Din Frigerta Fring Verteg Betrgils Vite and Gassig Gos Verdeis Viptag Verde Motor brand Vioticor Froti Frovin Way Corviskai Bier Sigur Revusumskior Fjordli Skordungskel Fiserming Yang Jernfing Skefjun O Father Horan Horan Hikar Hikor Kus Hikur Oski Omi Bifli Blim Indis Vitars Vitria Vitria Jordior Helpjal meer soort contrafion vimbur stidur redsrig virgio mospioniko heimel bagar genengagabi meer ogel meer odulmo bori bo besta ori vile be sur mungam bergen meer osli bestui nutri sutri mid god slep neer. Asatur norfi ner dagla pari oro nori jord telinga ser desken faxer in faxi mundial per lune solo balcos fins pilio pipiarco ser simil vid fins cur hartiho vinisur dion vidiori tar vol credcem vol mosors neodorin nai niartin oridi sutri nutri usri vestri otri of voli nor ne nerping terin de for bom nori ori onor oi mot vi ner vi gondo fin of torin kili fundin vali tur ekli vi turner negrats vin dropnar dogterparti hårhavsberg hedlov koloin dori ori du van vari hefti fili hårser jorvil jorlovor skir vir skarpin ai ol ergi erginskjerti volfrosti finki nor jag dresier weer vertandi skål bredar grinner heimen björkol skjer Reedskier gamely, Olfim Udling, Feedblade Rasving, Swolswoods Forsling, Fiendlo Vonsling, Vossa As near Ordin Free Loki. Avinaria Mara Paria Visnod Maria Malnasa Martia Visariama Gatras Nam Buta Dariam Sirran Vistararia Tararia Samsarasa Gatarati Viartu Mikarande Pari mala pari borsar gande Sri pari palra bernde baba paria kecherde vande sariapi per pargar mena sarha ahamna mama kenas vam samudro hitaranga vakarna samudro nataranga urar taranga nagarni herdar nurja tanuja kula mitra sted babarti na babarti Kimba Vatyarakskara, Midyasra Bivrar Tarai, Ravatalavarta, Sardam Vasurtam Paramesvara, Paliparyo Babarta, Babar Pabito Hamdamauturaru, Gurna Mandira Sundara Bandara Vinda Govinda Govinda Govinda. Babajalaran di Matarna Mandara Paramam Dharma Panariyatam Menariyana Karun Maria Soranam Karparnitar Voko Koranori Sarpari Maria Varana Saroje Saraba Sartu Yetis Rimat Param Maharspari Prajakarasya Sri Goviganda Barnar Puja Parasisia Sri Machakara Bhagavar Korto Sapar Stotram Sampurnam Om Namo Hum Srar Paroreni Sumbau Mokatram Treyas Surmanar Kusarndi Om Surbani Sumbau Hum Shashra Hum Farom Shrim Krim Krim Krom Karpataria Barabarot Sarvar Jan Me Basham Maraye Swahatar Purushari Birmahe Bakrum Turitya Dermahitano Danti Prachudayam Shanti 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 Om Kankariya Saya Hanama Om Kam Karapad Namha Lum Proda Rayat Namha Om Kring 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 Om Karataya Virhama Dati Mahitano Tanti Prachudayat Om Shrim Krim Krim Dum Shwala Shwala Shwalali Asaya Shamane Sasarpas Strom Smara Smara Kemam Labam Kuru Shtagraham Hum Pat Spaha Runam Kuruna Terangi Shartur Tapasan Kushar Push Paparacham Ari Arti Biravrutam Wayor Karaham Merierba Ipar Pari Babarnim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Mara Seneshwari Jidani kuna sembuta devkarya semudya pasoria bahu sama hasrapa caro brahu samarpita ragas farupa pasarya kurora konung shushuwala maroru pekshu kudanda pancatan maya ka sayakan nisharuna prabha pura maca pramharna mandala campaka shoka purnaga sorkanti kalasika cakro pinda manis ringning karakuter mandita ashtami chandra vipraja dalikastala shobi pamuka utranda kalangka pramrukan narti vishishaka paranas maramangkalia Ruhatarana Chelikam Baktalachim Pariva Chalamina Vishishaka Paranas Maraka Narpa Lochanava Champaka Pushpa, Nasadana Verachita Terakadi Teraskari Nasamarana Basura Karama Kanjari Kluta Karana Pur Manoharata Tanka Yugali Buta Tapano Dupa Mandala Padma Raka Shila Jasha Paripapi Karpulabu Nava Vidruma Pamashi Vinay Kariarana Charha Veniogo Mashu Sedi Petrika Matros Shapa Pramare Siprati Chanda Sri Petrika the Bato Bishoms for Hasaki Parkilakam Sri Petrika Yatam Japatani Yugari Yasari Niasam Krasapa Pramara Setnama Sarasi Brati Chanda Senda Mahamukesh Riti Petrika Bataya Namariti Om Bisharjan Nama Urias Bahasa Taria Nama Para Yo Parkila Karya Nama Nam Hopen Yoga Yartam Hosa Vangi Tiari Salines Chromus Piam Nama Rim Tarjani Piam Namaha Manamia Piam Namaha Manamika Piam Nama Rim Kanistikia Piam Nama Krom Karapasta Piam Nama Etikarani Asakroma Degi Yart Namaha Flames of pieces Rasus Mam Sikai Pasaram Kabakayum Nim 3 Yopason Homosai Itis Nanines Bufus Familiarity Devi Mogadinam Dipatrima Devi Ariscari Padupini devoted Devi Parasabam Jeremy Amparitia Mika Yakram Summon Poming Casamika Push by Pijami on Boy Parmika Yubatama Mankara Piamiram Anyamika Yatem Shami Pamamiki Yam Troma Neviarium Niverti Yamism Sabomiki Sabukarapucham Smart Pamicha Pamala Mantroma Mala Mahamasa Safar Matus Padupini Cause the Burgess Yasa Tasmania City, the Baba Guru Mantram Him Sita Guru Prasida Hum Him of the Street, Petrika Mantrom Crom Him of the Rike, Ebe Vasavia Saya. Rimdum Turke Amrim Chromum Spa Sananganes from a Yarnam Harim Sobis Rasis Farm Sekaya Pasram Kabakay Hum Nim 3 years Chromosolia Patitis Nanganes books from me. I think we Mukanam Diputulima Devi at Sky for the Pini BT Bartre, even Varasabam Jeremy Bush on Pre Miki and come small Pamium. I guess make a push Pavijami and Vaya Pamika to Mokrabi Yamam Mika Yamtram Strami from the Miki Yamtram and the Bayarium. Iba yamin some swap maker some upper jump smart pub get yield from grass kram some city bapatument the big processaran my stereo japan and talab paramat from formala masavata parampati dia supapa papasumum kurusimi patruya soviram kademi on principia inama ingin sa gwen hugo no so chorus or the opomola joe totals or the umat task and neutral mail Matias di papina Jeeps vi bekala her ker kinder neri op mer ni mo hem där vi ju be förbo at belter von spira piro bors of mort ek mon jok nora porna bors for mon mik for daher bo Nior mit Heimann, Nior die Bibi mir dem Nioran, Nior Morni Ban, Orpas Otto Bors, Nior mehr Big Bibos und Dernes Ernes Bolo, Nior Jok Fonseva, Neo Piminkapas und Kununga, Ingressivirti Barbos, Nior Bosch Boom Drapu, Pieres Mik God Melrans Corpus o Skern, Sornanas Los Terna, Ebervas, Grun, Sol Park Sonen Serene Mana Hendi Ho Gri Ho Man Jom Jorbor Sol Visual Borsoliar Ki Marine VC Apartments Artisto Snone Visual Borsal Pico Duncan Quilla Restola Keninglo Copo Oka Part Kotusk Nok Opening John Nok Fonoko Mortin tu opening John da cartono Captain Corumato Joy to Setsela Bell Your Bors Air or Hajam Propo Afla Lopu Ops and Mayor Borbo at the Talvo Motan Gets Corpo Corpo Tofdui Torni Tio Ru Bor Bain Peter Disfontor Goli Ons Prayer Bortmo Borsa Major Morco Washington Hyman Gojin Quinjin Quilla Rockstola Gillingham Pop Portcotox Ervis Garriver Go Totos Kicho Brains Probably or of Plains Lee Jerome Bor Boss Mosor Matser or Brain Vorgo Aurora Edorina Nor Berman Licken More Home Combo Vorgo E George Blue Sem Dorin Sarpi On Bovel Korea Bo Vikinga or New York es Bo Seattle Mouse for or Better Posmok no Prolongo have a Norogi Nolokulum. Beranam Lim Embrace Ferrin Luagorium Embrace Prep that Win Morting Embrace a matter of Potter Book Mogo Chilapia Pix of Nonis that the Tarun Tarantek hon Bergeterone galandenton alapintuan duresentin dursori war på ring nord hos retes per to for Eslin mone krombron comfort Oliver Twill dwers en din dwars of rig wat for rig nord of so retes per to for Eslin mone krombron oros way war oros weddle ways or rig or rig wat we predo rig corosi oros sant officiële troos trok comprenis na significantus core est viri via endosolenturbus ipse corino dominis sortens arpistes vis coris non difficile sere possibly inverse distigarte dominendos omnipotens rexertium et dominus dominentium in curios mono omnis Coria constitet domne verbum contraritur. Precopius me visiu virum femins tam agor poseadolo orteators magnificentis. Arparin macum hel, arparin cum hel, arparin mac. Cum sexum sacrum persum mantum parum dae natalum in quartum triconis. Ni dimor lor ni tur ni dimon kan skärta ena skärta mogos nil no pos pe punto ten ve osikunis yalanimus ti nu osikumus calatum kusum pararitum capritum namaritum ashashu kashartu kashartarni alini tumu beararni erlia uistaria usisu elia Elia Maria Brusana Uindicurva Saraldo Shau Rauku Intaralu Kiao Punti Pruso Memarstiti Martu Erili Nurupuzi Artuti Ribeti Isisarme Lani Raputishima Yarabarbi Dina Lakilino Ukosolam Karsharpia Charpishia meus repishia ismasarati sharmushul shuruli shishalimnuti sharulu sharusha lutaptu shari buhu amatali murti ya kima salula yakalpu sharipushu kalshpi kima tartili sharni ki ishrusha puru epusha zurluku kola matusha malasari naki biti bu yalari mushi Sermani yar na pagrita kira tu pira sermani yar na pagrita kira tu pira sermani yai ti pagritu shni la tu pira sermani ni ishti pagritu shni la tu pira sermani yar ki max pagri tap kira tu pira sermani ya ana kokulati tap kira tu pira sermani ya inai gari tap sa tu pira sermani ya ina askupati tushni ya la tu pira sermani ya ina bisha Dori Tapsa du Pira Samania Anagis Parap Sira du Pira Sitting getting Gian compositing getting Gian and compositing getting Lul and compositing getting Lul and compositing getting good Korean and compositing getting good Korean sitting Geran and Dorsho Rima compositing getting Dasho Rima compositing getting Dula Sakapa Ningba sitting getting dula saka sitting getting utila sitting getting utila sitting getting meshera sitting getting mershera sitting getting martin getting lalo sitting getting martin getting lilar sitting get sisi gishmak sakbar tarni Ertain bolar makan sitting get bor gordi kunding getting and Sinigianini Dorgarin Kingeran Dornar Disia Saku Lorn Kagata Garnier Nekanpa Sinigarana compositing Gerki compositing Garobuki compositing Ganabo compositing Garishto compositing Garshamashu compositing Gato compositing Garmadukumpa Siniganini Bador compositing Garigi compositing Garanoniki compositing Garan Lela Lukor Korparake compositing Ganin Lela Ninkorporage Siniganini bibila shorege kampa siniganini korkorage shi in papa porage kampa sinigaran lorda tinker korkore nerge kampa kakamu Utugzul, alazul, kikimuzul, bolazul, kingezul, maskimzul, siara kampaziki, kampaziningalil, alagorkorkorake, kampaziningalil, nin, korkorake, kampaziningalin, bile, shareke, kampaziningalin, korkorake, kampaziningaranura, dingerkolereke, nene, kampaziningarana, kampa, Siringertia pa 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 ra 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 arte matarta pa 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 ra 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 arte ke nerne asagara sagbi morna teram tagara sibi morna tere utug sur kurbi morna tera sur karbi morna ter kertim su ilbi morna ter kala sur karbi morna teringer sur kerbi morna terim arbi terim tarsbi aba par libi yarish Kasharti arti mason kashartu shartu yok tarni. Jing 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 xiao tai shang tai xing ye pan wo ting wu she fu meng bo ming wu shen wu shoi hoi ning jing jing shen na ning san hu yong ju pu wu sang king ji ji ru li ling jing ku xin qiu ta ju ku xin tu hoi tu fin she shen jing len dong ming zhang shen lu quen qi shen 对五些为是我选无边体心眼见人生当年领悟当心实现。来年都提倡共济济如理灵经，先成就灵宝天就难为。山前人地是很破无上传明天王保护，对身边永久护人物，是为无限济济如理灵感土地新手，元气安闲不怪万灵。不新冠土地是领袖学有机，不得忘记会上升到那位天天给安反馈，被说堂听台上有名受批评，会打入人应该认真。天地先入天地自然还基本行动中做出公干开用。化繁为简是我虽然领不负命不过这谈甘露大大动感台湾战友富谁独乱来下关万天人前牵手眼前有问题凶一边快病压难难人无有把还在问莫忘救赎谁为我转重会心善有几张空气节日里灵因空间修天地线上万体变电光修万些人物神通站在内为为耳朵多顺富有人中入户先是几个山定是不稳保罗丹的养就换成手起一半身有更名山在社会我的社会山镇手里细细列听唯有圣诞节鬼王前内有被雷神眼明东会就是我给听听见鬼神人服务神人积极如律令做人先就到有人就选择将传人如流露辛苦的看人灵下盘然别连传令前关狗真大如太极节如律令传用就用传台就不谁写出在谁让我不谁修复方百会一相遇日月贴现会外人难白奈树一样东张西有树林夫东去阳阳山人文丹福小如体有明明体无情天能是天前楼你天赋有名将就来有谁谁相路南无黑拉达那多拉耶耶那摩瓦利耶婆罗洲地修波拉耶菩提萨多波耶 mô he sa tôi po ye mô he jar lu ni jar ye hong sa po la pai su lo lu da jer na mô shi che li lo ye men ga li ye po lo chi ti shi po la yang tu po na mô lo la jen chi jili mo he po do sha me se po ata do shu peng ashi yun ta po sa do na mo po sa do Namo Poke Mo Fate Dota Gerta Unga Polo Gelbo Jardi Jalo Di Gelimo Hepoti Sadosa Posa Pomo Lamo Lamo Shimo Geli To Yur Jolo Jolo Gemendo Ludulu Fashe Yari Mohe Fashe Yari Tola Di Lini Shipo Laia Gela Momo pa mo fola, mo murdirli yi, shirna, ala shen pola Lipa shapa shen pola she ye hulu mola hulu jili sola jili sulu purier portoye mirdi lielo lajen chirie se pade parna porie mona mo so po hejito ya so po hemoshi jito Yasopo Heji Toyoji Shipo La Yasopo Helo La Genchishi Shopo Hemolaro Laso Poheji La Senga Buke Yeso Poheso Pomohe Agito Yeso Poheji Agira Agito Yeso Poheboto Lomo Jejir Ye Sopo Helo La Genchipo Kela Yesopo hemo polishengela yesopo herna moma herlarda nadola yerna mowali yebo luojir deso pola yeso poelongi diandu madola bato yeso pohe Borella Bolo Miroko Genjin Guanji Jabusa Jinshin Bore Bolo Mi Bordoshi Jojan Wu Yun Jikongju Duri Keko Sheli Shishe Burgi Kongbu Yi She Sechi Shi Kong Koshi Shi She Shojiang Jinshi Furi Shu Sheli 西出发空上不胜不灭，不过不惊不人不然。西湖公中不写无手，让尽西无言而必写现意。无下现象为诸法无缘界，乃至无一细节，无明体无明尽。内是无漏是亦无漏是真无不知没道无是亦无的亦无所得故菩提萨埵亦波罗波罗蜜多故现无挂碍无挂碍无不有空无愿意颠倒名将只有因缘盘缠系数佛以波罗波罗蜜多果地念罗陀罗三藐三菩提，故悉般若波罗蜜多悉大圣，就是大明咒，是无上就是无等等如能，诸业开库，现是般若故，说般若波罗蜜多咒，就说有有耶的耶的。Polo Jerdi, Bolo Sen Jerdi, Purtisa Pohe, Nan Mokuye, Nan Moda Yorye, Nan Mo Senken Yenan, Nan Mo Wan Jisha Pusa Mohe Sajuda, By Jinjeda Jirto Hanjo Jera, Pardi Jeren, Jendu Boni. Mohe boleng mi lulu seja Jolala Jerry Jarye Hong Bashe Anbo Tamo Jen Bo Ni Shola Hong Na Han Bala Tu Bordan Mi Hong Namo San Mandu Mo Tu Nan Abolari Herdo Shesolang Nan Dajitu Han Keje Hong Hong Ruwala Bola Ruwala Desesha Soboja Shandija Shili Sowa Enamo Foto Yanamo Senkeyer Manjiri Hulu Luji Dulu Jili Bojili Pojidalilu Luli Suwa Enamo Bage Warabala Marda Yayu Liarna Subeni Shiji Dader Show Lajea Darie ala herdi Samanyo Sanbuta Yerani Yerta Ansa Liba Sansiker Lipali Shuradara Lama Digena Sama Ugerdisha Bawa Bishuri Mahena Yabali Wali Sohena Momoke Vardi Pisha Shejuru Luli Bulabo hela sheye datu yedo ye la hedi samyo san bortu yerda shitu o pisha she san bojeji so he hong mani bai me hong magani yarna jitu terbedar jere jena weda gali gersa orwo warta borli Jita Gana Bola Arna Na Borli Diorte Man Namona Malor Gisola Jesu Eli Poli Pordi Kyo Herdi Polori Dili He Plardi Pirli Nidi Mohe Kerdi Jenling Kerdi Namo We Domo Po Yeah do que do ye do di ye to e mi li do po pia mi lidoji dan po pia mi li do bi ja handi Emily do bi ja no ke mi ni ke noji Doja liso poher namo foto namo damo manmo senke namo shiri moher tibierta minier yoto boli fudo noje lisan matolanche ni moheti cielo kerdi san man tojo politifu lino alinor lamo dari hoia piu Pierdi mohe mierdiro O Sankyadi Shirdi Shanky Sanmanto Arto Polorni Chotian Yan Yuan Rei Shangpu Hua Tin Sun Yo Tong Chong Shon Shi Shu Shon Shun Yo Shi Mendian Ti Yo Wei Etan Di Yu Ping Shengor Wan Wu Wei Yi Fulu So 家乡有红马红情是齐县，一位是先燕南个夫一，西位是山羊，很个里清楚，yan宁无呢。En en shaiti sarne pesudinne tu asha muses kapusha rame pedusha kapwinja rakatam second nebo nothing in Japan yor no nebs mari pasha neb courage sarami nesh parasha zapsato incident thinking you not keperset his problem commute of nebu nebo second put them tash haruna voitoi muaro sapen suru of suru bot na trus min mohacha toi taros nep and have kemaro mutep nuta pepeta send of radi amit sharabu mahita pontotana mai tak send nep to type up the dot by Tanatem can no technology passing the me up to Gigi Japara su cash up can no async the me up to Gigi Japara make a pro to my caro and I never apa shishara de apasara bini amasa sahabi sarpabi namor niman the pop romri corse karamar puti garu hare maru neshra tepe peru heru 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 pu heru ebenu heru soisa soisa to be oi gepta gep smart betul kenor benu smamor pet get kapeset to oi sare ne met kere sari karu semester karum kuresa karine zul metu semike tu metu isa kunesha senese he so pare pare kemnesim kintu asu tu kuptu skapar asu Sekut neje senese het suate pareta panem kenesam kentu wisura pechutus kapten huiari numina senese renurapa ken penmuda petos and kinum berkebuafum setsu abneketum ketere basu damba abnabu abnitmin helrum peta peta herpenana shisere kedo shir koseken burn peneta to chatatar abuapa tskam parasu sekam Abnepi mutet segmebas kebasal papas lo wasat ndwaja segmemenhet para ise kabashro wasar dini herinsi akusapsa pakos sekremet sermentet tu kek musiku sabrun nemeli skeri kapesarmentet samara afsara papetsara mer usekena mapeche peten pentiam kaput mohrak mande pas Sas kadem ne babaram ke se kesoshna skoti as bombs ne pambusekuna martermiati to drop momenti mane pere usami shekeru basti rai pare keremet tenemeni on ne bepterau never hall sareki never boy never tim separi ma bapa hiu tu reki ne hem ne fort ne heb ko shesorte pana up ne mahar heri kapretui of ne betita sumen mentu nutse kabu shisher seketa put me or motoi so bush kof ne hem oi peshnes mut remjin petas or nek in netren kaptik imrin in netren kelmes tu ma ket ne tu imrin kenemet tu ne per tu rom sushi urti ya karinja ta tu artente Nephet asset winenium saneri sosoi canex sanete kukoi ora sotek nehesekem karui poia cum bucerdi uemek unek shornation and yet he said unumite paiti roabek tuek nuke kisne wabsek muat net nepur petep and you do an asari kepert up to Sekna seker die ek dem het juar die aunam sak tuan en komun pishol tu nek shural ben het nek fin puam ni pu son ki kitar tun tatek na ni pu Vumi map sortik shorti anu tatek moni fu ame angkasa sana ni fu yu wapu din keten mahati en japan en hari jaja tasore maho tep the miti ko karema maru panke kentet tu exeneti tun meriet septi you can add her never anti ami tu an pet you ben mahas ami tatef nefret uam he Total settled up in Ari Mahatim Kirnud in his you horek nu vignette net red perim chipsis meriu onkin nekum ho Tep never red or chips up in soil and one make an adding nu so hay so barak perem kemutex bessen to Neptum never can demon lesek never tem a train do it up at him shishini never talk I come taku says Tom Satu at command and through at the house of Tim hold up the house of Tim hold up Tim potty mas important to you might got the protection to mutek no draw no kuna perum no mut no shishini perum kuna triuni amasam rame one night and Kabernam Tarthal Tom sit kabrampe watam shara to na mi no wek musical shamo horare kusoi peti gupti or show per kem nem swertem tek swag sek tek nu tek weden parem nu nek wap tara on for tek unuptam ae unuptam ki kubsim wajnek toy kermo for tu na bria somot nu in pet boy fu de manama sirpak pem su resen senet net Senan datari taptap and soy capernan nu kutap raw tarab sanai kati gua macau and ekapressum necessutinu doi prum cap mutaf then abu nurker team casudi sinek yo webenek set and neck tamo homek that 3 team sekimini penetrum in hen su and have nutrition set eke jude in sepem skidada call my injerin wooden Nadaret nukap kapram tuor on up to mamik masrud was attempt to meregu nepredesh rakuraru shurud kiki ari dias kamamun kita kapruta tapu mutun rapper hoson netrong nemorek krona bupis rekane kamisha rek kepne truna brujo hector adeneb sheche pekadam kinkarek nemerek no peus kort kaptekul tapik no shop tapna fru nekin enju di washa to wes op tapna washa so washness amasham shisar mahendra pedrona sanabini sekoni sekutini also Udadi sampai buat sampai dua hari ini oser ya unam sak nut buka pram kaprik kapran kapru nebem kek prashe kapram pram baron tampam ya una Antiratan mansan kabir muratan kabir in story sosor by ku kadamika kabimi tu ariu tonari seratu nain abaik Seba Prosiona Konoria Fanaturia for Saturday Bisatu Amarusha Wasa Gam Suti, Subarkanen and Vermont use Kurkapia Kurjara to Amupetum Toim Netokada, Baratemaru Amunepsen, Runebega Kurenebura Soy Rusham Suamu Rabbit. Skerep, Aretepet, Aretemakaru Amonepsen, Trunebiga Kurenebura Soy Rusham Suamu Mansikerep. Moreko Picato Kurkeshu Pisharakina Baseka, Sherba, Igor, Soti Kabirkin, Karabakuno, Tembai, and Kabiatic Martinez, one, Shurabesh, Betek, had it like a goose among him, ship, and TKQ had substance corner, Shemi to one them cookie, Sahan and Kabi and a man or Lucen and Bacasa and any separate catting in a capcua, Tagnarish, Ruan, or Quapara, Wabakan, and that meant set. Noon or that Peki po Meki Mim and Gorky should Kabatek and Shumnu to Niat at Bia at any pet netty wabber net through Messera sector bracket and net to duty of Sumuni for months Capasantem of Sanjara Jara, Papas Carapes of Rasiaras, Arena Caprawasan to win Cap Hyatt, Tipem Hotupum Rapper, which you know tap to winning at Gatini of Nefer through mess. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, but they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road, the five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood. Prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa Seeding Siana Kampa Nath Geb Akar Newt Kepra Arsimitoki Shabukanani Sumtruina Arsimitoki Shabukanani Sumtruina Arsimitoki Shabukanani Sumtruina Avrata ankles. And it's okay, feeling returns. Oh, I'm just gonna get myself some coffee as soon as feeling returns, and I'm gonna read a story. Why do I sit on my feet and make my legs go numb? It's more like my ankle, upper thigh, ankle, anyways. Because when you're flying around, like in your astral body, you do not need legs. So I don't wear pants. And I am pretty happy because it's knowing where I am. It's, I don't know if it's knowing. It's knowing where bro is. And that's pretty cool. mm.
The flail from heaven. A countryman was once going out to plow with a pair of oxen. When he got to the field, both the animals' horns began to grow, went on growing, and when he wanted to go home, they were so big that the oxen could not get through the gateway for them. By good luck, a butcher came by just then, and he delivered them over to him, and he made the bargain in this way, that he should take the butcher a measure of turnip seed, and then the butcher was to count him out a Brabant thaler for every seed. I call that well sold. The peasant now went home and carried the measure of turnip seed to him on his back. On the way, however, he lost one seed out of the bag. The butcher paid him justly as agreed on, and if the peasant had not lost the seed, he would have had 1 thaler the more. In the meantime, when he went on his way back, the seed had grown into a tree which reached up to the sky. Then thought the peasant, as thou hast the chance, thou must see what the angels are doing up there above, and for once have them before thine eyes. So he climbed up and saw that the angels above were threshing oats, and he looked on. While he was thus watching them, he observed that the tree on which he was standing was beginning to totter. He peeped down and saw that someone was just going to cut it down. If I were to fall down from thence, it would be a bad thing, thought he, and in his necessity he did not know how to save himself better than by taking the chaff of the oats, which lay there in heaps, and twisting a rope of it, he likewise snatched a hoe and a flail which were lying about in heaven, and let himself down by the rope. But he came down on the earth exactly in the middle of a deep, deep hole. So it was a real piece of luck that he had brought a hoe, and for he hoed himself a flight of steps with it, and mounted up, and took the flail with him as a token of his truth, so that no one could have any doubts of his story. That's pretty interesting. That is very interesting. The flail from heaven, grabbing steps, grabbing the hoe, grabbing the tools in order to be able to actually walk up. So every single morning we go over blessings, and in going over these blessings, that's what we're doing. We're grabbing tools. Bro, just on a short one, do not leave that screen facing white plain nothing. That's disrespectful to me and everybody around. Not cool. Not cool. So I will hit the button to remove if needed to in the future. We're going to get into some meat. Doesn't understand. Get away from your camera. Get away from your phone. Set it up so that it can be there, and get away from it. Sit up on that couch. Get away from it. You don't understand the amount of damage that this phone is doing to you. So sit back from it. There you go. Get comfortable like that. Okay? Is the audio? Give me a thumbs up. Is the audio good? Can you hear the audio? Okay. Sit back. Relax. Let's relax. We changing things up, okay? I'm gonna sit up because me sitting up is real important. I'm gonna work on my own. But you relax, sit back, put your head back. Put your head relax. Relax. Too stiff. Too stiff. Too stiff. All right, now this one. This one you want to sit back for. To deliver the soul captive in darkness, the principle of light or genius of the sun, charged to redeem the intellectual world of which he is the type, came to manifest himself among men. Light appeared in the darkness, but the darkness comprehended it not. According to the words of St. John, the light could not unite with the darkness, but it put on the appearance of a human body and took the name of Christ in the Messiah only to accommodate itself to the language of men. The light did its work, turning this from the adoration of the evil principle to the pagans from worship of demons. But the chief of the empire of darkness caused him to be crucified by his community. Still, he suffered in appearance only, and his death gave to all lives the symbol of their enfranchisement. The person of Jesus having disappeared, there was seen in his place a cross of light over which a celestial voice pronounced these words. The cross of light is called the Word, Christ, the gate, joy, the bread, the Son, the resurrection, Jesus, the Father, the Spirit, life, truth, and grace. With the Priscillians, there were two principles, one the divinity, the other primitive matter and darkness, each external. Satan is the son and lord of matter, and the secondary angels and demons, children of matter. Satan created and governs the visible world, but the soul of man emanated from God and is of the same substance of God. Seduced by the evil spirits, it passes through various bodies until purified and reformed, it rises to God and is strengthened by his light. These powers of evil hold mankind in pledge, and to redeem this pledge, the Savior, Christ, the Redeemer, came and died upon the cross of expiation, thus discharging the written obligation. He, like all souls, was of the same substance with God, a manifestation of the divinity, not forming a second person, unborn, like the divinity, and nothing else than the divinity under another form. Now, what's interesting is the other day you were sitting and you had this sun. You had this sun right above your head, and it was a legit cross. It was a legit cross. It was a legit four-way cross with a big old ball of fire in the middle. That was you. I'm in the darkness, and you're in the light. One that's on the outside, one that's on the inside. I've got cards to pull for you. This is needed you to sit back. Because these cards are for you. And when you're at a level, you already know. A relaxed person, a relaxed state of being, can let everything flow. Don't you know? Ooh, that one popped out. You saw that one. So the first card is like spiritual help. It's connected to the crown, connected to your journey,
You've covered your body. You've covered the inside. There's the next one. Bro, you're ready to start speaking the words of power. All right. There will be difficulty. When I say difficulty, accepted challenge. Accepted challenge. And challenge like fun. Like this is the kind of stuff we do. So it's time for you to start manifesting future. Now we've been doing it together, but it's time for you to create some things on your own. I'm on the outside, okay? I don't do good on all the minutia, on all the little fine details. I forget that information. I stay with the framework so that everything can keep rolling. Which makes so much sense, man, for yourself. Okay, do whatever you want at this point. Sitting wise or whatever. I do admonish you to and staying farther away from the phone. I do admonish that because you know what that reminds me of. So this I need to read for you. That's the one. All right. Now get your pen and paper, get your journal, because these are going to be important to write down. Wonderful thing about our working together is how much, man, this is a great door that gets to get open today. So what we have is, the first word is kshong, kshong, the letter K, S, H, A, N as in Nancy, G, kshong. That, and next is Ong, Aung, Wrong, Hrang, Ring, Hring, Pool, Hraung. And add those to the morning and evening words that you go over. Make sure that those are a part of that formula regularly at this point. It says that when you receive a Nekebet reading, you're being reminded that you're always affected and influenced by the subtle electromagnetic forces of the earth flowing through all things surrounding you. You must thus protect your vitality and perfect your ability to still all the thoughts in your mind. Stop them. Still, when I say still, Still, stop all the thoughts in the mind. Let those go to nothing. It's also calling your attention to the presence or use of subliminal factors. And that's where we're getting to the words of power. That's what it's talking about, and that's what it's saying. The rest I've read to you before and expressed it, though all of the other counsel you have
So let me go to the other portion of this here for you. Okay. Now the color is indigo. The number is 13. The day for this is Saturday. The name is Sakar. All of this you should be writing down. I mean, all of this is very important to you right now. Like, this is a huge step up. Huge. So the planet is Saturn. The name is Sakar. S is in Samuel. E-K-E-R. The day is Saturday. The number is 13. The color is indigo. And you have more words of power to add. These need to be added right with the other words of powers that I gave you. So write them right next to it. There was the single word, and then there was the line of words. So essentially, you're going to do the single word. I'm going to give you another single word. Those two go together, and then put those two long lines as one full line. So the second word is kring, K-R-I-N-G. The next line of words is ong, A-U-N-G, prong, P-R-A-N-G, P as in Peter, pring, P-R-I-N-G, and then prong, P as in Peter, R-A-U-N-G. And you need to be aware that this particular group of words, ong, prong, pring, prong, you speak that at midnight. If you wake up in the middle of the night, have those words to the side and bring that ong, prong, pring, prong, ong, prong, pring, prong, ong, prong, pring, prong. Go over that one. You don't have to wake up at midnight for it, but if you do wake up at the middle of the night, have that right there and go say that at least 3 times. At least 3 times. Okay, so I'm just going to read some mental traits, some things you might connect with. Suppression of thought processes through deep concentration, resulting from perfection in the meditation system of stilling the mind, stopping the thoughts in the mind. And so we do that every day. We deeply concentrate every day. This allows us to awaken and direct the units of spiritual power, the deities and the spirits. Secondarily, we're going to enter in attunement with the spiritual forces that are in charge of the orderly unfoldment of events in the world, hence good powers of planning, organizing, hence appreciative of structure and limitations. So that just, boom, it just screams everything we've been doing, screams everything we've been reading. I'm going to read another story here. Because the rest you already got. The rest you've already done. The rest you've already accomplished. You add those words at midnight and to your jam, and then the next things are going to open up. The next things are going to open up because now to be very aware of what you're doing. Every morning when you go over your reading, see, I'm doing it in public. So I'm open to anything and everything.
of everyone that's hearing me, like good, bad, ugly, and everything. I got to deal with that right at the moment. Interesting thing. That was some live working right there. I'm literally processing incoming spiritual attacks. And people realize, the spirit realizes, oh wait, he's not attacking me. And then they recognize that I'm blessing them, and then they're like, huh, and they just kind of hang out, and then they get used to it, and they're like, okay, and then they let me read smooth again. And so when I read, I'm dealing with a lot. When you read, ain't nobody looking or hearing or anything. It's just you. So I'm creating in the open public and dealing with all of that kickback. Not that it's bad or anything. It's easy enough, but your creation is done in secret. And so nobody, like, we get into the world, into the atmosphere, and then in the morning and night, when you're reading, you're actually creating on this planet. All of that information is in the PDF file that I sent you. You could write down Sakar, which you did, and the other one, Nikevit. I didn't tell you that. Nikevit. N is in Nancy, E is in Edward, K, H, E, B, I, T, Nikevit, Nikevit. I think that's it. Anyways, after today or whatever, part of your homework, or I don't give you homework anymore, but you should really definitely go into that book because there's a lot of information on those two names. And essentially, what you have coming up next in your life, it's going to take effort, which we do every day. That's okay. But you're going to be able to reorganize and structure things, and so that those are wonderful. Anyways, okay. Here we go. That's the book right there. So we're going to read some from Edda. To everybody, thank you. Let's see where we're. Okay, I'm picking up right here. I said, Ordin's second son is Balder. There is good to be told of him. He is best and all praise him. He is so fair in appearance and so bright that the light shines from him. And there is a plant so white that it is called after Balder's eyelash. It is the whitest of plants, and from this you can tell his beauty both of hair and body. He is the wisest of the Aesir and most beautifully spoken and most merciful. but it is one of his characteristics that none of his decisions can be fulfilled. He lives in a place called Bretabli. This is in heaven. No unclean thing is permitted to be there. As it says here, it is called Bretabli, where Bolter has made himself a dwelling, in that land where I know to be fewest evil intents. The third as is the one called Nior. He lives in heaven, a place called North. He rules over the motion of wind and moderates sea and fire. It is to him one must pray for voyages and fishing. He is so rich and wealthy that he can grant wealth of lands or possessions to those that pray for him for this. Niord is not of the race of the Aesir. He was brought up in the land of Varnir, but the Varnir gave him his hostages to the gods and took in exchange as an Aesir hostage the one called Harnir. He came to be the pledge of truce between the gods and Varnir. Niord has a wife called Skardi, daughter of the giant Diarsi. Skardi wants to have the home of her father had. This is in some mountains, a place called Therheim. But Niord wants to be near the sea. They agreed on this, that they should stray 9 nights in Thryme, and then alternate 9s at Nortu. But when Niord came back to Northen from the mountain, he said, I hate mountains. Not long was I there, just 9 nights. Wolves howling, I thought ugly compared with the swan song. And Scotty said this, I could not sleep on the sea's beds for the birds screaming. He wakes me who comes from out of the sea at every morning, that gold. It goes on, and I want to read more. Though what I found interesting is I started reading, and it's talking about Balder. I popped open the book from our great grandpa, and it started talking about the light of the cross. I got arms on me. I don't have an actual cross on me. I don't think I do. Anyways, that was that light was above your head. It's amazing how that came through. It's amazing what they're saying. So the I Ching was like screaming, like, take me out, take me out. We're gonna do 2 rolls for an I Ching reading. That's a 6. And that's 2 6s. So let's check out what 12 is. I did read 12 yesterday. Stand still, stagnation. So, Mr. Lightworker, this is your assignment. It's not your condition, it's the work. You got them. Okay, so 12 is a P. Stand still and stagnation. In the world there is disharmony, there is contradiction, obstruction, and adversity, and especially estrangement between people. This hexagram comprises heaven over earth, while the 2 trigrams reversed positions in hexagram 11 indicated a beneficial commingling of earth and heaven. Here the 2 are distant and alienated from each other. The result is obstruction and negativity. Where there is strength at the top and weakness below, things can easily collapse. Where there is strength without and weakness within, there is only superficiality and fragility. This sort of skin-deep strength is often found in the sorts of people who come into ascendance in a period associated with peace. Their public bravado and arrogance is frequently a facade for a very feeble spirit within. In time, these weak rulers will be recognized as such and overthrown, but the damage they do often outlives them. When such individuals dominate, those of more substance are undervalued or disliked and must firmly resist any temptation to sell their integrity for favor or fortune. Further problems are all we can expect to encounter if we permit ourselves to be caught up in false thinking. In such periods of adversity, Pi reminds us to remain steadfast and remember that all conditions are temporary and that better times must necessarily lie ahead. So, again, these are not problems that you have. These are not problems that I have. These are problems that exist in the world. And this is what we need to do. This is what we need to focus on. And in our hearts, again, understanding isn't going to bring us anything, right? We covered that part. So, to know the weather of the world allows us to direct our hearts correctly so that we can send that energy. One thing that pops out to me is heaven being head, hell being the heel, and from heel to head. What I was talking about, I think it was yesterday or the day before with you, was shifting energy from this part of the body to that part of the body. Maybe this one's weak or too strong. Well, it's too weak, so we got to put more muscle in it. Got to go over, got to balance everything out. If that one got a little bit too much, so now we got to get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, so everything balances out. So we're moving energy. That's what we're doing. We're moving energy from the top to the bottom because the top is about to crumble. The top is about to fall. All of their sayings, all of their schemings is going to burst. And we need to take that energy, we need to transmute that energy so that it goes to the people at the bottom. You can speak up, bro. 55?
Randomly open the tab, check for yourself.
Okay, 55. Let's see. Abundance and opportunity. So this is what we want to flow. So there's energy at the top, okay, like in the world of people. And there's obviously everybody at the bottom. So we're going to take this energy and we're going to somehow, some way give it to the people at the bottom so that when the top falls, it falls somewhere else and the people can build something new. All right, so 12 pi is where the world is stuck right now, but they're not stuck. That's being handled. And so we're gonna move the energy into 55 into thing. Abundance, opportunity, major achievements, effectiveness, peaking energy, and bounty. This hexagram comprises thunder over fire, which suggests the flashing lightning reaching earthward during a thunderstorm, a symbol of tremendous power and action. As such, Bing represents a time of supreme achievement, abundance, and success. Since this is a peaking of our energy, it will not be long lasting, and a decrease of power must inevitably follow. We are currently like the sun at midday, but the sun will eventually set once more. There is no cause for regret in this, but we must take the fullest possible advantage of this prevailing climate of triumph to set in place the schemes and structures that will further our aims once the situation alters. Bing counsels against excess and complacency in the face of our triumph, like a wise leader who, having risen to power, establishes justice and order. There's no cause. There's no cause for regret in all of this. We must take the fullest possible advantage of this prevailing climate of triumph to set in place the schemes and structures that will further our aims once the situation alters. I'll take the word scheme out and leave structure in. Fame counsels against excess and complacency in the face of our triumph. Like a wise leader who has risen to power, establishes justice and order. We shall not waste opportunities by indulging in self-congratulation. Careful management is called for in all matters despite the jubilant distractions around us. At the same time, we must not let our sense of responsibility rob us of our pleasure in this particularly favorable period of our lives. We owe it to our supporters and loved ones to participate in the celebrations. The first line, and it is still a little early, so if you do speak up, keep it a whisper if you don't mind, bro. Line 1. A non-competitive partnership will benefit both parties. So this is a boom, boom, boom. And in line 2, in an atmosphere of suspicion and jealousy, patience is the wisest course. Line 3, events conspire to make action inadvisable. Line 4, your growing wisdom and insight dictate the next phase of action. Line 5, your position may be greatly improved if you heed the advice of those you trust. And line 6, selfishness can result only in isolation and a mockery of success. So you nailed it, bro. You nailed it. 55 is exactly correct. Taking that abundance, seeing that peak of energy happening, and in my own mind, transmuting that energy so that it can go to people. And when it gets to the people, it's all blessing energy. It's all helpful energy. It's not crashing energy coming down, just like I said. 55. And this morning on my phone, I was sending a message to somebody, and it was 55. 555. Three fives. Three fives were on the phone. Whatever the first, it's 5555. Man, I guess it must have been 555. There was there's three fives. Yes, bro. Some plants. Yes. Yep. So this is what you're going through. This is what I went through a couple of years ago when I started putting plants in my hat as I was walking by. And it is essentially, in layman's terms, the god of fertility. The god of not fertility. The god of I forget his name is on the Greek side of things. Anyways, they're god of like of the new season, man. They got fruit coming from their head. Gosh, God, let me look it up. I'm uh, everybody's got different names. And the Greeks made this guy pretty darn. What is that? Alright. I'm looking for a specific name, man. But anyways, I ain't gonna worry about it. They got a wreath of essentially grapes coming off their head. They got fruit coming out their head. And what I was getting at is the tree of life. The tree of life is going to produce fruit. It's going to produce fruit and vegetation. And so literally that's what you're experiencing. You are experiencing this heavenly state of being, of creation, of new life, of new ideas, of blessings. And so literally the tree of life is growing out of your head. Literally on a spiritual, quantum, divine level. And thus the human body dresses up to emulate what the spirit, what the soul is actually experiencing. In this way, that's how the Egyptians and any divine seen in the past, that's what they did. That's how they showed a depiction of what they look like in the astral space of their reality. This one would be pretty good. The king's son who feared nothing. There was once a king's son who was no longer content to stay at home in his father's house, and as he had no fear of anything, he thought, I will go forth into the wide world. There the time will not seem long to me. I shall see wonders enough. So he took leave of his parents and went forth, and on from morning till night, and whichever way his path led, it was the same to him. It came to pass that he got to the house of a giant, and as he was so tired, he sat down by the door and rested. And as he let his eyes roam here and there, he saw the giant's planes lying in the yard. These were a couple of enormous balls, and 9 pins as tall as a man. After a while, he had fancy to set the 9 pins up, and then roll the balls at them, and screamed and cried out when the 9 pins fell, and had a merry time of it. The giant heard the noise, stretched his head out of the window, and saw a man who was not taller than other men, and yet played with his 9 pins. Little worm, cried he, why art thou playing with my balls? Who gave thee strength to do it? The king's son looked up, saw the giant, and said, Oh, thou blockhead, thou thinkest indeed that you only have strong arms. I can do everything I want to do. The giant came down and watched the bowling with great admiration and said, Child of man, if thou art one of that kind, go and bring me an apple of the tree of life. What dost thou want with it? Said the king's son. I do not want that apple. I do not want the apple for myself, answered the giant, but I have betrothed bride who wishes for it. I have traveled far about the world and cannot find the tree. I will soon find it, said the king's son, and I do not know what is to prevent me from getting the apple down. The giant said, Thou really believes it to be so easy? The garden in which the tree stands is surrounded by an iron railing, and in front of the railing lie wild beasts, each close to the other, and they keep watch and let no man in. They will be sure to let me in, said the king's son. Yes, but even if thou dost get into the garden and seest the apple hanging to the tree, it is still not thine. A ring hangs from it, through which any one who wants to reach the apple and break it off must put his hand, and no one has yet had the luck to do it. That luck will be mine, said the king's son. Then he took leave of the giant and went forth over mountain and valley, and through plains and forests, until at length he came to the wondrous garden. The beasts lay round about it, but they had put their heads down and were asleep. Moreover, they did not awake when he went up to them. So he stepped over them, climbed the fence, and got safely into the garden. There, in the very middle of it, stood the tree of life, and the red apples were shining upon the branches. He climbed up the trunk to the tree, and as he was about to reach out for an apple, he saw a ring hanging before it. But he thrust his hand through that without any difficulty, and gathered the apple. The ring closed tightly on his arm, and all at once he felt a prodigious strength flowing through his veins. When he had come down again from the tree with the apple, he would not climb over the fence, but grasped the great gate, and had no need to shake it more than once before it sprang open with a loud crash. Then he went out, and the lion which had been lying down before was awake and sprang after him, not in rage and fierceness, but following him humbly as its master. The king's son took the giant the apple he had promised him, and said, "Seest thou, I have brought it without difficulty." The giant was glad that his desire had been so soon satisfied, hastened to his bride, and gave her the apple for which she had wished. She was a beautiful and wise maiden, and she did not see the ring on his arm. She said, "I shall never believe that thou hast brought the apple until I see the ring on thy arm." The giant said, "I have nothing to do but go home and fetch it," and thought it would be easy to take away by force from the weak man what he would not give of his own free will. He therefore demanded the ring from him, but the king's son refused it. "Where the apple is, the ring must be also," said the giant. "If thou wilt not give it of thine own accord, thou must fight me for it." They wrestled with each other for a long time, but the giant could not get the better of the king's son, who was strengthened by the magical power of the ring. Then the giant thought of a stratagem and said, "I have got warm with fighting, and so hast thou. We will bathe in the river and cool ourselves before we begin again." The king's son, who knew nothing of falsehood, went with him to the water, and pulled off his clothes, the ring also from his arm, and sprang into the river. The giant instantly snatched the ring and ran away with it, but the lion, which had observed the theft, pursued the giant, tore the ring out of his hand, and brought it back to its master. Then the giant placed himself behind an oak tree, and while the king's son was busy putting on his clothes again, surprised him and put both his eyes out. And now the unhappy king's son stood there and was blind, and knew not how to help himself. Then the giant came back to him, took him by the hand as if he were someone who wanted to guide him, and led him to the top of a high rock. There he left him standing, and thought, "Just 2 steps more, and he'll fall down and kill himself, and I can take the ring from him." But the faithful lion had not deserted its master. It held him fast by the clothes, and drew him gradually back again. When the giant came and wanted to rob the dead man, he saw that his cunning had been in vain. "Is there no way, then, of destroying a weak child of man like that?" said he angrily to himself, and seized the king's son and led him back again to the precipice by another way. But the lion, which saw his evil design, helped its master out of danger here also. When they had got close to the edge, the giant let the blind man's hand drop, and was going to leave him behind, alone. But the lion pushed the giant, so that he was thrown down and fell, dashed to pieces on the ground. The faithful animal again drew his master back from the precipice and guided him to a tree by which flowed a clear brook. The king's son sat down there, but the lion lay down and sprinkled the water in his face with its paws. Scarcely had a couple of drops wetted the sockets of his eyes than he was once more able to see something, and remarked a little bird flying quite close by, which wounded itself against the trunk of a tree. On this it went down to the water and bathed itself therein, and then it soared upwards and swept up between the trees without touching them, as if it had recovered its sight. Then the king's son recognized the sign from God and stooped down to the water, and washed and bathed his face in it. And when he arose, he had his eyes once more brighter and clearer than they had ever been. The king's son thanked God for his great mercy and traveled with his lion onwards through the world. And it came to pass that he arrived before a castle which was enchanted. In the gateway stood a maiden of beautiful form and fine face, but she was quite black. She spoke to him and said, "Ah, if thou couldst but deliver me from the evil spell which is thrown over me." "What shall I do?" said the king's son. The maiden answered, "Thou must pass 3 nights in the great hall of this enchanted castle, but thou must let no fear enter thy heart. When they are doing their worst to torment thee, if thou bearest it without letting a sound escape thee, I shall be free. Thy life they dare not take." Then said the king's son, "I have no fear. With God's help I will try it." So he went gaily into the castle, and when it grew dark, he seated himself in the large hall and waited. Everything was quiet, however, till midnight, when all at once a great tumult began, and out of every hole and corner came little devils. They behaved as if they did not see him, seated themselves in the middle of the room, lighted a fire, and began to gamble. When one of them lost, he said, "It is not right. Someone is here who does not belong to us. It is his fault that I am losing." "Wait, you fellow behind the stove. I'm coming," said another. The screaming became still louder, so that no one could have heard it without terror. The king's son stayed sitting quite quietly, and was not afraid. But at last the devils jumped up from the ground and fell on him, and there were so many of them that he could not defend himself from them. They dragged him about on the floor, pinched him, pricked him, beat him, and tormented him, but no sound escaped from him. Towards morning they disappeared, and he was so exhausted that he could scarcely move his limbs. When day dawned, the black maiden came in. She bore in her hand a little bottle wherein was the water of life, wherewith she washed him, and he at once felt all pain depart, and new strength flow through his veins. She said, "Thou hast held out successfully for 1 night, but 2 more lie before thee." Then she went away again, and as she was going, he observed that her feet had become white. The next night the devils came and began their gambols anew. They fell on the king's son and beat him much more severely than the night before, until his body was covered with wounds. But as he bore all quietly, they were forced to leave him. And when dawn appeared, the maiden came and healed him with the water of life. And when she went away, he saw with joy that she had already become white to the tips of her fingers. And now he had only 1 night more to go through. But it was the worst. The hobgoblins came again. "Art thou still there?" cried they. "Thou shalt be tormented till thy breathing stops." They pricked at him and beat him, and threw him here and there, and pulled him by the arms and legs as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. But he bore everything, and never uttered a cry. At last the devils vanished, but he lay fainting there and did not stir, nor could he raise his eyes to look at the maiden who came in, and sprinkled and bathed him with the water of life. But suddenly he was freed from all pain and felt fresh and healthy as if he had awakened from sleep. And when he opened his eyes, he saw the maiden standing by him, snow white and fair as day. Rise, she said, and swing thy sword 3 times over the stairs. And then all will be delivered. And when he had done that, the whole castle was released from enchantment, and the maiden was a rich king's daughter. The servants came and said that the table was already set in the great hall, and dinner served up. Then they sat down and ate and drank together, and in the evening the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicings. That was deserving of a refreshing cup of coffee. Okay. So the I Ching keeps falling. It wants to say something, but I don't think it wants to say words. Think like that's your house. I think that's where you go to live. I think that's where your soul goes. Holy Oh, look! I was looking at a picture. I didn't look. I didn't think it was natural. I didn't. Well, the trigram is only 3 lines, not 6. It said to wave the sword 3 times. You know, technically, I had to go. That was once. That's twice. That's 3 times. And it's just heaven. It's not 6 lines. It's not combined with it. It's just heaven. A key to the heaven trigram. My hair's standing up, but I'm gonna get some coffee and I'll come back and read that for you and everybody else. Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, I love that. I love seeing that book right there. That's so beautiful. Now I like that setup because now people see, boom, that's the book. Put a little water in my coffee pot. All right, this is cool. Oh, he went. Well, since he left real quick, I'm just going to use the bathroom super fast. 30 seconds. Right back. The heaven trigram is next. I was just looking for some real quick. These cards have been drawn. These cards are very special. These are essentially, these go to the Matunata. And then after this, I'm going to finish my next. Okay, now we found where the world is. We understand what's going on in the world, what people are dealing with, in all of those regards. So we were looking for a solution. And the solution exists within us. It's just shifting. Okay, you are a child of light. Call it God, call it light, call it divine mother, call it whatever you want. But you have truly, we're reading it. We are reading information on what you've already done. And so we said, what's the problem to the world? Because we're just having fun. And the problem of the world said, well, the solution, this dude right here, he's the solution. So let's help him understand what we got going on up here and in here. Heaven, Yan, a key to the heaven trigram. Fathers, senior males, men over the age of 46, heads of state, leaders, bosses, owners, wise men, emperors and kings, presidents, commanders, monks, saints, hermits, bankers, goldsmiths, and policemen. Your heart's connecting to every single one of those individuals in this world. That's who your energy is going to, whether they like it or not. This is spiritual reality. This is divine law and order. This shit can't be hacked. There's no hacking system. I have reinstituted the divine pantheon. So literally, to everybody having those problems, I'm gonna say this again for you, but look. This is how wise you are in your heart, not in your reasoning mind, but your heart. This is how wise your heart is. You're beyond the age of 46. You're literally on the same energetical plane, the same frequency of dimension that presidents, kings, emperors, commanders, monks, hermits, bankers, goldsmiths, and policemen, law enforcement, your heart has actually risen to heaven into this station. That's your frequency of being. Okay? So just your heart is going to smooth all those problems in the world out. That's how easy and fun all this stuff is. The health is the head and the lungs. The element is metal, a deep red metal. You might want to write this stuff down as it all applies to you. If you can find a piece of deep red metal, wow, bring that into your attention. Bring the attention to your head and to your lungs. If you work more on your breathing work, you can look up online how to do meditation breathing. You could pull it up on YouTube. How do I do a meditation breathing? Okay. The sense here is touch. That's what you did at that's what you did at the beginning of your life. You touched. Uh-huh. So these elements coming around you embody your presence evermore. If as your heart is emitting this frequency of being, then by focusing on these elements and what that I'm mentioning and surrounding yourself with them, it literally just a beacon. That's what you become. That's what you become right there. That's if you dress it up correctly and put that light up top, then that's what everybody's energy sees the heart. They sees the light at the top. And when they see that in the dark, they go to your energy, and your energy literally has the solution. And it all happens as if we're sleeping at night and nobody was the wiser. No fame, no crazy stuff. It just in any regards. The nature here is justice, forcefulness, unyieldingness, rigidity, stiffness, movement upward, virtue, duty, perseverance, power, charity, dignity, inspiration, virility, authority, ingenuity, abundance, prosperity, originality, vitality, health, protection, control, domination, the spoken word, performing rituals in honor of the seasons, truth seeking, the supernatural, the higher self, following the will of heaven and acting in accord with the wishes of the people. The animal symbols, horses, dragons, lions. We just read a story about a lion. Elephants, bears. Read a story about bears yesterday. And cranes. We have the plants, pears, chrysanthemums. We have the colors are white and bright colors. White and bright colors. That's interesting. You like the white. You have the white. Whatever. Like you're the back of your room. You know, like your walls is white. And so that's interesting. And you have all the bright colors. You got bright green right there, the pin and everything, like that's pretty cool. This season is autumn. The time of day is evening. Remember the words that came from Sukkot. Remember the Sukkot words. Ong, pring, ong, prong, pring, pong. Those are to be spoken at midnight. Time of day is evening. The direction is northwest. in the northern hemisphere and southwest in the southern hemisphere. The objects are watches, stamps, jewels, gold, jade, pearls, ice, and objects made of metal. Okay, so these are real pearls. They're real. So these three pearls will be for you. Jade. Got some jade. Pearls and jade beads. That bag's for you now. That's interesting. It mentions ice. It mentions ice, and it's snowing outside where you are. That's cool. The buildings, Capitol buildings, Parliament, temples, geometric designs, fortresses, Congress halls, ancestral halls, and altars. So literally, your altar will send energy into Capitol buildings, into parliaments, into temples, into any building that has geometric designs of fortress, Congress halls, and ancestral halls. Your energy literally permeates those buildings. Remember, not your thoughts, but your heart. Your heart runs around these buildings and says, nope, that's not good. Not supporting your decisions. And then they don't get supported by the divine spirit. It's that simple. It's not attacking, it's supporting healthy stuff and just turning the back on the bad stuff. And your heart does it. You don't even think about it. You don't even know your energy is there, but that's what happens. So so I don't know if you got the second altar together completely, but I would encourage you to get, like you got your bowl, put some water in there, or something like that. Make it official today sometime because you'll be able to transmit more effectively with two altars. Yeah. The heaven trigram is also known as the creative and is symbolic of pure yang energy. It consists of three solid yang lines and symbolizes the creative impulse of heaven, where the sky, humanity, and earth are all complete yang. It represents the Taoist concept of the divine, the energy of the cosmos that brings a myriad of things into being. It is very active and initiating. Heaven represents guidance and the liberating hand of truth. It helps us discriminate between truth and falsehood, allowing us to perceive reality. The full force of heaven's energy can express itself as a strong moral, religious, or intuitive nature. However, the lack of any yielding energy can result in a one-sided quality, sternness, lack of earthly sensibilities, or imagination, or social and emotional naviat. In the context of politics, Yan stands for peace. In the realm of architecture, it's agri- I'm being silly. In the realm of agriculture, it signifies success with the necessary tasks and predicts an abundant harvest. Whether the sky is clear and normal and humanity works with all its strength, the fields representing the earth are well tilled and well watered. The trigram also symbolizes good fortune. In terms of health, the heaven trigram relates to the lungs. We absorb heaven through our breath. We literally take heaven in through our lungs, inhaling not only oxygen, but also all of the traditions of heaven, the fine vibrations of the cosmos. The lungs, corresponding to the Chinese element of metal, are home to the iron in our red blood. Iron attracts oxygen, yin attracts yang. Heaven is truly inside us. To align ourselves with the energy of the heaven trigram, we must speak and seek the truth. Physically, we need to practice deep breathing and meditation. That's going back to stopping the thoughts from the Mutunatar, going back to the meditation and the breathing. Very specifically, you should write it down. I need to work on breathing. I need to YouTube some breathing meditation techniques. You should do that. We may also sing, chant, play music, and say our prayers to tap into the harmonic vibrational world of heaven. Our diet must provide a healthy quantity of quality iron. In intellectual terms, we can sharpen our metal through precision work, accurate calculations, and a clean and orderly working environment. Artistically, this trigram is associated with geometric patterns and classically proportioned artwork. In terms of feng shui, it is associated with the helpful people in our life, altruistic viewpoints, and the consideration of well-being, the consideration of well-being of others and our environment. It encourages us to indulge in selfless giving and the creation of a higher awareness inside ourselves. It gives us the sense of being connected with heaven. The key to heaven is gratitude for everything, good and bad. I mean, like, you're already living most of that. But here's what I see. I see a trigram with 3 lines. That tells me heaven is connected through 3 lines. And I just told you about all the energies you're connected with. Now, if you're connected with them, I'm connected with them. So I'll show you what I'm going to do right now. Because you sitting there like, oh, I'm just going to listen to what you say. So rather than telling you to do it, 3 lines. I'm going to put this up on my altar right now. I'm going to do the same thing at my secondary altar. And you're still sitting there. I find when I read something that's beneficial, something that's practical, I see it right away. I start working with it right away. Don't wait for a perfect moment. The moment had to be created. And through our creation, through the interpretation of the signs that happen all around us in our life, most people would call an old word they would use coincidence. But when I see things, I see alignment. I see a message. I see a divine message from heaven itself telling me what to do. Yantras are very effective. Yantras are geometric shapes placed on the ground, placed as a picture on the wall. And these shapes can use stones for their layout. You could use metal, you could use water, you could use wood, you could use sand, you could use a whole bunch of different elements. These yantras, these geometric shapes laid out in the atmosphere, especially before an altar, they open up portals. A portal, not for your physical body to walk through, for your mind, for your heart, for the immaterial part of you that is eternal. So, bro, I see now a little bit more clearly what heaven is doing with you. And heaven just told me what heaven's doing with you. Said you're an initiate. You're an initiate. That's what it said. This was the great mystery of the ineffable name and this true arrangement of its letters, and of course its true pronunciation and its meaning soon became lost to all except a select few. Diodorus says that the name given by Moses to God was Yar. Diodorus says that the Samaritans termed God Yarbe, but the Jews, Eol, Philo Biblis gives the poem Eo, and Clemens of Alexandria, Yaor. Macrobius says that it was an admitted axiom among the heathen that the literal Eol was the sacred name of the supreme God. And the clarion oracles said, "Learn thou that Eol is the great God supreme and ruleth over all." The letter I, the letter I signified unity. A and Q are the first and last A and O are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. Hence the frequent expression, "I am the first and I am the last, and besides me there is no other God." I am Alpha and Omega, and the first and the last, and I am A and O, the beginning and the end, which is and was and is to come, the omnipotent. For in this we see shadowed forth the same great truth that God is all in all. The cause and the effect, the beginning or impulse or generative power, and the ending or result or that which is produced. That he is in reality all that is, all that ever was, and all that ever will be, in this sense that nothing besides himself has existed eternally. And thus the meaning of the expression Elohim, a plural noun used in the account of the creation, with which Genesis commences with a singular verb, and of the name of or title Elohim, used for the first time in the fourth verse in the chapter of the same book, becomes clear. The Elohim is the aggregate unity of the manifested creative forces or powers of deity, his emanations, and Yohu Elohim is the absolute existence of essence of these powers and forces of which they are active manifestations and emanations. This was the profound truth hidden in the ancient allegory and covered from the general view with a double veil. This was the esoteric meaning of the generation and production of the Indian, Chaldean, and Phoenician cosmogonies, and the active and passive powers of the male and female principles of heaven and its luminaries generating and the earth producing, all hiding from world view as above its comprehension, the doctrine that matter is not eternal, but that God was the only original existence, the absolute, from whom everything has proceeded and to whom all returns, and that all moral law springs not from the relation of things, but from his wisdom and essential justice as the omnipotent legislator. And this true word is with entire accuracy said to have been lost because its measuring was lost even among the Hebrews. Well, I tell you, I found it. I found it. It's not lost. It's hidden. It's hidden in cultures all around the world in their ancient stories. It all connects. They use the exact same words from Africa to India. If you really examine their words and what they're talking about, you're going to see they're talking about the same story. And I was trying to find something in ancient Egypt. Well, I couldn't find it. I turned to some Norse, some Scandinavian understandings, and I found that missing information over there. See, even historians don't agree on their beliefs. And when love believes all things, you can find pieces of that puzzle nobody thought even existed. You keep pointing to your book. Love's powerful. And you got a wonderful heart. You got an amazing heart. And I love you, bro. I love you, bro. It's really, really amazing stuff.
I love you more. If it's possible to be
You
more
gotta get away from the camera, bro. You speak and it sounds like you're speaking through like a
I have,
projecting microphone.
good. I love you. There it
Always,
is. Ooh.
every day, every day, every day. And this this is what you're figuring out, and this is what you're doing. This is what the world is up to. This is what the world is doing. So it's a beautiful reality. It's a beautiful harmonization uh, of what you are learning. I think that is amazing because that is that makes my heart rejoice. Thus has the powerful king of Rome increased his realm with lands of heath, land divinities of giants and heathen lands. He is said to have his throne south of Weird's Well. Skapti Thorlson said this: "The might of the Lord of Monks is greatest. God has power over most things. The great Christ created the world, the whole world, and built Rome's hall. King of heavens, as Marcus said, wind halls, prince created, ground and heavens as well as the virtuous host. Alone the ruler of men, Christ can control all things." This is from Scandinavian ancient Norse legend. Maybe you don't comprehend the reality of it. Christ alone can control all things. Everything. Everything. What we've been talking about. From the Alpha and Omega. From the beginning to the end. To living in heaven. To being the golden child. Like, how many... The King of Angels, as I Life also said, "The noble might of God's Son is better than men can imagine, yet the generous Lord of Angels is holier and worthier than everything." The King of Jordan, as Sigvat said, "Once Jordan's prince did send 4 angels from the sky."
Oh, I'm. Oh, yeah, okay.
You can chat. Just lower
Okay,
your
got it.
volume.
Got it. Um, I'm fascinated that it's like all done through the heart, and it makes so much sense. I'm still lower.
Yeah, your volume is like
Okay,
crazy through the roof.
I'll fix it. Wait a second. Is it okay like this?
Much better, much better. Yes, yes, much
Wow.
better. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Go on, please, please, go on.
I'm fascinated that it's all done through the heart, and that makes sense to me. Because, like, is my volume okay? By the way, I'm scared to like talk aloud.
It, yeah, your volume it's loud. It's loud.
Oh,
It's
okay,
coming through very, yeah.
is this better? Like, I'll talk like that. Okay, rising on the fly. Okay, so I'm fascinated that it's all done through the heart. It's not consciously perceived by me, but the effects that we are having on the world and the environment are clearly extremely powerful and real, even though I'm consciously not doing anything than just following my heart. I can see it every day, and I'll just say that it's already the best day, as we say every day.
Yeah, yes, that's what we play. That's what we play.
Yeah, that's it.
And so I gotta say, bro, that you're whispering, there's something like I can feel energies. Like I can pick that stuff up heavy. Like I, li- I like the whispering. I like the whispering.
When you do it, when you say anything, throw off good energy.
It's like it's literally like it's like my butt. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff in my head on it, and yeah, keep whispering.
Okay, I know. It's soothing. To everyone tuned in, we love you and thank you for watching us. And yeah, love everyone.
All right, Mr. Awesome. That's all. I don't think I gotta calling you Mr. Awesome right now because you are awesome. Check this out. The union of the monad and the duad produces the triad, signifying the world formed by creative principle out of matter. Pythagoras represented the world by the right-angled triangle in which the squares of the two shortest sides are equal, added together to the square of the longest one, as the world as formed is equal to the creative cause, the matter clothed with form. In geometry, a line cannot represent a body absolutely perfect, as little do two lines constitute a figure demonstratively perfect, but three lines form by their junction the triangle or the first figure regularly perfect. And this is why it has served and still serves to characterize the eternal, who infinitely perfect in his nature is as universal creator, the first being, and consequently the first perfection. The quadrangle, or the square, perfect as it appears, being but the second perfection, can in no wise represent God, who is the first. It is to be noted that the name of God in the Latin and French, Deus, Deo, has for its initial the delta, or Greek triangle. Such is the reason among ancients and moderns for the con- for the consecration of the triangle, whose three sides are emblems of the three kingdoms, or nature, or God. In the center is the Hebrew Yor, the initials of Yahweh, the animating spirit of fire, the generative principle, represented by the letter G, initial of the name of deity in the languages of the north, and the meaning whereof is generation. This card. We're going to pull a card. And with this card that we're going to pull, it has a guided meditation, which will be a benefit.
Hexagram 30, by the way. 30.
Sweet. So we got the Pyramid of Light. Man, everything is screaming out golden sunchild, man. Step into your vibration. Step your vibration deeper into love. And you said a trigram 30, correct? So we're going to go to trigram 30 first, and then we're going to read that guided meditation and the Pyramid of Light. So number 30 for the trigram Li is brightness, the clinging. Attributes is cohesion and illumination, brilliance. This hexagram comprises fire over fire, suggesting both the constant splendor of sunlight above the shorter-lived luminance of terrestrial blazes and the spirits of exemplary humans. As flames cling to their source of fuel and light embraces the surfaces it reveals, so human wisdom attaches to and brightens our lives. Fire depends on an enduring inner source of nourishment if it is to be sustained. Often it is difficult to maintain the fires of our enthusiasms due to our failure to supply ourselves with the right amounts of the right sort of fuel, such as inspiration and support. The flames either die away or blaze out of control. Lee reminds us that in nature each living substance has found a way to survive. With patience and docility, we can relearn this instinctive knowledge and move toward a more enlightened state. In business, this hexagram can also indicate that things will get brighter. Everything we need to know is accessible through the subconscious mind. Once unveiled, this enlightenment can be put to the service of others, illuminating their paths and revealing hope. In this quest for enlightenment, we must be wary of becoming fixated with illumination of the self. Nothing of value is produced by vanity and a lack of empathy and compassion for others. I'm not even interested in reading the lines there at the bottom. And this is why I'm not interested in reading these details. Because this is you. You already got there. You don't need to understand why you're happy. You don't need to understand why people leave you alone. You don't need to understand. God doesn't need to understand being God. Existence is sufficient.
And that I Ching is beautiful. Just that was number 3, the 3 lines in the story you read. It wasn't a story. That was from great grandfather, and they popped out the three lines that can turn into a triangle. The 3 lines on the I Ching. 30. It's beautiful. Just beautiful, beautiful. Shine, 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 shine.
Even
Is
though
it?
the triagram of unbroken line represents heaven, and I read the I Ching like, that's amazing. That's amazing. Amazing. And like if you connect the 3 lines that are equal, what do you get? A triangle.
And it's so cool because the Divine Mother, any follower of the Divine Mother, every morning they're going to trace a triangle on their palms.
It was talking about Pythagoras in Greece. He discovered some like math formulas about how to calculate it by like squared stuff around triangle.
What did we create? We did it before, but we did it for everybody else. The Merkaba, and
Yes.
you and I, we sit inside of a Merkaba of 2 3-sided pyramids. I mean, pyramids 4, but I don't know what to call a freaking triangle that's, anyways. Oh, it's got a name. But,
Like
yeah.
the by itself, I was always fascinated with this, but like originates both from Egypt.
Was that a bird? Did I hear a bird over there?
Outside. What's the original Merkaba? It's like a Hebrew or Egyptian thing, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it connects to all of it. It connects to all of it. It's a beautiful reality. It's an absolutely beautiful reality.
Definitely. Yeah.
So we're talking about the Merkaba. We're talking about being a pillar of light. All this glorious, good, directed energy. And this card, Pyramid of Light, has in bold and not, it has capital letters. It's not like on any other page. Nope, everything, the other ones are bold. It's a lowercase. Anyways, it says this Pyramid of Light card is screaming psychic protection. Step your vibration deeper into love. As a being growing in significant light, darker energies can become more attracted to you. There is nothing to fear and only more mastery and awareness of the power and protection of divine love to experience. Here is guidance on the skills you have within you now to deal with any undesired interference. The Pyramid of Light confirms that energies have been causing interference with your path, and it's time to now end that interference with love and compassion. This oracle brings you confirmation that you are growing spiritually, and as such, there are higher levels of responsibility and skill required of you to continue to thrive and blossom to even deeper places of spiritual expansion. These new levels will feel joyful to you as they bring you to greater personal mastery and freedom from fear. Sometimes when you are growing your light,
darker energies become more interested in you. There's nothing to be afraid of because no energy can interfere with you without your permission, and if you have unconsciously given permission by action or deed in this or other lifetimes, you have the free will to withdraw that permission from a place of peace and love within you right now. The key to handling any energy effectively, even that energy which you no longer wish to have connected to your energy field, is to have compassion and respect in your heart, combined with a firm boundary and an understanding of the principles of psychic protection. There are practices which are easy and helpful for you to use to nurture your light and make it easier to go into that place of inner peace and love on a daily basis. And that help to protect and nourish the energy of your home and workplace too. One such practice recommended for you now is the Pyramid of Light. This can be added to any other spiritual or inner work practice and yet will also stand on its own. It can be used on a person, physical space such as a home or workplace, or venue for a special occasion, and even placed around a project. This ritual that we're going to share in a moment will clear you at any time you feel that there are forces interfering with your free will or life plans. Sometimes you just sense some blocks that you know are not coming from within you and you know are not serving the higher unfoldment and they need to be released. You can use this ritual or a skilled spiritual healer to help you with this process. But but know that what you most need is a compassionate heart and enough confidence to realize that you alone give or revoke permission for any being to be connected with your energy field. Seeking to exert influence over your thoughts, actions, or life choices, either consciously or not. Sometimes we just need to remind ourselves of the power of our free will and choice. If any being in the physical world or the inner worlds ever tells you that you have no power of choice as a human being, do not believe them. They are in deception and they are not to be trusted. They may believe what they are saying, but they are not honoring the innate spiritual gift of free will that every human soul was given as a gift in gratitude for coming to this earth to help with service to her awakening. Your free will is your most fundamental spiritual inheritance as a human being, and it cannot be taken by another except in illusion. Once you realize this, you can claim back your power at any time. The pyramid of light says that you may have beings who think they're helping you, but are not of unconditional love, and therefore are better to be released from your energy field. These beings may or may not be in physical form. They may or may not appear as very spiritual teachers or helpers. The oracle indicates that there are also thoughts, feelings, and other energies around you that are not helping you. And with these easy, I like to call it a jam that we're going to do, we can clear all of that. You can feel that your path is clearer and easier with less fog and confusion. Now, bro, this was not for you. It's what people need. People need psychic protection. We looked at what was going on and we said, what's going on in the world? There's some problems going on. Some whatever that information was. If you're interested and you're watching our video, it'll be uploaded at the end of the day, a couple hours after broadcast, and you can watch it again and see exactly what we're talking about. Just have to keep moving forward though. So we were able to find the minutia of what's going on in the world right now. Then we became aware of what the solution was. You actually flipped to the solution number 55 in the I Ching. I had the 555 thing happen that morning, so I was like, boom, that lined up for me. 55, I'm seeing this is the way forward. So my spirit, my soul, all of my energy, obviously flowing, just like we read in here, right? Flowing so that can support the heart. You're the heart, bro. You're the heart. I'm the fire, right? I'm the fire. I'll burn the fire all day long and then some. But you're the heart. So we're going to send all the energy so the heart can do what it needs to. And that's what we came to. The world needs psychic protection from the pyramid of life.
Yeah.
So this jam I'm reading, bro, this is not necessarily for you or I, but it is going out to the whole world. What I am envisioning is the whole world. I'm seeing the world, and I'm putting a gold covering, a gold, not not to hurt it, but like a gold foil covering all around the world, like shielding it, but at the same time reflecting beautiful light, like it's something really good and beautiful. I don't know all the good it's doing, but it's doing something good for the world. So when I start reading, then this is going to go to the whole world, and your heart is the juice, the changing factor. I can set up the environment. I found that enough. I can set up the environment so you could knock it down, like for the win, knock it in for the win. Talked about bowling earlier. So as we would do with anything, and for this one, bro, I recommend just close your eyes. Just close your eyes like for a morning jam, and I'm gonna give it a proper opening and closing. So that's how much we're going to do this one. Let me look over it real quick because sometimes it has like preliminary information in the middle of it, or it says, well, they're supposed to say this and blah, blah, blah. Okay. That looks good. Okay, that portion. Boom. Okay. Of course, when I use words, when I change my voice, I'm being your mouth for a moment. I'm being the lips of your voice. And so, this meditation, for all those at home, you can be more than happy to follow and jump in and join in and add to or use for yourself, however your journey goes, which will be positive, bringing in psychic protection. But bro, as you're doing your jam, yeah, close your eyes, follow the jam like you do. I don't need to give you instruction. I don't even need to tell you to do that. You already know. I shut up. Love you.
Lover hearts all over the world.
Yes, 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 yes. Okay, okay. This one, yeah, okay. So when I'm done, I won't be done. All right. All right. Says you found a quiet spot, and if you can cross your legs, it would be preferable to cross your legs underneath you or on a chair or sitting with your back straight up, your arms resting in your lap or whatever's comfortable, palms facing upwards, and fingers just resting open, and eyes closed. Imagine, sense, perceive, or feel an enormous shining eye of the divine gazing out from the center of the sun. Imagine that this enormous eye in the center of the sun is made of pure white light with flecks of neon violet in the center, and around the edges of every light particle. The light is electric violet, alive and powerful with spiritual energy. Imagine this huge eye as a powerful point of light above your head. Then visualize, sense, perceive, or intend that this point of light shoots out in four distinct directions, landing as four separate points beneath you, forming a square base for your pyramid of light, with each point joining together. North, south, west, and east. The base of the pyramid of light is filled with electric light. Each of the four corners of the base shoot light up to the point above your head, forming the apex and four sides of the pyramid of light, which then are filled with electric violet light. You are completely encompassed within your pyramid of light. Imagine within the pyramid of light 7 stars of light now form, made of pure white light with neon violet in the center and the edges of every light particle. Each star of light within your pyramid aligns within each of your 7 energy centers, one at the top of your head, the next at your forehead, the next at your throat, then your heart space in the center of your chest, your solar plexus around the abdominal area, the belly, the base of the spine, and 2 more for a hidden 9, one at the back of your heart and one at the back. As these 2 additional stars form above the crown and beneath your body in the earth, all contained within your pyramid of light. If the pyramid needs to expand in size to allow for these additional 2 stars to fit comfortably within, then let that happen now. Finally, allow 4 smaller stars to form in the palms of the hands and soles of the feet. You are completely and thoroughly contained within your cleansing, protective pyramid of light now. Stay there for a few moments and really feel and sense. As a sovereign being of light, I now claim full ownership of my energy field, and any being or entity that is draining my energy or fueling me with fear no longer has my permission to be in my energy field. You must leave, beloveds. I honor you and I wish you well, but you cannot stay here anymore, and you cannot return. Of my own free will and through divine grace and the protection of unconditional love and all that is the divine father and mother and the family, this is now so. So be it. Then, as you feel and sense the energy swirling within and around, I ask that this pyramid be held in place for the coming week, for the coming year, for the coming future of all that humanity has to be. I program it to deflect negative energies and allow negative energies to continue to leave my body, mind, and energy field. I also program it to allow positive energies to enter and remain in my body, mind, and energy field. Through the grace of divine and my own free will, so be it. I am love. I am light. To manage my own energy field, I have every right. Compassion, peace, and strength I am. I witness the dark with peace in my heart. In my energy, there is space only for love. That is unconditional and gentle as the dove. I am unconditional love. I am unconditional love. I am unconditional love. I am love. I am light. I manage my own energy field. I have every right, compassion, peace, and strength. I am. I witness the dark with peace in my heart. In my energy, there is space only for love. That is unconditional and gentle as the dove. I am love. I am love. I am love. I am love. I am light. To manage my own energy field, I have every right. Compassion, peace, and strength, I am. I witness the dark with peace in my heart. In my energy, there is space only for love. That is unconditional and gentle as the dove. I am love. I am love. I am love. I officially need to move. Flute. What'd you feel? How'd you experience? Share, bro. Please, please.
I feel beautiful. I envision basically being of and everything that you said was in at the end.
Go ahead and try to go ahead and talk normal because either
Oh,
your audio is kicking out
can you
or
hear
it's
me
not
good?
coming.
Can you hear me good now?
That's a perfect volume.
There
Yes.
it is. Awesome, awesome. It's aligned now. So I've been feeling like, as I said, a whole world encompassing in this love and protection psychically, as we have described. And next to me, I have my coffee that I, for some reason, mixed with orange juice. I was inclined to do that. It's an interesting combination, but I was drinking that interesting taste. And then I have a water here. And at the end of your jam, I was just following my heart, and I spilled it, and a bunch of it like sprinkled everywhere, including on my I Ching, but just on the outside. And I felt like that's some kind of a confirmation. And
I brought out the last of my orange juice this morning, but I haven't poured myself a glass yet.
that's your sign, our sign, and get some water. Oh, on the note of water or something. Where is this? Mm, I can't find it. Oh, I have a small part. I don't know where the rest of. Oh, I think I put it on the altar. Anyways, yesterday, I had like I put like a piece of leaves here on the top of the third eye in my cap.
Yeah.
I found it this morning. It was still in my cap, and look at it. Like it's literally dehydrated. Like fully dehydrated.
Okay, where did you put it?
It was here all day yesterday.
Okay, good. The next time you go to the store, you get yourself some grapes still on the vine, and you let them hang up on your altar. And they're going to turn to raisins all on their own. They're not going to get bad. They're not going to turn to bugs.
I got associated with that because, like, what? It's full. It was like a whole plant, but now it's like dehydrated. And like, I was like, oh, you do that with raisin, but it was in my cap. And I was like, what? Like, okay. Anyways, awesome sauce. Squared.
Everything we've been talking about is the light. You are the light. You are shining. You don't have to understand it. You just are. And because you are, the world, the planet, the weather itself will bend to your nature. That's why I don't want to control the wind. I don't care what the wind does. I don't care if it's cold or hot or what,
Exactly.
but
Just let it
whatever,
flow.
but whatever would be according to your heart that would actually create. This literally had words saying program it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
yeah.
programming. Like, so literally, bro, literally, I'm setting up the thing and you just like,
I just gotta plug my phone
now,
in. This is awesome, awesome, awesome.
and I'm gonna do something right quick. I'm gonna cover the phone, but not for long. But that's what winds up happening because it's because of like throughout what we wind up witnessing, throughout what winds up happening in our day-to-day ongoings, it seems like this is what I keep noticing. I mean, like, look, I got it right here. I mean, like, you could argue or say whatever you want, but that dark stuff is the residue from a lemon. There's lemon seeds and it's the residue from the lemon from the lime. Yeah, it's a lemon, and it's almost like this wax kind of a paste, but it's literally it's like hard candy. It's like a candy, like a lemon drop kind of, but it's not, but like you can mold it or whatever. And if I take it and put it in my mouth,
it tastes like a lime. It tastes like that little piece tastes like exactly like a lime. This what the residue is from the lime. I put the lime juice in here with the seeds, and then it just dehydrated, and it left that little like solid lime stuff behind. Where if you add water to it, it tastes like a fresh lime, like all the stuff in the lime. So the energy field that you exist as is literally creating this environment around you. The altar, any altars you create in nature or at home are going to express that energy. Because any altar that an individual sets up is doing no more except projecting their own. It's not just projecting, it's creating, it's putting a signature of their energy in the environment. It broadcasts the signal. If you got a bigger altar, you can broadcast farther. That's all it is, a bigger antenna. An altar antenna for the soul to be able to reach farther. And so literally that's what's going on. And that's a beautiful thing, bro. That's a beautiful thing. We some regular old. I like this. This wouldn't be like, I wouldn't call this. I can't call this ghostbustering. I can't call this demon hunting. I don't know what to call this. I don't know what we're doing, and
And
that's
that
okay.
means that
It
we
doesn't mean
succeeded.
anything.
That means we succeeded. As it's new territory and it doesn't have a name. It is yet to be named or remain unnamed and just be called love.
Take the unconditional out. It's just love. I'm a little kid. I'm
Yes.
like 5 years old, whatever, and I'm like, wow, God is love. I never thought God is unconditional love. Love is love. What unconditional? Conditional? Fuck your conditions. Love
On
has no
that note,
bounds.
on that
Love's not
note,
limited.
I have an awesome divine idea again about the
Sure, sure.
commandments. So we talked yesterday about how the first is my audio good, by the way? Now, like, am I
Perfect.
too loud?
It's perfect.
It's perfect. Awesome. So we talked yesterday about how the first and second commandment are essentially saying the same thing. Oh, you will love this one. Okay. So, and it's love God and love thy neighbor. And both are essentially God because every human has a potential to be a creator.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if God is unconditional love and unconditional love is love, the first and second commandment are basically love, love, love squared.
Mm-hmm.
You can remove all the other words. The first and the second commandment are love squared.
Mm-hmm.
They're the
Mm.
or love, love, however you want to interpret it.
You know what? I have to agree with that. I have to agree
Yeah.
with that. I, from what we read earlier, I cannot dismiss that. It's not funny. It's not like a. I mean, you can laugh or whatever, like in your joy and your happiness.
Yeah,
That's
that was a
fine.
joyous
But
laugh. Like
yeah,
I
that's fine.
discovered something cool. Like
But
we discovered something.
but for me, like that's I'm not joking at it. I'm not laughing at. I'm
Ah,
like in all reality, like
also very
that's
serious. Yeah.
actually some mathematical reality, because what we just read earlier from essentially from great grandpa was that within the square, like the square supports the circle in the middle, which is just like my space. My it's been like set up like this for so long, and I don't do it like this everywhere. Everywhere it changes, I don't know. I just follow the energy of the room, and that's what it's. The square is in the oval. The egg is within the square, and
love your neighbor, love God. Yeah, exactly. Times 2 squared. I mean, how are you going to give a mathematical formula to somebody who doesn't understand math? Like in the middle, like these guys didn't get it, but the guy after in beginning, Alpha and Omega, the dude from the beginning is going to, in the end, he's going to recognize the
Yeah.
people in the middle did not need to understand the information. So they wound up going to war and fighting and doing all this stupid crap over, well, you're right. No, you're right. No, I don't understand. Well, I don't know. Well, we're supposed to hold this and make sure somebody fucking gets it, but they ain't showing up. So they can, so then they squared, love squared. That, like, literally, mathematically, biblically, everything we read esoterically, like, yes, yes, yeah, yes, yes.
Yeah, Vishnu had to figure it out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It's just, it's fun. Like this life, I've been telling everybody, this life is not about learning anything or it's about remembering. You remember what you accomplished. And kind of you get the you're like, oh yeah, and then like I don't know, you don't remember all the details, but you just get these upgrades. But you don't just get upgrades out of nowhere. That doesn't make no sense. You don't just get abilities out of nowhere. Anyways, past lives and all that cool stuff. Man, you're cool.
I prefer the word awesome sauce squared, and we are.
You're awesome sauce squared.
And we are. And we
We
are.
are. Yes.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. By the way, we at this point incorporates literally everyone on the same vibration. Yeah. So
Yep. One world, one humanity, prosperous future for all, prosperous good things for all. And if there's anything that's not running too smooth, we'll take out the rough edges and it'll get smooth.
yeah, that's definitely what I've been experiencing. Like you said, something like you create your own environment, and sure, maybe it's not like instantly, but ever since the new year, it's literally just like I stayed very focused on my heart, just kept doing that, nothing else, and like environment shifts in the favor of I and we, as we
Yeah.
see.
So so when I mention the environment, like I can set up the more than the word control, I can set up the environment. I can set it up so
Oh,
that like things are gonna flow. So I essentially I found this out doing ceremonies for people. I'm looking for something, but I'm gonna keep talking. But when I do my ceremonies for people, I get my sound bowl. You know, sound bowl. You know, sound bowl, and
yeah.
and I play my sound bowl, and people just they have an out of body experience. Literally, they stand in my circle. They stand in my. Oh, found it, fella. I'm looking for. They stand inside the portal, inside the stones. That's Pinky. You want to say hi?
You're on.
Anyway, and this is. And you guys say hi too. I never tell.
I, I on my end.
Okay. Anyways, but I do my jam. I play my, and then they have an out of body experience. One day, I was thinking about Cheetos by accident, and it still worked. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this on purpose. I don't know, I got my stones, the quartz crystals are set up in a circle, people stand in the middle, I go around and play my sound bowl. Woo, woo, woo. And that's all I do. I walk around and so I got all my bells on me so they could hear me. I ain't gonna walk around and not hear me, so I'm not sneaking up on them or nothing. And so I do my sound bowl, walk around, and then they have an out of body experience. And so one day I said, after making a mistake, I was like, okay, this time I'm going to think about Cheetos the whole time. I want to go get me a bag of Cheetos because I actually had money because the people gave me a little tip. So I actually had a couple dollars and I could go get a bag of Cheetos. So I was actually looking forward to getting a bag of Cheetos. I was really looking forward to getting a bag of Cheetos. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And purposefully, this particular time, I'm like, all right, I'm thinking about Cheetos on purpose. I ain't even thinking about nothing else. And the person comes out and they shared the most awesome, fantastical experience of out of body experiences I ever heard. How, okay, don't matter what I'm thinking about or anything.
Yeah.
I set up the environment and
Yeah.
I play a tune, I read a story, I say a few words, poof, because all I'm doing is I'm creating the environment to where there's no baddies around. I'm pushing all the negative energy away.
Mhm.
I know how to physically create this with talismans, and I've been doing it for 3 years. It's easy as Flint at this point. And so, literally, I set up a point at the practically top of North America. And I set up a point at the bottom of North America, but down at the bottom by the Gulf. And I created these 2 points, and I consecrated these 2 spots. And then I started using them like my own tuning forks so that I could get farther. Mm.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
oh.
yeah,
I connected so many
yeah.
things with everything you said, and it's
Okay,
like,
so I set these 2 points up here. If you want to get technical, that's how I found you and other people to help. And now, between the two of us, we have 3 points of contact. So whatever we create, whatever we focus on, can hit the entire planet at once, just like we did, just like psychic protection for the
Mhm.
whole planet. We said, you got bad negative energy, you got good positive energy,
Yeah,
and we left it at that. That's a blessing.
I have two things to say. One is just silly, fun, and interesting, and another is very actually an insight about how my eye work. So first, the silly one. I love Cheetos also. It's a delicious little thing. Second one. This is interesting. So you talked about like how important it is to still your mind, to have no thoughts, right? Remember what I told you that I do not have a voice in my head.
Oh
I am I
yeah.
am literally always in that state and I'm thinking with my heart. I am thinking with my heart. What people have in their brain, I don't experience it. I'm thinking with my heart. Literally, I just connected it. That's all my life. That explains a lot of things about me. I do not have a voice in my head, quite literally, and that's also why the invocation hit me very differently than like I remember you were explaining it like it's gonna add a voice that's different, and I don't have that to experience it, so I just felt like colors, love, euphoria, like new returned happiness, like because I don't have a voice, I think with my heart.
That's cool. Those were some details like you shared those, and I could totally have missed that myself. But big booty Jessica, but in my face. I gotta write this one down.
I also just realized it. So I'm, as I said, no voice in my head. I'm literally speaking what comes to my mind always, and that's how I got some of my best ideas out and some of the biggest judgments of people and misunderstanding. I'm just like spilling my heart out always. So it's pretty cool in this state.
Okay, so without me giving anything away, but at the same token, while I'm sharing some information, there was a time in the past, and I told you to, and I had mentioned to you to combine two images that you had drawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just turned to a page in my book, and it had two images that I had drawn. And I'm trying to express what is in my head of what you just told me, and I can only draw it. And I look at the only thing on the page, and it says, well, let's combine those two images.
Love squared. Portal within a portal, blessing within a blessing.
Yep. Yep. I'm gonna do one more for my own, because I saw a variance, and I'd like to express the variance, or else my own mind will not shut up, will not be quiet.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Anyways, shapes are amazing. Wow. There are some things that I mentioned. I share about 90% of everything. There are some things that are earned. Some things are earned to know. And I hope everybody gets there one day. Everybody will get there one day. Look at this guy. That's deserves a moment of silence.
Um,
What's up, buddy?
as usual, flowing, infinite love, infinite happiness. Best day ever, nothing new.
Chiron Quincunx Mars creates terrific transmutative force, as do all quincunxes. I'm not pronouncing it. That I've never seen that. Quincunxes? Quincuncxes.
Well, hell, let's look up what it means together, because I'm freaking curioed. I'm curioed. There we go. Let's see what that word means. Talking about Chiron. Wow, it says you will find very few natives with this position who are closed to consciousness expansion, though you will find many who yearn for more awareness, but do not know how to attain it. Okay, then that queench means something. Queen, queen, yeah. In conjunct, queen conch, and in conjunct in astrology is a 150-degree aspect between two planets or points located 5 signs apart. It signifies a need for constant adjustment, awkwardness, or incongruity because the signs involved share no common element, modality, or polarity. It acts as a minor aspect of or an itch, causing subtle long-term friction or internal discomfort. But whoa, so we're 5 planets apart, and whatever the meaning of this, we're 5 planets apart, and we have found how to, because there's a 150-degree aspect between two planets or points located 5 signs apart. Okay, you got that? Okay, so you understand that better than I do. And so these two energies, we have found a way how to constantly adjust, how to stay awkward. We have this so weird thing between us. I don't get it and I don't care to understand it, but I accept it.
Yeah, that's how you live actually. On this
Okay,
frequency, that's what you do. Also,
it
awkward
says
doesn't exist anymore in this state.
right, yeah. Okay, so it says chart number 37 is the chart of a priest who has been leading transformative walks to holy sites. He has great charisma, and his drive to bring in great energy is strengthened by Mars injunct. Uh, Queenskunks? Queenskunks, aren't they? Or injunct. It's injunction. It's in like an injunction. Anyways, to bring this great energy. He has great charisma, and his drive to bring in great energy is strengthened by Mars on Chiron. Mars at 150 degrees to Chiron. His south node in Virgo shows he was a healer in past lives who has come to communicate ecstasy. The north node in Pisces in the third house. Mars 150 degrees to Chiron is a difficult aspect to develop, but there is great potential for continual new levels of awareness. Uh, some says that's not the one I want to read. I'm just going where my thumbs are, man. On a personal level, the connection between Jupiter and Chiron causes the native to react very strongly to transmutative energy forces, and to feel great urges to reach other levels of reality. They develop very strong convictions as they mature, and they are very driven to communicate their beliefs. However, with the hard aspects, they may become overbearing and even have difficulties maintaining a firm hold on reality. Okay, so then that's where I can jump it out, because that was my mom. Okay, on the negative, controlling it. And I wiped all that crap out. I wiped all that junk I knocked out. So we are doing a very interesting astrological dance between our energies, and we found a way to make it work. Hallelujah. Like, I don't know what else to understand. I mean, that's just told us what we're experiencing.
Perfectly. And not only work, but like work perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like the most aligned thing in history.
And while the pious Christian believes that the Word dwelt in the mortal body of Jesus of Nazareth and suffered upon the cross, and that the Holy Ghost was poured out upon the apostles and now inspires every truly Christian soul, while all these faiths assert their claims to the exclusive position of the truth, Masonry inculcates its old doctrine and no more, that God is one, that his thoughts uttered in his word created the universe and preserve it by those eternal laws which are the expression of that thought, that the soul of man breathed into him by God is immortal as his thoughts are, and he is free to do evil or to choose good, responsible for his acts and punishable for his sins, that all evil and wrong and suffering are but temporary, the discords of one great harmony, and that in his good time they will lead by infinite modulations to the great harmonic final chord and cadence of truth, love, peace, and happiness that will ring forever and ever under the arches of heaven among all the stars of the world and in all souls of men and angels.
Isn't it beautifully silly how every day is better? Like, yeah.
I
Yep.
chased my heart since the age of 5, bro. We on fives right now? Since I was 5 years old, I chased my heart. I said,
I-
if God is love, then I'm going to spend my life pursuing becoming love because I might get this close to reaching out.
and we didn't get this close. We reached it. And by the way, on the note of 5, you can see it on the replay, but I literally just like popped my I Ching off and it was on that. I just turned it around. Like I didn't even think about it. I didn't even flip the pages as usual. I just like opened the book and it was 55.
Just like myself, bro. Every single that's yes. It's let this book speak for me here in the same fashion. All the different historical epics define only different stages since the fall of man and his long climb up the ladder of artificiality. He has invented all kinds of artificial and mechanical means and appliances to overcome the difficulties which beset the way. His accomplishments toward bolstering and patching up his weaknesses he calls wonderful progress. His success is so limited, however, and his infirmities so apparent that he has no recourse save to attribute the deficiency to nature and to lower the standards of human ability, whether mental, physical, or spiritual, to the plane that befits his action. Wow. And all of this with a heart, just a heart of love. That's it. Just a heart of love, man.
and practically back over the I Ching, the gates of heaven themselves were opened with her
I
heart.
ah, and how did all of this start and complete on the back of that note? It started with the I Ching when I received it, bro, and did my first reading. Yup.
I love you.
I love you equally and more. It's and I told you that this book is something like, bro. Like since the first read, and I'll forever remember my first reading. It was a sentence that was like engraved in my consciousness. Your outer and inner world will start to align. Boom! I get the message. Boom, you reached out to me. Boom, I get an idea from the project. Boom, we start rolling. Boom, 2026 starts exceptionally. Boom, here it is. 3, heaven, open.
Oh. Yep. Yep.
I'd say the book found me, to be honest. I resonated perfectly, and here we are. I still have the same book, and I'll keep it forever. It's the same book. Somehow survived, even like when I didn't know what was going on. That was like in my backpack, and that was the only thing that was still there. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The I Ching is some mathematical ingenuity, man. And what was the guy's name who came up with the
Uh,
I Ching?
oh, it was like it was many masters in China, but the one that was like most proficient is the literally Confucius, the guy that like started Taoism.
Oh,
And it's like basically a perfect guide. Terence McKenna described it very well. It's like if when you follow this, it aligns you with the Tao itself, like their concept of the Tao, the natural flow of nature. So when you follow it, you literally become nature. But depends on how well you can understand and how well your heart resonates to even be able to get the readings. Because most people, I told you, literally treat it as a childish toy. Like they don't know what to do with it.
yeah. Yeah. Yep. So I use something in my wording every day, and it's netter numen deprecamio shenyu. Netter numen devi karmi el shen. And
I remember
you
that word, like the
and you
creators or something.
and you is pluralizing all of it. The you is pluralizing all of it. So you are very close and on point that Netar Newman. Netar is Egyptian, Newman is Scandinavian, Devi is Indian, Kami is Japanese, and El is Christian. That's 5. Netar
Oh,
Newman, Netar Newman Depakami El Shenyu. I am every single one of these words to these 5 ancient kingdoms. They all have the same meaning. A conscious aspect of nature. Consciousness of nature. Every single one of these words goes back to saying it's just a consciousness of nature
mm-hmm.
embodied. It's not a god.
It's just nature. It's nature. It's just the beautiful force of nature. That's why magic, mathematical application, generating incarnate creativity, kinetic. It's just nature. It's just you. It's you. It's 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 a beautiful reality, and that's like I look at like since yesterday. You changed my mind. You like I haven't been eating meat, and I had a buffalo. I had somebody made some food, and they offered me a sandwich. I was like, heck yeah, shoot, and eat all day. Definitely, yes. I ain't even thinking. And and after I got up there, it was a barbecue brisket, chopped barbecue, whatever sandwich. And shoot, I'm from Texas. I love it. Love that. And then afterwards, like it was the next day actually. And then yesterday you said like your neighbor is God, essentially is what you said. And I was like, hold on a second. Yeah, I live my life by this, but I didn't put it in those words. So then I immediately connected with learning. I, I know that I learned from lions in Africa. So if I'm learning from a lion in Africa, and I've had priests and temples tell me confirm this reality. Cows, so then cows, whatever's local to me is going to be talking to me. It's an animal. It's conscious. So then even to me, gods are animals too, because they're conscious. They like things and they don't like things. Some things are more yummy to them, and other things they don't like. They have attitudes, and as much as I love Pinky, he would never hang around nobody who argues. I would
Yep.
never catch Pinky hanging around nobody that stuff. Cause he always just gonna have fun, and he always gonna play. That's Pinky. That's what Pinky does. Pinky always have fun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, so I can't even eat meat anymore because I see life as divine. So how? So that would be that right there. What do we go over in the Divine Mother's thing? How long has it taken me? I've been reading over that for 13 years and I didn't get it till now. Help and by thanks to you. And that is, it's she says, oh come on, we you bring it out. We ended cannibalism.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Eating of the animals is wrong, even fish. In my heart, that's what I see now. That's what I see now. I can consciously choose not to be a cannibal, regardless of what my past or history or humans or anything. I can choose not to be a cannibal, and I made that choice yesterday. Because if I'm eating an animal, then I'm eating a god. That makes me an that's me. That's evil. I'm not evil. If it's evil, I will run away from it, or I'm going to destroy the hell out of it until it's nothing, and I'm going to drink it all up.
I never thought. See, I make you realize some stuff. You make me realize some stuff. I was like, I'm not big on meat either, but like I'll eat chicken or something sometimes. But now that you put it like that, yeah. And I'll even go further on my own idea. Okay, so nature, and we said God is love, and I'm equating love with nature. So God is nature, and that means everything. That means especially consciousness. That includes animals. Yes. Yeah. And like even scientifically, if we look at it, like we share a lot of DNA with like every single being. Now, I'm curious into details of it, how it, well, yeah, you're right. Yes, actually, very much so. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna choose for myself as well. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I agree. I just didn't put it together. It's like not in my conscious thoughts. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. Hmm.
That's real.
Yes, because if we are one in nature, then we will see every living being as
Part of nature. And if it
yes,
wanted to be and if it wants to be consumed into our bodies to live, then it can grow from the ground that we can cultivate from. We're smart enough to do this.
very true. And like you can still get a lot of awesome like food from animals that doesn't harm you, like butter or something.
Yeah.
Like the other day, I was eating rice with butter, and that was actually one of the meals that I was like, "What? This is this. I am tasting like, whoa." And that like when I got my senses enhanced a little bit, I was like, "Whoa!" I don't, and I ate like so much of it. Like I was full. Like I don't remember eating that much. And it was just that. And I was like, wow, I'm gonna eat this every night. It's awesome. And so there it is.
That's yeah. There it is. It's things like that. Just I never think about it. Never have thought about that otherwise, and that's that's what I've found throughout my life is just accepting everything. We read stories, and talk about it, and you know that great dude. He said just love your neighbor. It's not the one. Yeah.
And the updated version in 2026, Love Squared.
Yo, love squared. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, that one is like, is somebody taking notes of this? It's okay. It's recorded.
Yeah. I'm so I literally never put it because I don't have, as we said, voice in my head. So I'm like, oh, what food do I have available to me? And I really didn't even while this was not in my mind, I did not eat meat a lot. The only meat that I like was chicken, literally. And a burger sometimes is awesome, but like not often. And I didn't realize, like, yes, even energetically, if you think about it, especially in the environment that they are in, and connecting it to the Divine Mother invocation, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man.
For yeah.
Yep,
So yeah, like consciously, I can't do it. Now I know, and when I know something, that changes my reality.
that's how
Um,
it works. Yeah. Oh,
it's true belief. Like once that's part of fact, I have to adjust to it because I number one, I can't change the past. Right, I grew up in Texas, and fucking loved what I worked at McDonald's, and I can't change my past. That's okay. My energy, my vibration, still love. Still love. Still love, regardless of what still love. And I'm where I am. So I can make that choice. I can make that conscious choice and say, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm just not going to do it anymore. That's all. It's, it doesn't mean I was a bad person in the past. Didn't mean I did wrong
Exactly.
in the past. But none of that matters.
Exactly.
None of that reasoning matters. Just I make a new choice right now, and I choose my future because now I couldn't do it. I can't. I can't. Like even thinking about it is making my stomach feel a little messed up because I'm. If I could talk to somebody else, and I do, I on a shamanic level, and everything that I learned with and connecting with nature. Sure, plants are plants, but man, plants want to be ingested into the body. It's just it's handy stuff. It's growing. There's no killing. There was no blood. It's not
Quite
like you.
literally, yeah.
I mean, you could be respectful and proper when you take the cutting from the plant or whatnot, but in those regards, like yeah, just the meat is a different story now. The meat's just different to me. It's a whole nother construct. It would be equatable to eating another human. I'm not gonna eat another human. They're conscious and you talk to me and they got that's a changer. That's a life changer. I gotta go use the
Yep, that
bathroom. I've been holding it for a while. I'm like, it's a life changer. Something's gotta change. So I'm gonna let that I'll be back in 30 seconds or so.
awesome, awesome, awesome. Ooh, what a day, as we say. So everyone who is watching, you're awesome sauce. And great. And it's all love. It's all just love. Nothing else. Terrence McKenna is awesome, yeah? Mm-hmm. One of my biggest inspiration. Mm-hmm. Got me a lot of great ideas.
Coffee. Oh, did that button go off? It's like my coffee's getting cold. It has got to be cold outside. I, by choice, like it a little cold. Because I can always put stuff on and get a little bit warmer. And when it's cold, I learned this uh, controlling the breath. Like I take a cold shower. Excuse me. Oofta.
Sorry, not sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. And I take a shower. I got blocks of ice. This freezer. I was staying at this dude's house, and he literally blocks of ice this thick, like this freaking tall, and like this wide, dude. Like blocks of ice in his freezer. Anyways, he was at work at stuff, and I punctured the side of his freezer trying to take it out, and I told him I was sorry about that and stuff. And he's cool about it, whatever. Anyways, um, I took those blocks, threw them in the bathtub,
if you slow your rate of breathing, you can survive quarter temperatures. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep, I have a few interesting ideas. I realized something fascinating about the nature of awkwardness and cringe and why psychologically we cannot experience it in this frequency. It's very
Okay.
interesting. It just came to me. It makes
Ooh.
perfect sense. Okay, so psychologically, the mechanism behind awkwardness and specifically cringe behavior, it is the function of it is like your brain sees something and it tells you this is not a socially desirable thing to do that will make you disliked among others like you. That's why it exists, literally the psychological mechanical function of finding something cringe. That's look it up. That's the reason. You're
Okay.
like you see something and you're like, oh, that's so you don't behave like that, so you're like more easily socially acceptable, so you survive.
Okay. Yeah.
However,
Okay.
yep, makes sense, right? Literally
Yep.
psychological fact. However, if you are pure love, and you recognize other people as pure love, there is nothing that they can possibly do that is not desirable, and that will make you think like, oh, if something that they did will make me not fit in with others, because if you're in a circle of people who are pure love, everything is accepted. So like,
Oh.
right? You cannot
Yeah.
judge. You cannot judge anything if you're in this frequency, because you understand it's coming from love. So therefore, that feeling doesn't exist anymore. And I found that true. Like even for people that I disagree with, I'm just like, it's not cringe, it's not awkward, it's just like, this I don't agree with that. But like I don't feel like, yeah, that's interesting. I does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. It that makes complete sense in that somebody. So you create the sequence happens so that the human can get a reflection from a mirror that hasn't made a like a life partner commitment to. So
Mm-hmm.
then because we talk about regularly about like balancing and checking about like all these kind of things in this and so in paying attention to them you, uh, I want to say I agree completely, and I want to express it in words, but at the moment,
All good if time in the future will be more aligned.
no, what you were talking about. So the human brings in something to be like cringed about, and then they learn from this so that they don't do that bad behavior kind of thing, right? Because that's
Literally
not
the
accepted.
psychological reasons so you can survive, like
You can
socially.
survive, correct? So then, because it's a social, it's always social coming back.
Always social.
And so then you brought in the information where I was trying to pull minutia technicals, which I'm not great at. I miss all the technicals. Um, but it was about essentially so that the community could reward that
Yes.
positive behavior. And so
Or
yeah,
reject negative, like
correct.
ostracize them from the group.
Correct. Just like we were talking about earlier from the guided meditation, it was
Yep.
like we're just like that's just not accepted anymore, and we're just moving over in this direction now. Yeah, exact. Like we're going to accept positive, but the negative we're just not accepting it. It's just it doesn't
Mhm.
get to hang out anymore. Now we just yes, check, green check, three of them.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
and three green checks and two thumbs. At 23.
Ah. Ooh. Bro. Beautiful present, future. and destiny, as you know. Isn't that
Yo ho, yo ho.
yo? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this just came. It makes perfect sense, right? For connecting psychological mechanism of it and why I am physically, just like I'm physically unable to feel anger, but
Yep.
I was never able to feel anger. However, cringe I did used to feel when I was like really young, like when I was like 12 years old or something and in school. But especially as I age, I couldn't feel. And now it's impossible to feel. Like I could see someone doing the, yeah, and it's definitely about the mindset of love. I cannot feel it at all anymore.
So that's like some people would say I'm reaching out into the crowd at this point, and not necessarily by choice, but there's, I guess, some hearts out there or some energy I'm feeling in any regard. Like some people would say that there's something wrong with you because you can't feel anger. And
Yes.
I would say that's equatable to the divine blessing in the Bible that says, I will wipe every tear away from your eye. That's a blessing. That's the biggest dang blessing I ever heard of in my entire existence.
And I lived like up until recently thinking that something's wrong with me because the world was telling me
No,
exactly like
no,
you said.
yep,
And now I'm
yep.
like, yes, not only is it not wrong, I'm super blessed.
Go, go. Yo, the whole world's in misery and wanting anger and violence and rah rah rah. Why didn't I get mine? And what I just for my own life, whatever y'all gonna have yours for yours. This is you did too. Like I'm happy. Whatever you do, whatever. We just two hearts, two similar hearts that found each other. That's all. Two
Hmm.
ooh electromagnetic beings who resonated and gravitated towards each other.
Yep, yep.
I got it. Man, man, your hat's getting cooler and cooler by the day, man.
Yeah, and that's just, yeah. Imagine what the future holds for the background.
Let me tell you something about you. You got to go find somebody out. This is kind of joking, but more like spiritual work if you really want to do it than physical work. Okay, enough. I'm not talking about the 3D human body stuff here. You know, you got herbs and stuff that they dry. They got
Hmm.
herbs and stuff, right? And
Yeah.
they got herbs and stuff. They dry rosemary, right? They got rosemary. They got. My brain's going blank right now. I got a bottle of rosemary. Rosemary's in my heart, in my heart, my mind. You get lavender. You got all kinds of flowers out there. Herbs that they use for ointments, all sorts of stuff and good things. And what do? They dry them. They hang them up.
Yeah.
You know why they
Yeah.
hang them up on the ceiling? Because it's hot. It's hot up there, and things are going to dry faster up there.
Mm.
You're dehydrating stuff with your head. So if you hang it right by your head, you're like, put you in a metaphysical shop and let some of the herb people come dry all their stuff around you. You'll do 6 months of work in 2 weeks. There you go. Just hang the stuff up, people. Just I walk in. Do your. You don't got to turn your machines on. I'll dry it for you. I'm just gonna be on YouTube for 9 hours a day.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what I'm just connecting it to something like when I was in the psych wards, that was one of the biggest thing they wanted to do a CT of my brain, and I didn't let them. they were like so insisting, like, we gotta scan it. You're gonna go out in 2 days if we do it. Just please let us draw your blood and scan your brain. I was like, no. And they didn't.
Screw that crap. Not my brother. Not my brother. Shisha.
And I am serious when I tell you your advice was a big part of the reason that I was instantly even got out, to be honest. But like what you told me about blood, when they get your blood, they're gonna see like, whoa, this is not regular blood. This stuff heals itself. Like, and I instantly connected it. Like, no, they cannot know. I got, yeah, no. So thank you.
And to the millions and millions. We just need to give you some tight undies and put like 70 pounds on you and get a theme song and make you new WWE ringmaster. You'll be called Dr. Mysterious. You just descend out of nowhere. You just single knockout every time. Ringmaster.
And I don't even try, and they're like, "What is going on?" I give them a hug or something after, you know.
It's wrestling. It's WWE world. It's got to be a chair to the face or something.
It will fair enough, but it's gonna be like a pink chair with a heart. But I'll smack him, sure.
Yes, a big old one of them Hardys. Says, hug me. He'll be pink around. 2 arms will slap around him. Okay, we stop that. Oh my gosh.
Good ideas for the future. Great ideas. Love squared ideas.
The wrestling escapades of Mario and Luigi. They use an oracle system and an I Ching system, coins and cards, and somehow they know what's gonna happen.
How could we figure it out? We also had the book. What?
Their opponents just collapse from pure exhaustion. They just can't ever land a punch.
I'm envisioning like some like president of some, I don't know, bad place, like throwing coins all day, trying to replicate what we did, and just passing out because nothing works. And we just like pull the book open once, or like 100%.
I had this much fun since I can't remember when.
Welcome to the hexagram 25, from the start to the end. Boom.
Oh, you are the best. You are the best. I love you. I love you.
Wee.
Wee.
Okay. This is like such a funny picture without using any names. Like the current administration of the place that you're in. Imagine him being angry with the coins at his desk, like trying to figure out what's going on and like not working. And then he like yells at the reporter. Nobody throws coins better than me.
No, that's actually when you would stop laughing. You'd walk up and you'd be like, "Excuse me, sir. Let me help you out, show you how to properly do that, and get you started in the right path."
And I try and nothing works because it requires a heart.
Somebody needs a paradigm shift. I'm glad I did all my shadow work already.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I also never had more fun. Awesome day.
The Divine Mother certainly is a blessing, and I I revel in my happiness calmly, in the sense that, like, Darga might be labeled as a demon hunter, and she might have taught me more than a thing or two. But truly, the Divine Mother has shown me in all of her ways and all of her forms that, nobody is my enemy, and truly, I don't want to laugh at anybody else.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
be cannibalistic like that. I
Mm-hmm.
want to help, and she has guided me to help. She has guided me to. I don't care who it is. That's been my attitude since my mom died. I don't care if it's a 5-year-old or a 90-year-old. I don't care if they're Mr. Rich or Mr. Bum. That's why my love will be no different. My love will be the same. I don't care what the title is or
Mm-hmm.
who the person is. I don't care what they did before I met them or anything. Because once I come into their presence, they're going to be a different person, because my responses are going to be different. I'm going to respect them on different levels than other people have. I'm going to treat them differently. And I don't allow previous notions to, like, whatever the case of whoever, I don't care. Every single person I meet, I have some automatic programming system I've been doing since I was, I don't know, 10 or 12. I say automatic, but I made a decision and my life just lives this now because I made a decision so long ago, and it's just a part of my life. And that decision, that part of my life, is that I don't care who it is. If I if it's the first time that I've ever seen and shook their hand, then they got a clean slate with me. A 100% clean slate. I don't care who it is. Because after they meet me and after they talk to me, their life won't be changed forever. Forever.
Exactly.
For the
Can
better.
confirm.
Boom, boom, boom. There's the sauce. I'll give one of these or that one.
uh,
And
on
so,
that.
like,
Yeah.
and so truly, it's from top to bottom, from brass to tacks. I want to help everybody. I think everybody could change their life around. Everybody has a chance. Everybody has an opportunity. Everybody can be that lion that they want to be, but they got to learn. The spiritual path, the shamanic path, that course. It is a holy and true course, and like you keep saying, and like I've said over and over and over, follow your heart, follow your heart, follow your heart, follow your heart. You follow your heart says that's wrong. Well, then you don't do it. You said, I want that, and it's within my reach. I can grab it. No. The heart said, you may not have it right now. That's a law. That's divine law. That's what I learned how to do. That's what I've been doing since the age of 5. Since 5 years old.
Mhm.
If my heart says no, then I don't do it. And if somebody comes and says that hurts people, then I say, oh, I won't do that again. And I just learned at the age of 40, I'm going to say that number, but I'm into my 40s, and I just learned, and I've been saying the words on this page here for 13 years of my life. I've been saying these words for 13 years of my life, not these ones.
These ones. I've been saying these words for 13 years of my life. Well, slowly by slowly, bro, as you're going to learn, well, you already learned it, you're already experiencing it. We already talked about it actually on your own accord. This invocation mentions a lot of things. And throughout life, I've checked off that one, and that one, and that one. I didn't realize it, but this became my bucket list. This
Oh,
invocation saying, I want to live this, became my bucket list. Have I done what's on here? Nope. Well, then I need to keep plugging away. Because it said that she done these things. And in here, it said
huh?
that she essentially abolished cannibalism. She got rid of, she ended cannibalism with Tahuti, with divine law and order. She abolished it.
Mm-hmm.
I can say
Oh,
that. I'm done with it. I can't eat it. I cannot look at it the same. I can accept the product from an animal. I can accept, milk or hair, whatever fibers or stuff. I could accept, the bones at the end of the life. Something holy, sacred. If anything, proper burial, whatever the case, honoring, but I cannot consume. I cannot ingest. I cannot do something that would be harmful to them before or after. Something that would be, no, I can't. That was a sacred, that was a god. In my mind, that is a creator. They are a creator. They taught me some stuff. Whether they speak my tongue or go moo, well, then I speak their language and I say moo every morning. There's one of my sacred words, and it actually makes the sound moo, but it's not spelled like moo, but it sounds exactly like moo when you pronounce it correctly with the ancient sounds. So from the oh to the yeah. All of it, man. Like I'll make their sounds, I'll speak their language. I read it every morning. I read other people's tongues and languages. How dare I consume a fellow creator? That yeah. So I can knock that one off my list now. That's another one I can knock off that list.
I'll add something beautiful to this. I love the idea of the invocation being a checklist. I never thought of it like this. I also resonate with it. However, here's the fun, ambitious part. You will like this. You know how you, or inspired by me, but we sometimes read it as we. And now let's include we as all the people who consciously, out of their free will, join our vibration. So now the checklist for a lifetime is to fulfill it. And even she is talking that she has done it on a collective level. Sure, we have done it on us, on our level, but now it's we, and we got to do it. Yep. Ooh, what a fun mission.
Now, now, now. I'm not gonna say your heart matches my heart because that's already love is love. But now your heart is where my mind is. That's what I've been working on consciously, effectively. That's why it's like I went to a metaphysical shop. Lady said I can't keep it open for another month. I'm closing. This is it. We're out. I said, shoot, I'll work here. You don't even have to pay me.
Mhm.
She said, what?
Yeah.
I said, this is my Disneyland. You don't even have to pay me. I'll run it. Got you. She said, okay. Well, she didn't say okay. We kept talking, and I told her I'd come do a reading for her. I brought every single one of my cards. I brought my whole cart, brought all my decks, brought the whole setup, brought the whole wagon. I gave her you want a creme de creme 100% top to bottom hell to heaven reading? We're going to take us 6-7 hours plus. I ain't shitting you. And I'm down for it too. I mean, we spend 9 hours a day, but that's heavy work. That's heavy work. And anyways, that's a lot of processing for somebody to be able, like,
Yeah, and
that's,
what we do
and
is fun flow, and it
right,
naturally
right.
happens, and that's more like work. I can see it being like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I did that whole thing. But I'm like, this is to me, I'm like, anyways, undid my whole gym and everything. And at the end of the day, she's like, here's the keys.
Ah.
So the doing what I love was more important to me than getting paid. Now, what I love to do was to share the Divine Mother, was to exactly what you said. Like right now, it's like my heart wants to read over this for people watching or whatever the case, but
Luke,
that's
we
not where
approve.
our energy is. We're work. Like this is my passion. This is my life's work, and that's what I've been doing. When I went into that shop, when I all of that was so that I could continue my life's work, and my life's work was to make Divine Mother over the world, global. This goes global. If it changed my life, it could change. And so I helped people. I did readings for people in the neighborhood that I was in, uh, Renfrew Drive. Love you guys. And I did free readings every single day. I've set up my coffee shop, donations for coffee. I'm not charging for it, but if you want to get coffee, leave a donation. I ain't got money out my tush or nothing going on here. And but I'd offer the readings for free. Well, I helped so many people in that neighborhood and everything. Oh my God, the stories I could count. Oh, I will share this one story. Oh man, okay, I won't get stuck there. But anyways, the dude was watching me do readings, and he was not into card readings or anything, and he watched me for 2, 3 plus weeks, whatever longer. He comes up to me and he goes, "Do a reading." It was I'm not gonna explain it out, but I called everything. Pa 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 pa. The dude's like out of his chair, like he was like, I'm listening." Dude's like 60 plus years old. He's like, I'm listening. hmm Like, just, it was, anyways. So, all of that takes its, I, I helped an entire neighborhood. I helped an entire neighborhood. People started moving. People that lived there for their entire lives, born and raised, people stuck there for 10, 12 plus years. All of them started moving at the same time. People sold their businesses, literally had merchandise, building full of merchandise. Take to shows, do it shops. They sold the business. People who were there freely at the top level to people who were at the bottom with squat, stuck. They all, as a mass exodus, moved out at once. And I saw that after one of my dearest friends moved out to town. I, I said, well, it's time for me to go now. Everyone else got out too. And I moved on. And I've done that at a series of my journeys of life. Wrap things up. And the Divine Mother, this formula, this formula, and her oracle system. I grabbed 2 cards. I didn't grab the deck. That's it. Divine law and order. A plan of divine law and order. That's what you got right here. That's what you got. A plan of divine law and order. That's what I had. That's what I had. That's what I got. It worked for me. It worked for others. It worked for a neighborhood. It worked. It worked. It worked. So keep taking another step up, another step up, another step up. That's why I talk about the shaman is the individual who's going to build that tower, and then they're going to crush it, and they're going to pick out of that rubble one good thing out of everything that didn't break, and that's what they're going to keep, because everything else was useless and infallible. And then I'm going to build another tower, and
That's
I'm going to
ex-
wait for
oh,
everything to be destroyed, and I'm going to go pick out one good thing that survived that rubble. That's what I'm going to keep with me. That's going to call some shots. And I'm going to go create another tower. And on 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 and on. Why? For the divine mother to rule the world as she always was meant to do. Even the divine father created the world as a gift for her.
Yep.
To honor his mother.
Always have believed and not believe, no, because as I said, after interacting with logos, that's literally his function. It turns belief into knowledge. So I know that the best possible ruler of this world will be a woman or a goddess. It is not a man's job.
Now, with a heart that you have and a mind that you have, remember your very I Ching that said yin and yang energy does not matter what.
Uh,
That last part's for you. Do you remember?
it does not matter what.
Do you remember yin and
I'm
yang?
yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that, but not the yeah.
So when we discussed it, the yin and yang doesn't matter if it's a male or female.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
The body actually you can resonate in energy of yin or yang energy, feminine or masculine energy. You
Very
can
true.
create that structure within the field of any body. Any body. Anybody. Anybody. It just matters how you wind up tune the settings, how you adjust the settings. And so while he adjusts his settings, divine destiny pops up.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah,
Okay, awesome.
pretty good, but you good? Yeah, give him a moment there.
Oh, I love your setup.
Thank you, thank you. Good back posture.
Yeah,
Good back posture.
I'm trying to balance like my phone as it's charging and so it stays stable. So that's why I'm that.
So you haven't. So I'll tell you what. Do you have any cardboard in your house?
No, unfortunately. But we'll
Hmm.
acquire everything that we need.
You have pillows. You got
I have
books.
I got
You
book.
got books. How
Here
many
it
books
is. I
you got?
balanced it. Good. It
Yeah.
works. Work.
How many books you got?
Oh, I got like a bunch of books, not too much,
Go,
but like around 10,
go,
maybe 11.
go get all your bunch of books. Go get them.
Okay.
God bless my head.
I cannot find all of them, but I got some of them, and there's some more here. Whoa.
So here's what I'm going to show you, okay?
Yeah, I'm watching. Okay, how do we make it?
Set up 2 stacks of books, okay? This is going to be your bottom. Sorry, guys, y'all got to get out the way. Look, it's going to be your bottom, okay? And you get something heavy. You could stack up books in the back, or you could get something solid in the back. Take your phone, and it goes between the 2 books. And then it leans up against something solid, like another book. See? So now it can charge, and it actually has a spot that it can always be. And I'm probably going to guess there's 7 books you don't read on a regular basis. So make yourself a little setup, because you're going to use this every single day. You don't have time to come make it some other time. You're not going to mess with this later, are you? It's been 3 days. You could have set this spot up.
It worked. Oh yeah. Good idea. What I improvise now works, but it looks so silly. I cannot show it, but it's
Okay.
like a jar,
Okay.
and
Listen.
yeah. Yep, I'm making it. No. Okay.
So as you're doing that, you can listen. You're listening. So I want you to keep doing that,
Yep.
and I'm going to just go and talk. So divine destiny, spiritual work of the higher initiate. The divine warrior guides you to your divine destiny. The divine warrior energy exists within men and women as their inner propulsion to continue with a worthy path, even during times of difficulty. When faced with a challenge, a true warrior will summon more of him or herself to the cause. It might be more wisdom, focus, intelligence, and surrender into the divine. The warrior within has great inner resourcefulness and determination. This part of you will lead you to spiritual success. And so I thank you very much. There's more to read on that. I thank you very much for doing that adjustment and setting up that something more permanent, so that it's not falling in the future. You have something that you don't have to be leaning up into. You can actually take a seat away from it. You can actually sit on your couch. There you go. There you go. You have eyes that work. You have ears that hear. If you learn to use your senses, then you don't have to move your body. You're a pillar. You're a pillar. And you moving is going to change the environment. So finding a center, finding a sacred spot that is going to be where you sit and where the phone sits. This is where the phone goes, and my phone is charging when I go live, the phone is on the charger. The phone no longer gets to 50%. It no longer gets to 80%. It starts at 100% and it stays at 100%. And then I take the phone off, I make some adjustments. I turn the phone off because we're done filming, we're done for the day. And then I power it up the next day. I put YouTube on, I plug it on the charger, and I'll take it off the charger when I'm done here and to repeat another day. But once the phone's there, that's its home. That's its spot.
This is actually
like
like so much more comfortable. I like it.
And sitting with your legs folded, like an Indian style. Good back posture, good spine posture. So you can actually sit back and relax, like, we're at a club just chilling, which is appropriate sometimes. We're totally chilling. There's great moments for that. And then there's times when it's like, hold on, I'm into this sauce. I really am paying attention. I don't have to totally like move my body all the way to the camera, but I can just, instead of leaning back in bad back posture, I'm interested. Tell me more, sir.
This is awesome setup.
All of these aspects is your altar. Your altar, you're learning from your own altar. You learn from your altar. Your altar actually teaches you because it has stability, and because your altar has stability, you have stability. And your altar is no more than a reflection of yourself. So you are putting out what you want, that stability, that honor, that glory, righteously, not anything foolish or wrongly used. And then that's what we become in our life. But people like you and me, we know how to pull that kid out at any moment and go, hey, Luigi, how you doing?
What? What?
Okay, so here's here's a cool thing too. So from where you are, without leaning in, just match your hand to it. Hold on. There it is. Yes. You're learning fast. I'm going to tell you how fast you learned. The card we pulled out is Divine Destiny. And it says spiritual work of the higher initiate. This morning, great grandfather said, you're an initiate.
Oh.
And I don't know what the clock of the time is because I don't have one in front of me. But I'm going to say 6 hours later, the cards on the table said you're a high initiate. So you learn fast. The Oracle of Divine Destiny. I love comedy.
For all of those who don't get the comedy, yesterday, I Ching read over and over and over and over. Patience, don't rush it, and don't control it. I didn't say control, it wasn't control, it said don't think it. You can't think it. It's not something you can think. You can't think your way to it. That was can't control and thinking the way is good, pretty closely. So patience, surrender, and seeing right where we're gonna get started earlier. And boom, I think we're back. We'll find out. We'll smooth out sooner or later. Audio's good, yeah. You lose video. He'll get it back. Give us 20, 30 seconds. I'm gonna get some fresh coffee.
I think we are fully aligned. No.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are. Awesome.
I'm laughing because yesterday, the I Ching was patience. You don't got to do anything. Okay. So this one is amazing, okay, because it popped out. Mr. Initiate, Mr. High Initiate. Divine Destiny jumped out for you earlier. I've been waiting to read this. Spiritual work of the higher initiate. The divine warrior guides you to your divine destiny. The divine warrior energy exists within men and women as the inner propulsion to continue with a worthy path even during times of difficulty. When faced with a challenge, a true warrior will summon more of him or herself to the calls. It might be more wisdom, focus, intelligence, and surrender into the divine. The warrior within has great inner resourcefulness and determination. This part of you will lead you to spiritual success. The Oracle of Divine Destiny is a call to your divine warrior. This part of you has great self esteem and believes that what you desire is worth whatever effort, personal growth, application, focus, and attention are required to obtain it, provided it aligns with your divine destiny. This part of you acts in personal integrity, and if the goal will compromise integrity, then the goal is refined until it shines like a diamond in your heart. Then the divine warrior will bring it into being. The path of the divine warrior is not one of any means to an end. The means the means and the end are considered equally important. The divine warrior will succeed in bringing about your divine destiny, but it will be done in a way that is in integrity with deep spiritual values. There are important teachings on the path of the feminine about the need for surrender and allowing for the best manifestation. The divine warrior is not at odds with these, but continually surrenders into the greater unfoldment and play of cosmic forces, seeking to align with those forces for greatest power and flow. So, what I'm interrupting, there's still more to read that I want to tell you and bring out to you. Is earlier you were talking about the yang and the yin, and the woman must lead the world. Now, the Divine Mother, she is the Divine Mother. She is the Lunar Queen herself. Like, there is no other that can replace her. However, what we learned directly, I believe it was number 25. Yep, it was 5 squared. 25 I Ching said it doesn't matter if it be man or woman, you can resonate the energy.
We had that moment. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So that doesn't.
Yeah.
So that I'm actually talking to somebody who can actually grasp this understanding. So now you understand it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. There's
Mhm.
the Divine Mother, she will reign. Everybody supports who the Divine Mother is, what she is, the planet, the earth that we walk on, that we love, that we respect, that we honor, that we do not eat another person, be it animal, be it, it doesn't matter. We do not eat other consciousness. We eat plants. We eat
Yes.
vegetation. We harvest, we cultivate. If we think about Stonehenge alone and the ability of agriculture that came from the existence of Stonehenge, this went into the effort so that animals did not have to be eaten.
I just realized you're so correct. Like, and for both of us, this is true. We both talked about like how we're naturally feminine, but also masculine. And it's like I'm fully comfortable with those both aspects. And that's why people, especially, were sometimes like, what how, what? And like, genuinely, that's how everyone is supposed to be, by the way. But like, I'm not like, yeah, that
You got
makes
it.
perfect sense.
You got it exactly. Okay, so I'm going to continue. Boom. I love you. Let's do one. Dude, that was great, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I, I've not been able to share that with anybody. Anyways, moving on. The, the oracle of divine destiny often comes at a time when there is something that you feel you are struggling to attain. It may be a vague sense or a clear vision. There is something within your heart that you have almost given up hope on, wondering if it is ever really going to come together. I think for us that's changed, right?
Yeah.
This oracle comes with the message that although you may feel struggle or challenge, it is not a sign to step away in the situation. It is a sign to put your faith in the divine warrior within instead. This warrior may shift approach, change expectation, go within to find the resources you require, or find a completely different path to get what you to get you to your destiny. Do not give up the fight. If you are not sure about that, whatever, not sure about any, or I'll give it a light looking over. Um, nah, now that's like self doubt. All that next paragraph's all on self doubt. We're
Way beyond
beyond
that
self doubt.
now.
Okay, so this all good. Yep.
Oh,
Boom.
I'm
Boom.
lagging a bit, bro. Wait, I gotta. Uh, what?
Yep. I guess that would explain a few things. Let's see if he jumps back in here. Boom, boom. All right, I think we got you back.
Here we good? Ah,
Mhm.
no. Okay. Am I? Everything is good. Can you say something?
Yeah, I'm here. You good?
Perfect. Good.
Yep.
We align.
Boom,
Okay.
boom. I would like to
Good.
say that I'm very proud of you and that I see a lot of events. I see 10 events that just happened. Okay. And you were literally inside of a nexus. You were processed, like, there was nothing going on that kind of scope of things. Like, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Thank
Um,
you. Or I love you.
love you
Awesome.
too. Love you too. I love you too. Um,
Awesome.
but I
I
mean,
love everyone. The whole world and the planet shall be rained upon. by
Yo,
law of the
oh my,
Divine Mother herself.
all right. So this one is a ritual for divine destiny. So our energies are going out, and I believe whatever does it all. You know what we did earlier today? We're gonna do that again. We're gonna do another guided meditation.
Oh, okay.
That's why all the interference.
Okay.
But not. So, on this ritual for divine destiny, and having in mind the entire world, close your eyes and go into your heart. Be aware of a stillness within you, and imagine that you can read your inner heart as if it were a beautiful book of words, images, and scenes. Imagine, sense, or feel that this book within your heart is accessible to you now. And as you ask silently within, where am I what am I fighting for in my divine destiny right now? And be aware that the book responds to you, falling open at a particular page. Imagine that you can perceive or feel the contents of that page, letting yourself be aware of any impressions, whether they may make sense to you or not. If you do not sense anything, that is fine. It doesn't mean nothing is happening. It just means you're not consciously aware of it for now. Be patient, continue to intend, and receive the guidance, which will continue to become clear to you at this time. As we continue looking inside of these pages of this book, how do I best fight so that my divine destiny will manifest? Now be aware that the book opens at a particular page and you see, sense, or feel, perceive, or notice certain colors, feelings, or impressions. You may see images or get clear guidance, or you may find that you don't notice much consciously at all. Even if the latter is the case for you, do do this anyways because you will be receiving guidance at a subconscious cellular level that will have a healing and guiding effect on your thoughts, actions, and impulses and the entire world. This is a deep healing experience, no matter how vivid your perception of your inner book might be. Take your time as you are seeing this and hear these words as your own being spoken. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. My highest destiny shall I meet. Your power, focus, and determination ends fear, doubt, and procrastination. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. Together my highest destiny we greet. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. My highest destiny I shall meet. Your power, focus, and determination ends fear, doubt, and procrastination. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. Together my highest destiny we greet. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. My highest destiny I shall meet. Your power, focus, and determination ends fear, doubt, and procrastination. Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. Together my highest destiny we greet.
Oh, I like that. I love that. Squid.
You know, I gotta say, dude, I love this. Like, this is this is some poetic justice
Yeah.
that I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I'm gonna read this for my own sake. This is for me. This is for me, not for you or anybody else. It says, "Warrior strong, within my heart you beat. Like you're the heart. You know, you're covered in green. You're the heart." It says, "My highest destiny I shall meet. Your power, focus, and determination ends fear, doubt, and procrastination. Warrior strong within my heart, you beat. Together, my highest destiny, we greet." All the U's and I's and coming all the way back to the we, yo,
Poetic justice, indeed. That's what we'll say. Woo. Yeah,
I'm
that's a
need a
perfect way
bell
to put
going
it.
off here.
By the way, I love this new setup. I get to even like be relaxed like this, like chill. It's awesome. I don't know why I never thought of it, but it's like much more comfortable if we're going. Yeah.
And like
Like,
overnight or whenever you want. Exactly, dude. Like you could raise the camera up or like
yeah,
you could
I
have
can do everything. I can
do
chill.
whatever.
Awesome.
Exactly, exactly. And so like that's cool. That's cool. See, we're learning together. We're learning together. I
Yeah.
had to go through that stuff myself, and because that's what I was like. I was all like holding the phone and balancing it and sitting with it, and then I was just like, shoot. I mean, all even up to recently, practically. I mean, legit. Like, it's not been this long, and then but then things started snapping to me. It's like, look at the altar. Well, like, create its own sacred. If you're going to be using it, and the phone's going to be sitting on the altar space, you might as well make it its own sacred little spot. You know, its own little.
Yeah. And I very much resonate with like for the situation, it's the posture. Like sometimes we're chilling, so I can be like this. Sometimes we're doing meditation, so I'll be straight up, or we're talking about something very serious, or like it's different stuff. Like, yeah. Different,
You
yeah,
got it.
awesome, awesome.
You got it. You got it. And this one that I pulled up is the Lunar Queen. Oh, sorry, buddy. He's like, oh, cool. It's on my nose. See, he's like, you can see me though. Anyways, boop, boop, boop. The Lunar Queen popped up, and so I saw that just a moment ago. I was like, dude, I feel like we're gonna read some information. Ooh, excuse me, or not. I found my L's. I know how to spell. Just would not expect, L, the Lunar Queen. You should look at spelling very, very closely because if it's not, I think always looking under L's, not T's. Watch. Yep, yep. There we go. We're still in D's right now. There we go. The Lunar Queen found it. Oh. There is a deep feminine wisdom that recognizes the importance of cycles of rest and replenishment as essential balancing to our actions of power and demonstration. You're asked to allow this replenishment for yourself now, trusting that you're in a cycle of creation that is about to shift into a new phase. Release and enjoy the process without having to control or force it. There, all set, as Lunar Queen understands the cycles of creative power and flow. Sometimes it can be hard to let go of a desire to force, control, and make things happen, to exert might and will, power to bring what you wish for into being by sheer determination, exertion, and force. Yet the vast creative power of the feminine principle is in honoring and flowing with cycles of activity and rest, of releasing force and surrendering into the perfection of what is happening right now, realizing that this actually brings us divine manifestation and creation more effortlessly and gracefully and to greater effect. The celestial crescent is the moon in her changing form. This oracle comes to you at a time when you are shifting from one phase in your spiritual and creative journey into a new phase. This is a time to pay deep attention to the messages of your body and allow them to guide you. Do you need to balance your activity with more rest? Do you need to be actively creating, but from a more relaxed and allowing rather than demanding or forceful mental state? Or is it time for you to spring into action once more? Has the time come to take a step forward? Pay attention to any other card. Well, as I'll just say, we're paying attention to all the other information surrounding the entire day.
As we say.
And we keep on playing.
Yeah.
The quiet times are dark moon energies, the times when you will sense from your inner wisdom, your body wisdom, that you are in need of replenishing and percolation. Times when you feel the inner oven timer has rung and it's time to get that delicious meal on the table. Your body will urge you to dance, to act, to communicate, to be bold, and take steps. These are full moon energies.
And my stuff fell down as you were reading. That's out of nowhere. It shouldn't have fallen. So.
I'm waiting for you, and I'm waiting for you to get a spot set up.
It's good.
Okay. Tomorrow, I'm asking an earnest question. I just want I want to know an actual answer. So, sometimes you try to say yes, but it's really a no that's inside. So, give me a proper yes or no on this. Are you going to have a position set up for your phone so that this does not happen tomorrow?
Uh, it's actually a good position, but I have
No.
my power bank
See,
here, and I
that was
pulled it, so
that was
it
a
fell
no.
down.
You just told me no. So thank you for telling me.
I promise I didn't mean that. I promise. It's like I
Listen,
messed around with the charger. That's
listen,
the problem. I'm so
listen,
yeah.
listen. I'm not upset. And at this point I could care less because I'm not trying to control it. And I don't want to control it. I do better when I know what my environment's going to be because I can adjust to the way things are. I don't have to control something that I can't control. I can work around it. But what I just asked is, are you going to have a proper setup tomorrow so this doesn't happen? And you started going into an explanation, but your phone is not in a place that is level with your head. You feel that you have to lean forward to it to get at its level. You phone falls down, it is not stably supported. And so you gave me a runaround of explanations that is that your phone is your runaround explanation said you're going to leave your setup the way it is, which is going to be problems tomorrow. So I understand what I'm working with. That's all.
Okay, I'll explain what I said.
No, I don't
Thank you
want to
for.
explain. I don't.
I set up the books like you told me, and I was like thinking you asked, did I do that? I'll have it better
My
tomorrow because I want it for myself also. I want it for myself also. But I sometimes say things quicker than like I realize what was asked of me. That's the thing. I have the book set up like you told me, and I was like,
Okay.
is it?
Okay. Then without all those
I'll
extra
make it
words,
for tomorrow better. Okay, we got it.
without all those extra words, today, when I in the live and we're not talking anymore, are you going to build a proper setup so that your phone doesn't fall tomorrow?
Yes.
Or I'll say a highly less likely falling chance, because there's always a chance it falls. Something out of nowhere, like I was reading, and you're like, "There's no reason why it should have fell," and it fell. So there's always those moments that'll come up. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool. Love you.
Communication is love. In your own words, I resonate with that so much. And like, okay, so because this situation is very awesome, it's like when communicating with types of people like we are, it is an unusual type, like because other humans do not like you're right, they would try to defend it, and I technically did, but out of a completely different reason than any other human would. And it's like still loving intent, but like because we're traumatized, we're like, no, and like we're still learning. Exactly like I said, a new paradigm. Like, yeah.
I'm giving myself three hugs to the right. You can join me or not. I'll give you a
Yeah, to the
countdown.
right. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I feel that good. I feel that good.
Yeah, that's what the power of communication, bro. Okay, 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 okay. Ah, awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh. Oh, eh. Awesome sauce effect also of the spinning. You will like that. So it and I was like I tied together this necklace this morning, and as I was spinning, this just came into my hand.
What came in?
I'll tie it back on, but like, isn't that awesome?
Yours is separate and mine is separate. I think they belong somewhere. Like
Yeah,
I'm putting it on my altar right now. I'm putting mine on my altar. No tie on it or anything. I'm moving it straight to my altar.
mine says it wants to be on the I Ching right now, so that's where it will be.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Ooh, nice. Okay, got you. Got you. I got you. I got it. I got it.
Oh, and it's still like ice and fire kind of colors. Awesome. Yes. And here's my.
So what I'm actually going to do, rather than use that book right now and in the moment, I'm going to oh, where are you? I got them right here. Boom. I'm gonna draw myself an I Ching. Rather than put the book there, a talisman, a yantra of your own penmanship is much more effective than anything else, no matter how crude or. Let me see. Oh, I'm
Something
not.
interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
yeah. No, no, no. Go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
remember. I remember something interesting about like when I was researching how to do the I Ching readings, the coins
Yeah.
was the most straightforward for me that I understood. But apparently, there's another method, and it's like a more ancient method, and it's with some kind of sticks. I can look it up, but like there's like another like traditional way to do it with sticks. So shall
Yeah.
try that sometime.
So I'm actually writing them out as they are on the book. Long line, short line, like heaven and water and all that.
Yeah.
Probably not all that great because it's my first one I'm doing,
It's
but
gonna work.
I'm gonna do it anyways. Today's seemed like a good day of doing stuff.
Yes,
You
following
know,
the heart.
let's see if I could just copy it like I see it. See if I can do that. Yep. And get smaller, smaller, and then that one's heaven because it's 3 lines, right?
Mhm.
3 lines is heaven.
Yep.
3 solid lines. See, look, we're learning the I Ching, bro. We're like actively learning. I can read 3 lines of the I Ching. I remember that.
Yeah, even I don't know. I never memorized it. I was always like just looking at what it means in the book. Like there's a awesome.
See, this is why I appreciate all understandings is because the Indians taught me very importantly. Oop, that's the wrong line was out of there. That's okay, we're gonna go with that. I thought it was wrong, but I'm gonna change it. That'll be that one then. Because our design is not necessarily what the universe is doing. This is a different energy that was being read, so I did not make an error. I correctly made the mark like I should have. So that's not the one I'm doing. That that is what I'm doing. Then we'll make that one that one. And it's adjusting with the energy as it comes in. And so essentially what I did was I swapped a couple of them on the mark. Let's see, so that would have been that one. And then we drew that one. And we're on that one. So now I know back where I am. And I know I probably lost quite a few people, but that's okay because I didn't lose my best friend.
Yeah, and my bro, as you know, always here.
And but I'm doing my own one, man. I never done this before. I've had pieces, I had symbols, but I never actually did it myself. That's cool.
I never drew it either. I was like writing coins that I tossed and then found on the book what it means. But actually, I did draw. I did draw from the coins, but a few times only. Yeah. Okay, this is cool. I'm really. This is a cool day, as we say.
Now mine might be a little bit off, because I'm freehanding it here. But I was trying to get it right. Trying to get it correctly sized. But there's mine. There it is right there. It's a I Ching. Boom. I just drew it.
Whoa!
That's 8 I Ching, and from that you get 64. I drew that myself right now from seeing this, and I'm gonna draw a circle in the middle of it.
because it's got a double circle just like my gong has on it. So I'm gonna draw that because that's a
I'm
these are yantras. This is what I was saying earlier. It's
could
interesting about
you
Indians
hmm,
understanding different cultures and the way that they process what one would consider divine or spiritual or sacred. It's important information and it has been preserved. And a yantra to the Indians is when you put the shape on paper, or you could use sand, or you could use anything. You could make it with gold, but this counts as a yantra, and it's my pen in my hand that makes it a magical reality I just crafted. Quantum creation is what I just did because my hand did it. And you could look at me and say all you want, or you could go find yourself a piece of paper and start writing it down, Mister Copycat. Don't I love you, I love you copying me. I hate everybody else doing it. I love it when you do it. So go ahead and copy. You got the drawing. So I just quantumly created, and now from my quantum working, I'm going to put the eye at the middle. Well, I got a couple more circles. Let me shut my mouth up and do this. And so
I'm gonna screenshot it when you're done so I can perfectly do. Okay. Okay.
no, 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 you got to look up your own. Because
Okay.
I made what would be a mistake because I
Okay.
did a long line when it should have been a shorter line, so I had to replace one with another one, and so it wasn't exactly but correct. So mine's probably got what people would term an error, but for me, that is my flow of harmony. Your flow of harmony might match exactly what you pull up, exactly what it is. You might
Mm-hmm.
make your own, be like, no, one doesn't go there. I'm going to put this one here because you actually
Yeah.
understand them. And you're like, I'm going to put whatever the circumstance. So let that
Mm-hmm.
flow be for your flow. Um, because yeah, or you could screenshot this one if you want. Here, look, you could that'll
Yeah,
give you a
because
good
my
look.
book doesn't have that one, that thing. It maybe has it. Okay, I did screenshot it. Awesome. It
Yep,
has
that
it
one's got
inside.
it,
It has multiple things on the inside.
but it
I got
doesn't
it.
have that one. Okay, got yeah, that one's good. I thought you were wanting a copy of mine. I'm like, no, you can't. No copy in my copy.
No, the cool
I work
thing
on my
about
own
the
homework.
yeah, the cool thing about the I Ching in my experience is that it always surprises you and you always learn something new. It just never stops. Like, and think about, like, it motivated the invention of the binary system, and we're now using these phones, and like I have a feeling like you can just infinitely learn stuff from this book or system or yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I love it. I love it.
Uh, I wonder, like, could you channel a hexagram? Because I don't know how to channel, but like they're all like made out of solid
Listen,
or broken
listen.
lines.
You can make your you make your own oh, hold on. Ask me that question in about 20 seconds.
Okay.
When you draw your own thing, you can
You
use,
see?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, you can use your pendulum to give you an answer on your own.
Okay. Like that's an idea that came to me because you said like you got numbers that came to, so I'm like, why couldn't you get lines that came to? It's just made out of six solid or broken lines. And you could be like, but I don't know how to get stuff to come to me on.
Oh, okay. Yes, the sticks is originally how it was done. Gosh, I know the system. I don't work it.
Yeah, I read somewhere, but I don't even remember how it works or know or anything. But I know that like it's with sticks originally. Yeah.
Okay, either write it down to remind me, but give me 7 days time from today, and remind me, and I should have that. I should be able to get that information for you within 7 days. I just fucking I might watch a documentary or something and just
Okay.
knocking on my door and oh hey, that's what he's looking for. But I know I have the information either in a book or on the computer or a documentary or I
I
have the information. And
I
you are
have a
correct.
feeling, yeah, that because you're like so experienced with these ancient systems and stuff, if you were able to pull that system with sticks and do readings like that, that would be powerful. I have a feeling. I don't know.
Oh, you're telling me to do it or
Well,
signaling me to do it. I got you. I could.
right?
It's
Or
not
no, I
something
also
you
want to learn it,
teach.
but I don't know how to do it. So you can teach me and we can do it together. Like if we do readings together, that's
Okay,
powerful.
look. You have the understanding to drop the coins and get the
Yes.
results.
Yep.
I showed you I can work the I Ching with a cube yesterday and today. I didn't. Well, I guess so. I guess I did. I did. We should did active doing that. Just so I've got sticks. So you'll go through the process of like you would do the coins, but just explain it to me. Instead of dropping coins, we're going to use sticks. And if I'm not mistaken, it's like 3 or 6. I think it's 3 of them because it's well, you have the broken ones. Maybe it's 6 of them total or something. But I don't know
Yeah,
why it's
there's
kind of
six
coming to my
lines
mind.
only. Huh.
You know what? Rather than waiting just to, as I do this, how do you just explain to me how you do the coins? Like, give me a
Well,
walkthrough. Like you would do it if you had coins in your hand and were casting it. Explain to
there's
me what's going
actually
on.
a perfect page here on my book explaining it. So I'll turn to it and read it if you want. I
Okay,
compare
cool.
it to that page always, and you just basically draw a hexagram from the code. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, okay, we can do that. So let me see this. I always follow this one. Ooh, this is a fun day. I liked it. Really the most fun day.
This is man. Yeah, man. I mean, we're doing yantras and magical stuff, and you could do it. You could put it down into arts and crafts. We're
Yep.
doing our smart activity.
Okay. No, this is not the page. Wait, I wanna like have the full instructions for you. Just you basically throw the 3 coins 6 times all at once and write down the results: tails, tails, heads, 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 tails. And then there's a page here in my book that perfectly tells you what each means. But I want to find that page.
Okay, so then essentially what would wind up happening from that information would be that so essentially all I need is the sticks. I'm gonna drop a stick and it's gonna go into a sequence and it's either gonna give me a yes or a no. So like either the sticks are gonna cross and make contact or they're not gonna cross and make contact. And so all I need is 2 sticks. And if I drop them and they make contact then as in a laying form, then that would be a solid, a yes. And if they don't make contact, then that would be a circle, an oval, a no. Like or whatever you want to classify the positive and whatever. And so essentially we would just cast those 2 sticks over and 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 over to get long line, short line, and binary to get a sequence. And so all I need is 2 sticks to work that. Like without looking into it and without you explaining anything further. I mean, magic is magic.
You're right. That makes perfect sense. That's how it must work. Yeah, that's of course. Yeah. And it's the hexagrams made out of broken and solid. Of course. Yeah, yeah, that's logical. How yep. Oh, we
So, so I mean, I've got sticks.
and they're pretty sacred. and
So
so I we could throw one. You want me to draw it? The universe is telling me to draw it, so I'm like, okay, universe, I'll draw it. Let me finish drawing this. Let me tell you something, whether yourself or others, teaching for anybody. So it doesn't, some people, it's got to be perfect. And they say, well, the lines have to be equally sided and all of that. Okay. Number one in magic, it's all about the intention and the heart. What is
yeah.
the heart intending? Is the heart intending control? Because control means that you're not open to any changes. Control means what you say goes, and until you get those results, nothing changes. That's what control
Mhm.
does. And so so going with the flow and just allowing things to be. So in my drawing, what I'm getting at is I do not have, you know, the equal lines on the outside. I don't have that. But what I'm doing, and they're different thicknesses. Some are thicker, some are thinner. Shoot, some lines are not the. Some lines are thicker and shorter. What I'm doing is I'm making it smooth. I'm making the outside smooth because I don't want any rough edges. Rough edges cause problems. I want a smooth transition. If we're going to do an edge, let's make that a solid, nice, good 90-degree turn, if possible. Or, some other thing that's going to be very definitive, as that will be a change in direction and course. So I'm just smoothing out my lines that I've created. That's what I'm currently doing right now.
Mhm. I love collaborative magic cards.
Dude, yes. Boom, boom. Ooh, I added something to mine, bro. Remember, remember this one?
Yeah. Okay. Ah. Mega awesome. Saw squared. Love squared.
That's what's going at the center.
And fun fact, I was actually holding this on top of my I Ching on my altar for a while, even before today. So,
Interesting. All right.
yep.
Well, this is going on my altar.
Yay.
As we say, awesome sauce squared. Wah, wah.
Yes. Quantum creation in full
Yes,
force.
yes. That's cool. That's cool. That was cool. That would have never happened
if I just stuck the book up there.
Help. And I have like the strong. This book literally guided me, as I said, from the start to here. So it's like an important book for us to. And like I know we cannot understand it fully, but we can keep learning from it because like whoever connected this stuff together, they're like, yep. Mm-hmm.
Such are some of the mysteries of the great universe of God, and yet we, whose life and that of the world on which we live, form but a point in the center of infinite time, we who nourish and amalculate within, and on whom vegetables grow without, and learn how God created this universe, would understand his powers, his attributes, his emanations, his mode of existence and of action, would fain know the plan according to which all events proceed, that plan profound as God himself would know the laws by which he controls his universe, and would fain see and talk to him face to face as man talks to man. And we try not to believe because we do not understand.
That's a laughter of pure divine happiness and alignment. And you just randomly, I saw that. I saw it. You literally randomly just opened the page and they're like, uh huh, yes.
Give me some coffee, bro. I love you.
I love you. Awesome sauce square. uh,
When you believe in yourself, everything follows. My mom, she believed in me.
ooh.
And I couldn't put that into words until my ha ha little bro opened up the treasure chest of my heart and showed me what my mom had been trying to tell me my whole life.
And I'll just make it the full circle of beauty. Why did that happen? Because you believed in me.
And I believed in myself naturally, which made me believe in everybody else. And I believed everybody else was creators too. And so I viewed other people as God themselves. And that's why I don't want to fight nobody. That's why it ain't worth winning anything with anybody. Because my stranger neighbor is God himself, doesn't realize it, and is treating me like crap. Well, it ain't up to me to dish nothing back. That's not my place.
Yes, I wanted to say earlier, but like I don't want to hurt anyone
But my
because
mom,
yeah.
she loved me and she
Mm.
believed in me. And through her actions, and without words in my head to explain anything, after she had passed away, I believed in myself. I knew I could do it. I knew I was enough. I knew I didn't need nobody else. I didn't need nobody's approval. I believe it enough in myself. And if somebody couldn't see that they were God incarnate and I could, well, maybe they just need to wait a little bit longer till we have a good conversation. That's fine. I'm pretty dang patient. I'm really patient. I'll move on to something else and get interested in something else and forget all about yesterday and who they were and what the name was and everything because I'm not hanging around them. Not because I tried to forget, because I got too much going on in my darn life. I got fairies and goblins and ghouls and medievals and unicorns and leopards and lions and bears. Oh my. And I'm supposed to remember Jenny and Jenny and JC, and they got upset because their panties were in a bunch over not getting enough of what I don't even care. I got too much going on and all of that. I got cards falling out my hand.
This is so beautiful because when I remember, like, yeah, so beautiful, so beautiful. Mhm.
My mom, without words, I never felt like I needed my dad's approval. I never felt like like, I never needed nobody's approval. I never needed nobody's okay or, you did that, good job. I never needed nothing from nobody. I don't know what my mom did. I don't know how she did it. And I could explain everything she did every day of her life. But when she was alive and when she was gone, I didn't need nothing. I was happy with who I was. And I'm happy who I am. And I'm happy what I do. And that doesn't require nobody's nothing for anything. And the same goes for you. You don't need nobody's nothing. You're beautiful all on your own. You're perfect as your heart is. If you just dropped everything that a human told you you needed to live up to, if you just dropped those bad habits right now, you would shine just like this guy more than the sun could ever take it.
Yes, even more. Mm-hmm.
I'm just I'm just doing everything I can to help people shine a little bit more because the world would be a lot nicer place. Everybody really realized they were God and how powerful they were. Holy crikey, if people realized how powerful they were, shoot, the whole world would change overnight because everybody would quantumly create. What do you talk about, Mr. So and so? This is the part where that could go away. The Mr. So and so with the time traveler machine, and he said if somebody invented a time machine, then they would all show up at that same point and moment because they all come right back to it. And then we'll we figure out, well, if that happened, then there would just be like just time machines popping out of the time machine kind of thing. Like you could take that one and
Yep.
travel around, whatever. Like so. Alpha and Omega, I think, spoke today. I think that's okay.
On the
We're a little squarious. Me and my brother here.
on the note of shining, I'll go turn on the light so y'all can see me better. And there's a light, appropriate lighting. Ah, ah. Wow. Yes, appropriate. Oh,
On that tunage, I'd like to read the words for the wings of Allset, which is uniting with the angelic self. And so, if this material is connected with yourself, if you've connected with the material, I feel like something personal has been answered to some degree or whatever.
then uniting with your angelic self is what you're experiencing. And so let me share that information. Not a question I want to answer. There's somebody that's asking how I can do what I do, and it's because my mom, who passed away, who is my best friend, she's right here all the time. And so I live in hell, and my feet walk in hell. My mouth speaks on earth, and my mind exists in heaven. I don't know how else to say it.
Powerful, beautiful. I love you, bro.
The wings of all set of the Divine Mother uniting with the angelic self. You have a special spiritual relationship with the angelic worlds. Part of your soul purpose is to birth angelic consciousness and values such as fearlessness, compassion, and service into this human culture. This oracle brings you angelic assistance and intervention and confirmation that any impressions you may have had and confirmation that any impressions you may have had that you belong not only to the human kingdom, but also to the angelic one are correct. You have a special spiritual relationship with the angelic worlds and are helping to birth angelic qualities of fearlessness, light, service to the greater good, and alignment of divine will into human form. This is no small task, and although you are well equipped to succeed, there are beings that wish to assist you so that they may grow too, and your success may be more graceful and swift. All set, divine winged mother, goddess, and angel of healing wishes to assist you with unconditional love now. You are guided to accept angelic assistance and ask for Lady Allset, who loves you unconditionally, to assist you with integrating angelic energies into your consciousness and life. You will be asked to lift yourself up to higher and higher vibrational states of awareness, and this may mean letting go of certain relationships, practices, or states of being, or even particular habits or thought patterns that would lower your vibration into fear, doubt, or shame. Give yourself permission to just let this happen. You do not need to force anything. It's a matter of softening, allowing, and trusting what feels right for you, for your absolute faith. And with you and your absolute faith and bold, radical acceptance, it will be okay. There are others like you on this planet, beloved initiate. Though far from the majority, you occupy a special role in the evolution of human consciousness. As it connects more deeply and twines with the natural world, the more you accept this part of you, the more you shall draw into your world others like you. You will just feel comfortable with each other because you all hold a similar refined vibration. Even in the midst of ordinary, everyday relationships, there is a sense of easy connection, mutual understanding, and spiritual acknowledgement. This oracle is also a confirmation that you have been asking to connect with your angel, praying to a particular angel or archangel, or have been thinking more about angels lately. That genuine connection has been made between you and the angelic kingdom. The angels send you love and peace now and say, "We are with you, beloved." We are with you, beloved one. And in one, you never walk alone, and you're always a part of we.
and we shall always prevail over I. Me and little bros too. Now, I have a feather. Bro's got feathers. You could use a small crystal. You could use a feather. Anything. But sit quietly and connect with your breath. Feel the breath flowing in through the body and out into the earth. I'm speaking on your behalf. If I may. Thank you. I honor the light in this sacred body of mine, this body that belongs to light and nature, this body that contains the angelic consciousness of divine love. Feel what your body connects with the earth, even though the cushion or seat upon you or that you're sitting upon, even if you're many stories high above the earth in the apartment building, intend to feel the connection, the light and the energy in your body that connects you to the earth. Breathe in and out again, feeling the breath flowing deeply out of the back of your heart chakra, in your upper back, and out through the crown of your head. In your stead and in your voice, I speak. Yes. I honor the wings of light and life that allow my body and soul to take flight, to live as angel and human upon this earth in service of love and peace and power. Feel the breath flowing in and out of the heart chakra, especially at the back now. Feel it flowing as wings out of your upper back. Just let there be expansiveness and a feeling of great natural extension in space. As you are doing this, speaking on your behalf, yes, I call upon the angelic forces of light within and in the celestial realms, and I call upon divine love, unconditional love. Help me activate the angel within with grace, with light, with divine compassion. Of my own free will, I allow this to be in unconditional love for all of humanity. Breathe in and out and rest your awareness in your heart. Just feel the light and peace and beauty in your heart underneath any fear or doubt or insecurity. It's just there. Rest in that awareness for a moment of the peace and beauty in your heart. As you're doing this, bring your attention now to your sacred object on the ground before you, your crystal, the feather, or even just your hands themselves. And move your right hand. And now I move your left hand to your heart. And as you move your left hand to your heart, I speak on your behalf. Yes. Yes. I ask that the blessings of all set on the wings of all set, the Divine Mother, through the healing power of all set, come to me now. Feel this sacred object with your beauty, dear angel goddess, that every time I see it, I may remember the angel within me. I ask that the blessings of all set on the wings of all set through the healing power of all set come to me now. Fill this sacred object with your beauty, dear angel goddess, that every time I see it, I may remember the angel within me. I ask that the blessings of all set on the wings of all set through the healing power of all set come to me now. Feel the sacred object with your beauty, dear angel goddess, that every time I see it, I may remember the angel within me. Be aware of the energy flowing from your heart to the object, or from your heart to your very hands. And when you are ready, place this object in a special place, or simply place your hands over your heart as if you're placing your heart within your heart. Speaking on your behalf, yes. Whenever I see you, I will remember that I am angel true, that angels love and assist me, and all set is with me too. Whenever I see you, I will remember that I am an angel true, that angels love and assist me, and all that is with me too. Whenever I see you, I will remember that I am an angel true, that angels love and assist me, and all that is with me too. As you take a moment and your breath is slowly in and out, angel goddess, wings of white, help my angelic soul take flight. I call upon angelic intervention, align my life with divine perfection. My soul and inner angel are one, and my body integration has begun. Angel goddess, wings of love, you protect me from below and above. Angel goddess, wings of white, help my angelic soul take flight. I call upon angelic intervention. Align my life with divine perfection. My soul and inner angel are one, and my body integration has begun. Angel goddess, wings of love, you protect me from below and above. Angel goddess, wings of white, help my angelic soul take flight. I call upon angelic intervention, align my life with divine perfection. My soul and inner angel are one, and my body integration has begun. Angel goddess, wings of love, you protect me from below and above. Ra ra ra, arsimitoki shabobanani samtrubina, arsimitoki shabobanani samtrubina, arsimitoki shabobanani samtrubina, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. Something feels like I would like to hit the gong, like a real big good thing just happened for somebody out there.
Yep.
And I'm gonna hit that gong on their behalf.
Yep. I feel it too. Woo. Oh.
Whoever you are out in the world, this one's for you.
From we.
I stand corrected from we. Wow. Wow. Anyways, these are my own words. My book published is anyways, but this is old school, printed myself back in the day before anything of what I would experience if I lost love. Then by my surprise again my life drove towards what my journey sought after, in which there was minimal laughter. This time I knew better of what was to come in the latter, though I chose love, even if temporary, with tormenting pain in sight. I felt leery from this love I was sent across state lines, and the likes that my heart was full of confines. This time, now 16, my pain grew worse than ever before that had occurred on my course. Many times I attempted my ending, hoping this pain would ever be ending. Alas, against my will did I survive during a time I did not think my life would thrive. With no answers from God, I began to reach out to something odd, the angel of my adversity, whom I saw as Satan. I found myself starting to bait him, kill me, for all their efforts were worthless. Then I began to stand with some finesse. I climbed out of that deep, dark hole. Once again, I found my soul.
We gotta, bro, bro, do it.
That's, you feel it. Share what you feel, bro. I want to hear, I'm interested what you're feeling. I'm feeling it too. So whatever you have to say, I'm good
First
to.
off, I look at me, bro.
Oh,
Uh, yeah,
I'm a,
well, we tend we tend to share feelings on this emotional frequency. So what you feel, I feel. What we feel, we feel. So words are.
got you. Got you. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for explaining what we feeling. You know, I'll be looking this way long enough. I need another eye, man. And a
Oh,
couple
it's
more
two
eyes.
eyes. Two eyes on our I Chings. There it is. From the what we were. Yeah.
Mine is on the altar, and it ain't going to move from its spot. Now, that's cool, and I'm explaining the reason why mine is where it is. I drew that drawing of the I Ching, right, and then I put the eye on it. The reason why I don't touch the altar. Okay, I read it out of here earlier, and I'm going to give you some juicy sauce. All right, here's some juicy sauce. Now that you're a being of love, I'll give you the sauce. Your altar is a microcosm of your universe. You quantumly create every night
and heaven is tiny, and this human world is full of giants. And so when you get real tiny and leave your body at night, you go use your quantum computer with all the energy that you stored so it shines like a beacon of light. Anyways, lick your chops with that one.
I get that fully, quantumly. Never thought about it like that, but yeah, quantum particles are like literally invisible to even microscopes. Of course, heaven
So,
is there. Of course.
so that's all stuff for you to write down if you'd like to share that information, bro. That's
Yeah.
that's 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 some yummy sauce. And
Yummy
whatever
sauce. And
you're
I'll write it
gonna
with this one.
yes. I understand why you look at the screen so much now. I don't care about looking at myself, whatever. I stare at myself in the mirror enough. Everything's blurry to me. All I see is red and two things going out of here and a black thing and silver. It's all blurry to me. I don't get it. And you're staring at the screen because I don't live with you. You're not in my room every day, but quantumly, you're here all the time. You're here right now. Your spirit's going through this room and all this source stuff. How can I pull to a book? Because we share brain space, we share energy. I share everything. Floodgates 100% open with you. So then your spirit's in here, and I literally allow your spirit because you're so delirious and lost in happiness. I allow your spirit to literally use my hand to pop open to what you need to hear, what you know would be best said, because your spirit can run a human body.
Whoa. Yes.
We
And
we
that
by
connects
rote
to like one of my original things that when we were talking about, like, I randomly just assumed this and I remember it. I don't remember a lot of things, but like important emotional things I very much so remember. And this was one of them. I told you something like, "Whoa, you're making all these like videos and live, so like your astral body is connecting to everyone who sees it online through the screen because that's now possible." And now, especially that I realize like that this is a quantum intervention into our reality by like
good
acid
work,
and people
Hussein.
making it, and it's like literally allowing everyone's astral body to be connected to everyone who sees it online. And that's also, by the way, what we're doing here.
No.
Oh,
And people love something shiny, don't they? They want to look at something they don't understand and go, ooh, in their own private space so nobody can judge them judging somebody.
yep. And the other thing was, it's not like a complicated idea. I wrote it down, but it's basically like you said, heaven is tiny, and like, okay, so microscopes, we can see like at best molecules with it. Those are really tiny. Nobody can see molecules, but like with these quantum.
What where your brain and where your question goes, here's what you have to interject into that formula. Outside the event horizon cannot look inside the event horizon, nor vice versa. Now continue, if you
Okay,
can. I
okay,
mean, you can.
of course I can. We're here. It's a new timeline. We can do anything now. Anyways, heaven is tiny. So atoms are tiny and no one can see atom other than like these quantum microscopes like that they made. And even smaller than atoms, what are atoms made out of? They're made of like, I think it's called quarks, like quantum stuff. And that's the tiniest thing there is. And quantum physics is basically like this indeterministic thing of nature. And that's where heaven lives, in the quantum space, like in the tiniest possible space.
And what do we read every single day? Tales of who? Tales of who?
Dream Bros, our quantum
Fairies.
bros.
Fairies.
Yeah.
Fairies. Microscopic, tiny, invisible to the eye. Can't fucking see them no matter how hard you try. Ghouls and goblins and gnomes and all sorts of scary stuff. Griffins and unicorns and welcome to the great wide world of my mind and his heart.
And I'm gonna connect it to your words, which I resonate with so much. A heart of love believes everything.
So then when you believe, when we believe the stories all around us about all the existences of all the different faiths.
I realized the biggest possibly misconception of our language, or at least modern days. So when they say fairy tales, it's implied like something imaginary, which is implied that something doesn't exist, while in reality it's the opposite. If you believe it, you get to actually create it. And you said it with the Pokeverse. These things are real. They exist like in our hearts. So if you interpret a fairy tale as something fake, that's like a fool. You fully didn't get it.
All right, now I'm going to take you back to the original thing I said. And we can take it all the way back to a TikTok video going to 2. I think we could do a solid 2 years ago. At least a solid year. But I've been saying this for a lot longer than that. They call them mythologies. I call them methodologies. They showed us a method of how something works. And if you apply the method, then you have the formula and your future is opened up. Welcome to heaven or not. I could care less whether you want to walk in, but that's where I'm going. Because that's where I live every day. It's Merry Christmas, it's Scary Halloween, and it's Thanksgiving every day of my life. And you put those 3 together, and that's what me and my brother calls the age of Squarius.
I just realized it's 3 holidays, bro.
To 2, because we square it, right? We square
Yeah.
square it to 3, because 23rd, the 25th, so we got to have the 2, 3, and 5 in there. Good.
Everything checks out.
We can get 7, we can get all the numbers from there, we're good. Yep.
You can get
2 and 3.
even 64.
2 and 3 gets us back to the start, which is the infinite loop to get to the end. And it also creates 4 and 8 and everything else. What you just said. So forwards and backward 2 to 3. Got it. Did you know there's an actual word in my language in my book that I wrote that is available out there in the world? And the definition of the word that it says 2 to 3 is the key to victory. 2 to 3 is the key to victory. That's the definition of the word. Yep. Yep. I created that word. Did you know? Was it Aristotle? I think it was Aristotle. He really kind of came up with the language that we speak today. And he wrote, I got the book. He said, if there's not a word in the English language to describe what you're trying to describe, then create one. So I created 129 words that I didn't find anybody else saying, using, expressing, or anything, but I observed the nature of human beings and I wrote a dang book and created a language. I said, this language is not to be a new language, there's no hello, goodbye, or anything like that in there. It's meant to be used in addition to other languages because you can plug it into any language and now you can actually get cross culture and be able to communicate. Oh, I feel this way. My feelings are echoing this right now because of these circumstances, and I don't need to tell you the details, but you actually know my state of resonance. You know my frequency. If you know my frequency, then you can either stay away because you're going to cause it problems, or I'll stay away because I know that's going to keep more peace. Or you could bring a positive, which positive vibration to come that's going to like kind of cancel out all that bad stuff I'm in, and you could help me. So,
On that
and
note, I don't know if you heard it, but a thunder thing
wow,
hits.
love you, bro. There's this button. There's a very specific reason why I'm not mentioning the name of my book or saying where it is specifically because there's a button that said that I click before the broadcast or whatever before going live and it says, "Is there any paid promotions?" Well, no, there's not. And I think if I mention my own book, it counts in that term. So if I don't actually tell you where to go or
Mhm.
actually mention how to get to it or which one it is exactly, then it doesn't take count. And I'm not exactly trying to not I'm enjoying my life with my best friend and the dude the closest human being in the whole gosh darn world to who my mother Rosemary was. Like heart wise
Oh,
and that kind of sheesh.
bro, that's a powerful thing to hear from you. I love you. Whoa.
like like seriously, bro, think about it. Everything in my life is live one vibrational energy, and that's my mother. That's Rosemary. And who could I hang out and talk with 9 hours a goddamn day if you didn't have a vibration of Rosemary to some degree, regard somehow, somewhere, some I don't who cares? I don't care about words or understanding it no more. But yeah. Yeah, that's for
I
you.
love the divine perfection of it because she made you believe in yourself and then you believed in yourself enough to make me and other people believe in themselves when they didn't, which in turn then I reflected the love and then we're here where we shouldn't technically be, but it magically happened and it actually was a part of a divine plan and now a beautiful destiny is unfolding and it's like all so perfectly divine.
Yep.
And ah, I love your mom,
Also
Rosemary.
following
Thank her. Oh,
exactly,
sweet.
man. It's always Rosemary. It always goes back to Rosemary. Like it always goes back to Rosemary, man. She did it all. From the grave, I don't know. I mean, I got a good idea of it now, man. But like I said, man, like you already know, once we in the flow, it's just like we go, 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 go. Shit. Like I wrote a book so I could find my way back home if I need to, but I'm really enjoying this journey and I'm just moving forward. My bro, don't you know?
And
We go yo ho, we ain't gonna row.
we,
Yo
to
ho,
be
we
honest,
ain't gonna row.
we already home. Like it's just
That's it. That's it.
yes, that's it.
You just
Yep.
gave the best ending to that song. That song been waiting. That song been waiting for however many years. Yo ho, it's a pirate's life for me. Yo ho, it's a pirate's life for me. Right. Yeah. Because we out at sea, we pirates, we're moving around on the boat. But you just caught it. You just caught. I said yo ho, whatever the heck I was saying, and you were like, hey, oh yeah. I said yo ho, we ain't gonna row. And you're like, cause we already home. You ended. You just ended that song. We don't need to be at sea no more. Mama right here, mama at home where she needs to be. Mom's at sea. We know she's good. She'd be like, oh, I sent you a message from the seagulls. Oh, I sent you some clouds and some rain. She'll drop what she needs for us and let us know what we need. Da 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 da. Boom boom boom. Yeah yeah yeah. We got that one. And so we could be happy at home.
Mm-hmm.
Home. Like
Literally.
I dropped anchor. You want to see how much I dropped anchor? Let's see. I'll be back. Give me like 30 seconds. Well, okay, longer than 30 seconds. Hold on, I'm gonna do it. I can do it. But I gotta take that off first. And that off. With it. Because it needs to be in my life. I want to look at it. That's okay. Got that one. Yep. See you later. Well, you want to come now? Okay, you're all coming now. Let's go. Well, I got what I need. Honey, that's what I did. I'll be quiet. Let's go. I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, I'm back. Look, I didn't knock anything down. Well, one thing fell, but it didn't break nothing. Anyways, see, look, I got anchor.
Yes. Yes.
Anchor's been dropped.
Okay. On this
Anchor's
note,
been
my
dropped.
heart is screaming at me to say something. It may sound kind of sad, but I mean it in the most beautiful way. Like fully honestly, I have never in my life before all of this stuff aligned have had a home to be happy in. And I mean it in the most beautiful way because now I do. But for real. So there you go.
And this is full of jewel. This is some precious magical stonage, man. I'm not even opening it. It's been sealed for a good long while. It's got some silver and gold. We talked about well, I don't know if that's gold. No, it's gold. Anyways, I got some silver and gold pieces on it. Anyways, metals don't matter. But this guy is going to be part of the anchor. Because it's got to have a chord, like it's got to have a bass, right? So that can happen.
Yep.
So, and our dudes are going to help us here. Pinky and Rocker.
Yeah.
Banger. His name's Banger because he's a head banger. I'll show you in a moment because he likes rock music. It's always got rock music going in his head. It's like it doesn't matter. It's always head banging. Anyway. Make sure those go around there all good. On a magical side of things, you knot it. That means that's together. You're sealing an energy together. There's energy in the air, and I am binding. I don't like the word binding. I am uniting.
Yes,
including
uniting is better.
the connection. See, now this, I call it a love knot. I don't know what other people call it, but it's like half of one shoelace. So all you gotta do is pull this one, pop, and then it comes out. So it's like, it's not like you gotta work at it. So it leaves the ability. It's not forever bound, but for the moment, these energies are united. And thus the anchor can it's gotta find a spot for the altar here to be most appropriate. Ooh. I actually have a jar with seashells and I put water with some salt in it. And then I have, anyways, I'm not going to explain anymore, but you can get the idea.
I want to comment on a particular commandment that you mentioned that is very true, but I have something to add on it that you will agree.
Let's hear it.
So
Yeah, do it.
it said like, I shall wipe away all your tears, something like that.
Right.
It's very true. However, not all. Some tears shall remain, and those are tears of pure joy and relief and love.
Yes. Yes. Agreed, confirmed, and
Yes.
fold it, press it, stamp it, and let's go home. That's where that one's going to sit. Yep. Boom. We're good. All right.
I was about to start, but then you really.
Oh, yeah. Every day gets better. Every day is a better day.
Oh, I know what's going on. I realize what's happening. Okay, so we did quantum work before, right? Like quantum lifting, that kind of stuff. Now it's quantum play. And it works like incredibly efficiently because that's what the divine said. Like, just let nature do its thing.
This is part of the play. I'm not interrupting you. I'm joining your flow. That was cool. Okay. I never done that before.
That's, that could be said about many things in this new reality, as we see.
Okay, so what you didn't see where I hit my shofar, well, you could see it moving right there. You can see it moving right here. And essentially I got this basket at the bottom, which is like for like grapes and stuff, and it has a face on it. And then I got a rule: I don't touch a phone after I set it up for the day, so I can't move it. Anyways, it's a self-imposed thing on myself. And then, well, fine. I can't be a hypocrite. I tell him you got the whole. I told him earlier today, and I was like, bro, you gotta set up your thing. Don't touch it. I've been telling him that for 3 days, so that's me. I can't go against my own thing. Anyways, at the top we got a ohm. It's got an ohm up here, and it's got two silver things, and it's got um um a little fairy dude. He's not a fairy, he's a little gnome dude, but he's not like a gnome, like the happy fairy
Bro,
dude. And so like and so they're so the shofar, when I was turning and making the rotation, I was like, wait, because we're supposed to go, because you gotta like wind it up and then you gotta unwind it, right? To return back to center, return back to where we started. So then on the return, so then as I was unwinding, I couldn't do like four of them, I didn't have that much to save up. Like I could do anyways. But as I was coming back on the return rotation, I hit the ohm with the base and the ohm. I said ohm and the double. It's got two X's for the deceased, and is it just holy crikey? What just went? Boom! I made contact with that.
divine idea in my head.
What you got?
How did we said we're home, you anchored that we're home. How
Yeah.
did we get home with H's and ohms. Home.
I'm writing that down. That's oh my god, that's gonna be a T-shirt. Like Einstein's gonna be Einstein's face, or and like H squared ohm.
Equals love.
It's $1 billion idea. It's the kind of stuff we give away for free.
As you see.
Go make some money, get rich, come back and give us a few bucks and say thanks. Seriously.
If you want. If you
you want,
don't worry about it. Just love.
Just love. We'll keep loving, keep helping. Damn, that's a great idea. It's a person you will hear copies of that. You will see t-shirts. This shit's gonna go. It's already selling. There's already there's fucking phone calls going on and everything right now. Watch, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it on a freaking movie in a year, and you're gonna remember you saw it here first. Etc. By the way, as dark and light, your own chi in the middle. Got two of us.
Yin and yang.
Awesome sauce all day, man. We're gonna make a wonderful stew. I love you.
Oh, yes. Oh.
You know how me and my brother do? I just popped into my head, dude. When I said dew, I thought of dew. The rain, the morning mist, the dew, and then I thought dawn,
Yes,
the rising
yes,
sun, and I'm like,
yes.
oh my god, dude. Oh, I gotta draw the actual ohm symbol, dude. I've never actually. Well, no, I have. No, I have drawn it.
Oh,
Anyways, I'm
John,
gonna go
you know
look at
that
my
your
own.
bro, divine idea. On your altar, there's like that I Ching circle. So that's the H, and next to that, draw the Om. So we're home.
Sheesh. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna write it down here first, and then I'll do
Yeah.
that next. That's you said that, and my coffee pot went click. So I
It's
have
called
to.
a synchronicity, which makes us laugh and love because we flow, as you know.
Yo ho, we ain't gonna row.
'Cause we already home.
Somebody ring a bell.
All the bells are ringing.
Oh yes, man. Okay. Well, that's my quick drawing of it.
Awesome.
But let me slide this guy out of here.
Oh, actually, I think I also want to draw it, but like the hexagram of 25, because that's like the one that got us home. or just the I don't know. What do you think?
You should do whatever you want to do. I am
You are
going to
very correct.
include the ohm on what I've got going
Very correct.
because technically I wanted to draw the ohm inside of it, but then I was like, no, do what he said. So you already called exactly what to do, and I've just been following your instructions all day long. You didn't see it. It's we. It's we. Me and Luigi.
Bro, no wonder they thought that about Shiva in the mountains.
They're like, that dude is way too freaking happy all by himself, man. This dude's got to be on something. And the dude's like, I'm poor. I ain't got nothing. What y'all talking about? Y'all go work jobs so you could buy endless booze. I don't got nothing to do that with. What you talking about, Willis? Shit.
And I'm happier than all of you combined, and you get the hangover, and you, yeah. I just wake up and go to sleep like this. What you talking about? What do you take? What do you do? Well, water. Ah. Hmm. Hmm.
Ooh, bro. Remember? Look, this is what we're doing. Holy crikey, holy crikey, holy crikey. I told you I used that at the center of the I Ching. The Ohm symbol has a dot, a sphere too. So I did it on that one.
Or actually, as Santa would say, ho ho ho, home home home, home home home.
I don't think it was ho. I think it was hoo 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 hoo. I think that's what it sounds like.
Pretty
Everybody
much.
got it wrong. Like an
Yeah,
owl.
you're right.
Like
He
an
was
owl.
laughing. Yep.
You're a masterful genius.
I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just playing and flowing.
Yeah. So the heart of love gets you.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing. None of this even has a second of thought. It's just flow from the heart.
Yep.
No thoughts in your own words, literally.
I mean, all of the information yesterday said thought will not win. Thought will not win. All the reasoning in the world will not get you anywhere. All day long. That's what it said
Yep.
over and over and over. Okay, so you're telling me not to use thought. I know how to do that quite effectively. So let me use my magical powers of observation and concentration and see what the universe is telling me to put together. And all they need to do is have it put together on one altar because they're aware of their own space much better than I ever will be. I am just a being of their operation. I just help them. Holy crikey! I found true north. I'm not kidding. Oh my god, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I can't tell you. I can't share it. Oh my god.
Okay.
Holy crikey, 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 crikey.
You don't
Oh
even
my
gotta
god.
explain it, bro. I feel it.
Fuck, fuck. Oh shit. Oh, 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 holy shysters.
That's what a teamwork of innocent hearts gets you. And I don't even know what you figured out, but my heart knows and loves it. So no thoughts, only heart.
Okay, so then what we just did is we just through today's I'm gonna keep talking through today's thing. What we connected and what I was able to talk about with somebody else for the first time in my life with actual cognitive reasoning and not anything else involved in the scope and the space about the validity and reality of microorganisms creating our destiny. They are creating our future. They can see our environment. They live within us. We have white blood cells. It is an army that fights off infections that hurt the body. We have thousands of them inside of us. You got white blood cells, circuits of networks, communication, keys, bacteria, microorganisms. They are thinking. They are moving. They have a system of operation. It does what it does with efficiency, with no error and no inconsistency. Just outside problems cause inside problems. So if the inside network can navigate the outside network, if they can see, then they can fucking coordinate and talk and move. Every single man and woman on the world is a king, is a god for the love of organization and order that exists within you. For your body to be is crafted by an alliance that is immeasurably powerful.
Bro,
From fairies to gnomes to dragons to fucking to unicorns to sea monsters and everything, griffins and all the likes, okay? It's all out there and they live forever beneath seeing anything. So when we as humans create a destructive thing that creates a lot of damage, we got humans are losing control. They are paying attention to physical senses and they are not respecting the massive communities that live within inside of them. Honor thy ancestors, honor every living organism as it shall be, and life will be wonderful. Honor thy mother and thy father, love thy neighbor as thyself, love God with all thy heart. These are core basic truths of our reality to create a future that is prosperous, in which the microorganisms that create everything that we live upon can actually live
okay.
happily and do what they need to. So when you gave me the information, essentially your alliance is working with my alliance on the microcosm network of things, and they're like, yo, put this up on the altar because you know what I'm working with. I give all of them access to come into my space, into portal quantum. We are in the same mind, same space, so we are sharing. Floodgates are open. There's no blocks, there's no lying, there's no trickery. There's fluidity of love being reciprocated. Fuck reciprocation. Love just exists. Love is the modum operatum. It is love, 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 love. Screw everything else. Love, 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 love. What do we got to get out of the way so that we can stay in love? Whoops, there was a little rough edge. Get that out of there so we can stay in the flow, right? That's how we talk about it, as the flow. All the time. The flow, 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 flow. So, in doing this, your team, your spirit team, to people being like, "Oh, no, spirit team, yeah, fucking, yeah, yeah." You're alive. You got a spirit team. Welcome to the group. And so maybe you can start listening to them a little bit more effectively rather than doing what you want. So I listened to what what your team told me to do. I created the yantras because I know, boom, and essentially I said it earlier today. It's a map. We're drawing a map. It's a map. The yantra is a map. So it's my physical energy imprinting a dimensional reality. That paper is so thin, but the press, the crease creates that. The color, the ink creates that border, that line. So a microscopic entity could be able to see and navigate that land. Therefore, with an eye put at the middle of it and those things brought together, then it creates these elements. They can do whatever the hell they do to make our world better, and then boom, 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 and back and forth. And this is what we do in every single day, and we just playing like you called it. Cheers, I love you.
Everything, yes, and I will just say something to demonstrate how much the logos has fascinated me. You will just get a little hint of it right now. If you remember what I told you with a funny reverse synchronicity that we have invented. So, remember yesterday what I told you that the logos told me? Inner and outer space are exactly the same.
As in heaven, also on earth. Heaven's all around us. It's the invisible space in between your hand and your face. It's not in the sky. I mean, it is the sky, but it's right in front of our faces. It's right at our feet. It's the air, space all around us. That is heaven. You don't have to build a building to get there. You just have to open your senses
I
to
am
realize that it's there. It's been there the whole time. That's why
we
that's why the fairy scriptures, that's what I'm calling them. The fairy scriptures, they say, look, just realize that we're there. Know this, and like everything is fine. You're taken care of. Mom's right there, dad's right there. Just know that we are there. And every worry goes away. You're fine. Everything's good. You play and take care of it. And just live life like a child, and we'll do all the heavy lifting. They love doing it. They're masters and geniuses. Do we have to understand it? Fuck. I'm happy to exist and be a kid. I don't need money. I don't need what somebody else got. I got plenty of happy fun.
divine
My,
idea.
what you got?
Okay, so it's not that we got it backwards, but this is so true. You said it yourself. The body of God is made out of many organisms, and we assume that we're living in an organism. But based on everything that we said today, we are the organism because we are gods. They are composing us who are gods.
Composing. They're composing us. So if we do what they guide us to do, regardless of what we want to pleasure or anything, then we have literal heaven, that good on the outside, good on the inside, good on the inside, good on the outside, resonates all good. People been drinking a lot of bad, that's why they got all the bad on the inside. Let's just, we already did it today, just make a decision, say nope, don't want that junk no more. I cut that off, and now if it's positive and good, I take it. If it's bad, you could just keep on moving on. My shit's covered. Love, good, happy, I'm open. Bad, negative, I'm good. Yep, that's it. That's how we walk in. That's, yep, love you.
Love we who sailed the sea and found home, and no longer we need to roam because we're home.
I gotta tell you something. I thought I had I thought I had only two of these. They're silver, and I told you I was gonna give you one the other day, but I technically did not put it in your box. I thought I had two. I have three. I said if I have anything of two, it doesn't. I wrestled with it in my own terms. I wrestled with it, and I said I'm giving it to him. And then in the morning, the third one showed up and I started looking for the fourth one because like, well, I'm going to give him two then. And it said, no, you have three. You need to keep all three. So I'm just letting you know on those ones. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm supposed to have two on my ears and one in my mouth. I don't freaking know, man. And one on my head.
I
I don't
think
know. But
I think all three are supposed to be on the altar.
there you go. You've been speaking a lot of reality and truth, and I'm just following your lead. And this is what I love is I don't have to be the leader. I don't have to think of stuff. I just have fun with you.
And imagine how fun it is if I don't have to think either.
Go ahead, bro.
Like, imagine how it's so fun because I don't have to think either. Literally, my heart thinks. So we're just having fun. It's not
That's
work.
it.
It's
Nope.
technically work, but like you had to do
We're
a
having
lot
fun.
of like hard work to get to a point where you work without really feeling like you're working, and quantum playing is work. Yeah, yeah.
See, like, and that's the reality of the spirit work is like that's what I learned. Like, I'll go back to an individual that I didn't know him, but his name was Thomas. It goes back to other people that I knew, but like I didn't know. And it gets back to ancestors and just remembering and respecting and honoring and it's true. Like on that journey, at some point, all the work it just becomes like it's not work anymore. It's fun. This is the way I live. I'm a little kid. I'm in my own world. What's so wrong with that? Other people make bad worlds and then they bring people into misery. Look at all they need doctors and this and that and all that other crap to deal with all the kickback from living in somebody else's world. So I'm gonna go live in my own world. It's a lot safer, funner. I got a lot more nice things here. And yeah. So I'm not going to join other people's worlds anymore. I'll live in my own world. Thank you very much. I could be nice to other people and be respectful, but I just want to be a kid and play and have fun. And for anybody that doesn't know me, you know me. But for anybody that doesn't know me, my mom died at the age of 56 in 2012, way too darn young. And her one regret, truly her one regret in this world, was that I was not a child. I wasn't a child.
Whoa.
Like, like I was making sure the door was locked, and I was making sure this was done, and I was making sure that was done. And that was her one regret. I wasn't a kid. So for me to play for the rest of my life sounds like divine justice well served to me. And I'll take it. I don't care to understand it. I don't need to. I'm happy to be happy. And that is sufficient for me.
Bro, that's the present.
Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Never even connected that. That's the present.
Yep. Yep.
Whoa. Whoa. That got okay. That hit my heart. Whoa. Whoa.
That's where I've been living all by myself for the past, I want to say my whole life, but consciously, actively, I guess there was an interruption in service for a while. Um, at least, at least 10 to 12 years total. I mean, consciously, actively, I mean, I've been there longer, but it's different when you actually become conscious of it and start like actively like working in this direction through every obstacle. But this is where I've been. I'm not leaving. My mom passed away, and, and I had to find the happiest memory I could and live there because anything else was too much, is too much. So I just live in the happiest memory I could. And you, my loving brother, my friend, my best friend, my world, you gave me a new happiest memory, a new like,
And you, and that's and that was literally what you told us to do, and now we get to experience it together
exactly.
again. Whoa.
I just been playing in my room by myself for all these years, doing my own work, being a
Oh,
responsible kid. And now I got a friend, now I got a brother, now I got somebody I
mm.
get to play with. And then you get to hang out in my room every day and we get to have fun.
And it's just the start.
Oh man. The start? I just want to let you know I had to become the okay, I can transmute negative energy into pure love and literally hand it back out to somebody in a physical object, literally, with it radiating that energy. It's in their energy and they feel it. It doesn't matter what happens, that it will always resonate that energy in their presence. Always. I'll have that forever or until they, whatever. Um, and I had to continue. Well, I didn't have to. I didn't have to do anything, but I continued to absorb the negative energies that were in the world, and it peaked with Kane's energy. That was the cake. That was the cake right there. That was the whole fucking. That was it right there. That was the great evil in the world that was feeding. I'm not even gonna go into any of it, but I swallowed that energy whole, and like that's what's feeding all this love and goodness. Like I got an infinite amount of energy within me to just feed all this goodness, and so it comes out every day with us having fun. I don't have to fight with anybody. I don't have to. I don't have to, all those old paradigms gone. Like I don't have to work with those systems. Like I've already converted the energy. It's love. It's not. I don't sit with bad energy. I ain't gonna sit with bad energy. I'm gonna I'm gonna transmute that immediately. So I got all that energy transmuted, and so now that's like on a quantum level. That's where that energy is coming from. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can just, and so yeah, now we can play. So when yesterday or the day before or whatever, you were like, like you can leave. You said the comment. You said it, dude. You said it, bro. You said you could leave those old structures, those old things. They don't serve you anymore because you went through this paradigm is new things. So those old structures don't serve you anymore, and that was a big change. That was a big change that I had to go through like overnight and process and really swallow that one down. And then when I did, I was like, okay, 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 okay. And that's what we've been adjusting with for the past, 24, 48 hours or whatever. And so, like, yeah, yeah. So we literally can just play. Um,
And who knew it's the most fun day ever?
yo, bro, don't you know?
In your own words, you said it like even more beautifully today. For anyone watching, literally, if you can just let go of the old bad paradigms that bad humans instilled into you, you can access this space and be Shiva on the mountain, and people be like, "What's up with him?" And you're just laughing and saying, "Ah." It's quite simple, really.
Oh my goodness. That's the whole world. That's the whole world.
Yep.
Because because I said single cell replication. That have been
Single cell replication. My mother imprinted onto me. That imprint printed onto you.
Everything is clear already. Yeah, but go on. I got it instantly when you said it. Instantly. That's what happened. Yep. Uh-huh.
So for everybody out there still scratching your heads, that means every single human turns into Shiva high off their ass with no substance. The whole world is a laughing pile of awesome sauce squared in the age of Aquarius. And nothing. We just play. We just play to get. We just play our way there. Okay. Okay. So I might be reaching. I might be reaching. If my altar, stone and bone, that ain't breathing or kicking, is a structure or like that's the small scale of the earth, of the
Yeah.
reality of the three worlds. That's the small scale of the three worlds so that my spirit can go access it and do all the work it needs to, quantum work, when I'm asleep. So then what would that be relation from the body to the actual planet, the living portion of the planet? Because the heart does I just called it, the heart does hum. There is the om going on in the background.
I'll let you know exactly because I got a divine answer. Okay, so absolutely. However, it becomes an even more powerful antenna only if you align your heart and consciousness into what we did. Then you can change the weather, change the emotions, resonate the field, and influence the whole earth. But it requires doing and achieving what we did, which is actually quite simple. You just follow your heart and get your consciousness in that frequency. So now you're literally a living antenna for the world. And as more people do it,
Okay. So
yep,
so so our original event, which played the music, we became resonators of that frequency and translated that frequency into human speech.
yes.
And voila.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
I
like
love you. I love you.
that.
I love you.
Yeah, yeah, see every day.
Yeah, yeah, every day. Every day, bro. This is Mamba Jambas,
Yeah.
some would say. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'm trying to do a little knot here, and now this demands a story. This demands some story time. Let me just get this little knot in here. Be so kind, and we'll read a story. Boom, boom, boom. All right, all right. I'm gonna put a second one in there because that first one came undone and messed me up, and I had to redo it. So let me just get this straight real quick.
Ooh. Doesn't the heart feel lighter today? When you
Oh.
drop all the weight off, that's what happens.
The old woman in the wood. A poor servant girl was once traveling with the family with which she was in service through a great forest, and when they were in the midst of it, robbers came out of the thicket and murdered all they found. All perished together except the girl, who had jumped out of the carriage in a fright and hidden herself behind a tree.
When the robbers had gone away with their booty, she came out and beheld the great disaster. Then she began to weep bitterly and said, "What can a poor girl like me do now? I do not know how to get out of the forest. No human being lives in it, so I must certainly starve." She walked about and looked for a road, but could find none. When it was evening, she seated herself under a tree, gave herself into God's keeping, and resolved to sit waiting there and not go away, let what might happen. When, however, she had sat there for a while, a white dove came flying to her with a little golden key in its mouth. It put the little key in her hand and said, "Dost thou see that great tree? Therein is a little lock. It opens with the tiny key, and there thou wilt find food enough and suffer no more hunger."
Oh, oh, bro, I have to say it. It's like way too aligned. So I got this, you got this, and one of my favorite songs ever has a lyric that says the music is the key.
Then she went to the tree, or yes, and dost thou see the great tree therein with that little lock and this key? It opens with the tiny key, and there thou wilt find food enough and suffer no more hunger. Then she went to the tree and opened it and found milk in a little dish. And white bread to break into it, so that she could eat her fill. When she was satisfied, she said, "It is now the time when the hens at home go to roost, and I am so tired I could go to bed too." Then the dove flew to her again and brought another golden key in its bill and said, "Open that tree there, and thou wilt find a bed." So she opened it and found a beautiful white bed, and she prayed God to protect her during the night and lay down and slept. In the morning the dove came for the third time and again brought a little key and said, "Open that tree there, and thou wilt find clothes." And when she opened it, she found garments beset with gold and with jewels, more splendid than those of any king's daughter. So she lived there for some time, and the dove came every day and provided her with all she needed, and it was quite a good life. Once, however, the dove came and said, "Wilt thou do something for my sake?" "With all my heart," said the girl. Then said the little dove, "I will guide thee to a small house. Enter it, and inside it an old woman will be sitting by the fire and will say, 'Good day.' But on thy life give her no answer. Let her do what she will, but pass by her on the right side. Further on there is a door which open, and thou wilt enter into a room where quantity of rings of all kinds are lying, amongst which are magnificent ones with shining stones. Leave them, however, where they are, and seek out a plain one, which must likewise be amongst them, and bring it here to me as quickly as thou canst." The girl went to the little house and came to the door. There sat an old woman who stared when she saw her and said, "Good day, my child." The girl gave her no answer and opened the door. "Whither away?" cried the old woman, and seized her by the gown, and wanted to hold her fast, saying, "That is my house. No one can go in there if I choose not to allow it." But the girl was silent, got away from her, and went straight into the room. Now there lay on the table an enormous quantity of rings, which gleamed with and glittered before her eyes. She turned them over and looked for the plain one, but could not find it. While she was seeking, she saw the old woman and how she was stealing away and wanting to get off with a bird cage which she had in her hand. So she went after her and took the cage out of her hand, and when she raised it up and looked into it, a bird was inside which had the plain ring in its bill. Then she took the ring and ran quite joyously home with it, and thought the little white dove would come and get the ring, but it did not. Then she leant against the tree and determined to wait for the dove. And as she thus stood, it seemed just as if the tree was soft and pliant, and was letting its branches down. And suddenly the branches twined around her and were two arms. And when she looked round, the tree was a handsome man, who embraced and kissed her heartily and said, "Thou hast delivered me from the power of the old woman, who is a wicked witch. She had changed me into a tree, and every day for 2 hours I was a white dove, and so long as she possessed the ring I could not regain my human form. Then his servants and his horses, who had likewise been changed into trees, were freed from the enchantment also, and stood beside him, and he led them forth to his kingdom, for he was a king's son, and they married and lived happily." I'm not going to show you, and I'm not making a video of this, but today I put a tree on my altar.
Very aligned move.
I've been staring at it over in another spot. Something about it said, I want to be right up on the altar.
Oh,
I left a bowl of milk out last night.
I have an idea
I go,
if it's appropriate about the tree and the altar. So you did the home.
well, let
So
me throw in two real quick. I mean,
okay,
like,
okay, okay.
this is the milk. I left the milk out all night last night, and I got this glass on my altar. Got some milk, and yeah. Now go ahead. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
That's beautiful. My heart is just so. What instantly pops in my head, like, okay, so we discovered the home, HO, and what if the tree was like growing out of the home? So you put that like under the where the tree is, like I don't know. That was what my
Oh, gotcha. No, it's already arranged correctly.
perfect, perfect. I was just like so. Okay, awesome. I love that you put the tree like today, and I got all these leaves today, and we said like the body presents what the soul is already like knowing, doing, and like
Yep. Yep. Yep.
whoa.
This is how we work with our spirit team. This is how you reach God. This is how you interact with divinity, respect and honor life, because you are being watched by everything that you cannot see, let alone barely believe it. You know, I can actually relate with the spirits more than I can with humans. Because every time
Mhm.
somebody sees me, they think something evil, ugly, and bad. And all I am is love and goodness. And just like them divines, they don't even believe in them. So when people look at me, they don't even believe in me. They think it's something else. They paint something else. They ignore my physical existence, and it doesn't matter what they choose to do after that. They deny my existence in their own reality. So imagine what the unseen world is. You know what we do to negative, lower vibration energy? We just turn our back to it. Just,
It makes so much sense that we're best friends and brothers. Like that experience, like, yeah, yeah, and like
and
you
I
had,
gotta
yeah, yeah,
go. Well,
you had much more experiences with all of this stuff, a much longer life, much more like experience with this stuff. But like, it's
get out of here. You should be quiet with all that.
okay, okay. I just relate to
Yeah. Yeah,
being
we just
misunderstood, basically. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's what
yeah,
I wanted to
yeah.
say.
There you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
And that the oat, man, I got oats. I got oats. It talked about the bread and I broke a cracker. But I actually last night I put oats up on the altar so that they will be like moist and soft and wet. I could eat them for breakfast, but then like I woke up early enough and stuff, but I was like, yeah, just not in the mood to eat breakfast in the morning. I don't know. I just haven't been doing that. So if I eat a big old meal, I get tired and sluggish. So like I eat my meal at the end of the day and I sleep on like not a recliner, but it's propped up so because you don't want food coming back up on the stomach and laying flat. But I eat at the end of the day, and then I'm like propped up, And anyways, go to bed with a full stomach pretty easy. But I ain't saying that's the best course of action to take on the human body by any means. But the oats, the bread, the grain. That's what I was getting at. I mean, you make a bread, made from a grain, flour. It's made from a grain, it's crushed from some grains. So, like I got this. Wow, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. Sorry, they're eating, feasting me. I'm screw stuff up. I had something on the outside of the altar. I opened up a peanut butter jar. I put some honey in there, and I put some. Well, I don't think I put honey because honey can make it spoil. Well, anyways, I put honey, I peanut butter, and I put some Captain Crunch in there. Just mix it all around. Oh, I put some dark chocolates in there too. I made it its own little whatever. And so that's been opened. Normally that's closed. It's not open. It's not left open. Anyways, the golden bird. I
Are
don't
you
think
pulling them randomly again?
I don't think anything is random with you and me
Correct. So that
anymore.
was like a bad word to use. Synchronistic.
A new
Oh,
standard for random.
oh, yes. Just like I said that cringiness and like anger doesn't exist on this vibration. Randomness doesn't exist either.
All right, we got 204. I'm gonna take that as a lot. That seems like a great time of everything.
And
I'm gonna
guess what
go.
time is it for me? Therefore, actually, the clock moved here while it didn't, so it's 7:04 here now. So that's 11.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom super fast. I'll be right back. This is a longer story, so I'm not gonna be sitting there like. "Arr!" Anyways, I'll be back about 30, 40 seconds.
Wow. Mhm.
Huh? All right, so here's a little tip for everybody out there. When the priest goes sprinkle, 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 water is a talisman. I can transfer information into water like that. Spray it on someone, and now they're actually having to be processing all the information. So you got somebody wicked at heart, and they splashing water in your face. I'd study somebody before I let them put water on me for a blessing. I'd watch them like a hawk. How do they treat their kids? How do they treat their mama? Put that one in your back pocket. That's not to be shared. It's not to be spoken about. It's for you. The golden bird. In olden time, there was a king who had behind his palace a beautiful pleasure garden in which there was a tree that bore golden apples. When the apples were getting ripe, they were counted, but on the very next morning one was missing. This was told to the king, and he ordered that a watch should be kept every day and every night beneath the tree. The king had 3 sons, the eldest of whom he sent as soon as night came on into the garden. But when midnight came, he could not keep himself from sleeping, and next morning again an apple was gone. The following night the second son had to keep watch. It fared no better with him. As soon as 12 o'clock had struck, he fell asleep, and in the morning an apple was gone. Now it came to the turn of the third son to watch, and he was quite ready. But the king had not much trust in him, and thought that he would be of less use even than his brothers. But at last he let him go. The youth lay down beneath a tree, but kept awake and did not let sleep master him. When it struck 12, something rustled through the air, and in the moonlight he saw a bird coming whose feathers were all shining with gold. The bird alighted on the tree and had just plucked off an apple when the youth shot an arrow at him. The bird flew off, but the arrow had struck his plumage, and one of his golden feathers fell down. The youth picked it up, and the next morning took it to the king and told him what he had seen in the night. The king called his council together, and everyone declared that a feather like this was worth more than the whole kingdom. If the feather is so precious, declared the king, one alone will not do for me. I must and will have the whole bird. The eldest son set out. He trusted to his cleverness and thought that he would easily find the golden bird. When he had gone some distance, he saw a fox sitting at the edge of a wood, so he cocked his gun and took aim at him. The fox cried, "Do not shoot me, and in return I will give you some good counsel. You are on the way to the golden bird, and this evening you will come to a village in which stand 2 inns opposite to one another. One of them is lighted up brightly, and all goes on merrily within.
but do not go into it. Go rather into the other, even though it seems a bad one." "How can such a silly beast give wise advice?" thought the king's son, and he pulled the trigger. But he missed the fox, who stretched out his tail and ran quickly into the wood. So he pursued his way, and by evening came to the village where the two inns were. In one they were singing and dancing, the other had a poor, miserable look. "I should be a fool indeed," he thought, "if I were to go into this shabby tavern and pass by the good one." So he went into the cheerful one, lived there in riot and revel, and forgot the bird and his father and all good counsels. When some time had passed, and the eldest son, for month after month, did not come back, the second set out, wishing to find the golden bird. The fox met him as he had met the eldest, and gave him the good advice of which he took no heed. He came to the two inns, and his brother was standing at the window of the one from which came the music, and called out to him. He could not resist, but went inside and lived only for pleasure. Again, some time passed, and then the king's youngest son wanted to set off and try his luck, but his father would not allow it. "It is of no use," he said. "He will find the golden bird still less than his brothers, and if a mishap were to befall him, he knows not how to help himself. He is a little wanting at the best." But at last, as he had no peace, he let him go. Again, the fox was sitting outside the wood and begged for his life and offered his good advice. The youth was good natured and said, "Be easy, little fox, I will do you no harm. You shall not repent it," answered the fox, "and you may get on more quickly. Get up behind on my tail." And scarcely had he seated himself when the fox began to run, and away he went over stock and stone till his hair whistled in the wind. When they came to the village, the youth got off. He followed the good advice and, without looking around, turned into the little inn, when he spent the night quietly. The next morning, as soon as he got into the open country, there sat the fox already, and said, "I will tell you further what you have to do. Go on quite straight, and and at last you will come to a castle, in front of which a whole regiment of soldiers is lying. But do not trouble yourself about them, for they will all be asleep and snoring. Go through the midst of them straight into the castle, and go through all the rooms, till at last you will come to a chamber where a golden bird is hanging in a wooden cage. Close by there stands an empty gold cage for show. But beware of taking the bird out of the common cage and putting it into the fine one, or it may go badly with you." With these words, the fox again stretched out his tail, and the king's son seated himself upon it, and away he went over stock and stone till his hair whistled in the wind. When he came to the castle, he found everything as the fox had said. The king's son went into the chamber where the golden bird was shut up in a wooden cage, while a golden one stood hard by, and the three golden apples lay about the room. But, thought he, it would be absurd if I were to leave the beautiful bird in the common and ugly cage. So he opened the door, laid hold of it, and put it into the golden cage. But at the same moment the bird uttered a shrill cry. The soldiers awoke, rushed in, and took him off to prison. The next morning he was taken before a court of justice, and as he confessed everything, was sentenced to death. The king, however, said that he would grant him his life on one condition, namely, if he brought him the golden horse, which ran faster than the wind, and in that case he should receive, over and above, as a reward, the golden bird. The king's son set off, but he sighed and was sorrowful, for how was he to find the golden horse? But all at once he saw his old friend the fox sitting on the road. "Look you," said the fox, "this has happened because you did not give heed to me. However, be of good courage. I will give you my help and tell you how to get to the golden horse. You must go straight on, and you will come to a castle where in the stable stands the horse. The grooms will be lying in front of the stable, but they will be asleep and snoring, and you can quietly lead out the golden horse. But of one thing you must take heed. Put on him the common saddle of wood and leather, and not the golden one, which hangs close by, else it will go ill with you." Then the fox stretched out his tail. The king's son seated himself upon it, and away he went over stock and stone until his hair whistled in the wind. Everything happened just as the fox had said. The prince came to the stable in which the golden horse was standing, but just as he was going to put the common saddle upon it, he thought, "It will be a shame to such a beautiful beast if I do not give him the good saddle which belongs to him by right." But scarcely had the golden saddle touched the horse that then he began to neigh loudly. The grooms awoke, seized the youth, and threw him into prison. The next morning he was sentenced by the court to death, but the king promised to grant him his life and the golden horse as well, if he could bring back the beautiful princess from the golden castle. With a heavy heart, the youth set out. Luckily for him, he soon found the trusty fox. "I ought only to leave you to your ill luck," said the fox, "but I pity you, and I will help you once more out of your trouble. This road takes you straight to the golden castle. You will reach it by eventide, and at night, when everything is quiet, the beautiful princess goes to the bathing house to bathe. When she enters it, run up to her and give her a kiss. Then she will follow you, and you can take her away with you. Only do not allow her to take leave of her parents first, or it will go ill with you." Then the fox stretched out his tail. The king's son seated himself upon it, and away the fox went, over stock and stone, till his hair whistled in the wind. When he reached the golden castle, it was just as the fox had said. He waited until midnight, when everything lay in deep sleep, and the beautiful princess was going to the bathing house. Then he sprang out and gave her a kiss. She said that she would like to go with him, but she asked him pitifully and with tears to allow her first to leave her of her parents. At first he withstood her prayer, but when she wept more and more and fell at his feet, he at last gave in. But no sooner had the maiden reached the beside of her father than he and all the rest in the castle awoke, and the youth was laid hold of and put into prison. The next morning the king said to him, "Your life is forfeited, and you can only find mercy if you take away the hill which stands in front of my windows and prevents my seeing beyond it. And you must finish it all within eight, 8 days. If you do that, you shall have my daughter as your reward." The king's son began and dug and shoveled without leaving off, but when after 7 days he saw how little he had done and how all his work was as good as nothing, he fell into great sorrow and gave up all hope. But on the evening of the 7th day the fox appeared and said, "You do not deserve that I should take any trouble about you, but just go away and lie down to sleep, and I will do the work for you." The next morning, when he awoke and looked out of the window, the hill had gone. The youth ran, full of joy, to the king and told him that the task was fulfilled, and whether he liked it or not, the king had to hold to his word and give him his daughter. So the two set forth together, and it was not long before the trusty fox came up with them. "You have certainly got what is best," said he, "but the golden horse also belongs to the maiden of the golden castle." "How shall I get it?" asked the youth. "That I will tell you," answered the fox. "First, take the beautiful maiden to the king who sent you to the golden castle. There will be unheard of rejoicing. They will gladly give you the golden horse and will bring it out to you. Mount it as soon as possible and offer your hand to all in farewell. Last of all to the beautiful maiden. And as soon as you have taken her hand, swing her up onto the horse and gallop away, and no one will be able to bring you back, for the horse runs faster than the wind." All was carried out successfully, and the king's son carried off the beautiful princess on the golden horse. The fox did not remain behind, and he said to the youth, "Now I will help you to get the golden bird. When you come near to the castle where the golden bird is to be found, let the maiden get down, and I will take her into my care. Then ride with the golden horse into the castle yard. There will be great rejoicing at the sight, and they will bring out the golden bird for you. As soon as you have the cage in your hand, gallop back to us and take the maiden away again." When the plan had succeeded and the king's son was about to ride home with his treasures, the fox said, "Now you shall reward me for my help." "What do you require of it?" asked the youth. "When you get into the wood yonder, shoot me dead and chop off my head and feet." "That would be fine gratitude," said the king's son. "I cannot possibly do that for you." The fox said, "If you will not do it, I must leave you. But before I go away, I will give you a piece of good advice. Be careful about two things. Buy no gallows flesh, and do not sit at the edge of any well." And then he ran into the wood. The youth thought that this is a wonderful beast. He has strange whims who is going to buy gallows flesh, and the desire to sit at the edge of a well, it has never yet seized me. He rode on with the beautiful maiden, and his road took him again through the village in which his two brothers had remained. There was a great stir and noise, and when he asked what was going on, he was told that two men were going to be hanged. As he came nearer to the place, he saw that they were his brothers who had been playing all kinds of wicked pranks and had squandered all their wealth. He inquired whether they could not be set free. "If you will pay for them," answered the people. "But why should you waste your money on wicked men and buy them free?" He did not think twice about it, but paid for them, and then they were set free. They all went on their way together. They came to the wood where the fox had first met them. As it was cool and pleasant within, the two brothers said, "Let us rest a little by the well and eat and drink." He agreed, and while they were talking, he forgot himself and sat down upon the edge of the well without thinking of any evil. But the two brothers threw him backwards into the well, took the maiden, the horse, and the bird, and went home to their father. "Here, here we bring you not only the golden bird," said they. "We have won the golden horse also, and the maiden from the golden castle." Then was there great joy. But the horse would not eat, the bird would not sing, and the maiden sat and wept. But the youngest brother was not dead. By good fortune the well was dry, and he fell upon soft moss without being hurt. But he could not get out again. Even in this strait, the faithful fox did not leave him. It came and leapt down to him and upbraided him for having forgotten its advice. But yet I cannot give it up so. He said, "I will help you up again into daylight." He bade him grasp his tail and keep tight hold of it, and then he pulled him up. "You're not out of all danger yet," said the fox. "Your brothers were not sure of your death, and have surrounded the wood with watchers, who are to kill you if you let yourself be seen." But a poor man was sitting upon the road, with whom the youth changed clothes, and in this way he got to the king's palace. No one knew him, but the bird began to sing, the horse began to eat, and the beautiful maiden left off weeping. The king, astonished, asked, "What does this mean?" Then the maiden said, "I do not know, but I have been so sorrowful, and now I am so happy. I feel as if my true bridegroom had come." She told him all that had happened, although the other brothers had threatened her with death if she were to betray anything. The king commanded that all people who were in his castle should be brought before him. and amongst them came the youth in his ragged clothes. But the maiden knew him at once and fell upon his neck. The wicked brothers were seized and put to death. But he was married to the beautiful maiden and declared heir to the king. But how did it fare with the poor fox? Long afterwards, the king's son was once again walking in the woods, when the fox met him and said, "You have everything now that you could wish for, but there is never an end to my misery, and yet it is in your power to free me." And again he asked him with tears to shoot him dead and chop off his head and feet. So he did it, and scarcely was it done when the fox was changed into a man, and was no other than the brother of the beautiful princess, who at last was freed from the magic charm which had been laid upon him, and now nothing more was wanting to their happiness as long as they lived.
Oh, oh, what a day.
I'm gonna open my window.
I'll do it too. Ooh. Ah, some good energies coming in all around the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that
How
was
synchronistically beautiful, huh?
yep. 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 Oh my gosh. I'm just, it says at the back of this book, looking glass on the wall. Who in this land is the fairest of all?
Oh, everyone, whoever looks in the mirror is.
I said you were. You pointed back to me, and I'm still pointing at you, and you said, everybody. If you're looking at the mirror, you're the fairest one. That's what was spoken. That's what it said. Boom. You're the
I
fairest
didn't
one of
even.
them all.
Yes,
The heart of
you are.
love. God dog it. My brother. Fairies and dragons and gnomes and all sorts. Turtles and oh, oh, that's a happy energy to just accept.
Oh, I love that the anchor came today and like all of that stuff and like home and I'll wear that t-shirt. We'll wear that t-shirt one day. I'll make it.
So, and a wonderful esoteric resonance with Chiron is available from the contemplation of the astrological energies of Mars to Venus. Mars rules the first house and is the first planet beyond Earth. It rules the animus because it is the first orbitable plane beyond Earth to the universe.
Bro, we gotta do the heart. I'm feeling inclined.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it. I love it. I love it. I gotta look up animus.
Just for my own, because that's strong feelings. I mean, there's images, an animating spirit, motive, underlying purpose. It represents the unconscious masculine principle in a woman. Animus is strong. That portion. That's not out of the dictionary. Dictions. Anyways, the life force, a motive, underlying purpose. Underlying purpose is the animus is
Oh, I just remembered who came up with that word, bro.
who?
Carl Jung. It's his idea. Just like synchronicity.
Okay. Doom. Okay, there you go. Plug that one in. There you go. There you go. Plug that one in. So I'm gonna reread that. It says Mars rules the first house and is the first planet beyond Earth. It rules the animus because it is the first orbitable plane beyond Earth to the universe. Venus rules the second house and is the first planet within Earth orbit to the sun, symbolizing the primary need for us to ground on our planet Earth. So what I just read is that between us, we are we I'm not going to even get into all that right now. We are currently resonating as Mars and Venus. I would I would imagine, but without any further looking, but I'd be representing Mars, you'd be representing Venus. Oh no, it would be backwards. You would okay. Anyways, it doesn't matter who for who, but those two, and so those because those two are working together, then they create the essential framework of which everything is being built. And so with Venus and all of that information mentioned, it's reminding us to ground to the earth, which is like as much as we may be quantumly creating, I bring it back to get your pen and paper, make sure you write, make sure we do this. Let's, I got the I Ching, I drew out the I Ching, the hexagram myself. I drew that myself because that's getting back to nature. That's not just being quantum in space and super smarts. That's getting back to some earth, some good old tree and nature stuff here. I mean, where did we get the ink from? Elements from the ground, from different. So connecting, staying connected to the earth, rooted in the earth, yet able to fly, and in that aspect, setting up a positive framework of goodness. Um,
You have to do a physical action to manifest into physical reality.
the prince sows his men's bright plowed steep acres of limb resting rings with Yorsa's offspring of their seed. The fault shunning land director pours Kraki's bright barley onto my own hawk's lands, which provides security for flesh. It's an orchestra. It's an
Yeah.
orchestra going on within me. And I am simply the dude out front. Hold up. I've been
Yeah.
telling myself for 3 days about this. Just gotta direct the flow. That's it.
Yep, as you know.
Just gotta direct the flow. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's directing the flow.
Oh yeah, it's flowing already. You just gotta like flow it, direct it. Yeah. Just like a melody.
Yes, yes, correct. That's what I'm expressing. You know, like me being able to pull to these books and access that information and be able to read it as if like it's just like as if I was the had the page picked out and everything, as if I had 9 hours of. Anyways, this stupid talk on that. So being in tunage, following the heart, following what you want in a most respectful, loving way. I'll be personal, following what I want and following my heart says I'm going to be irritated and upset if I don't move this cup from here to there. So now it's in front of me, and now I stop thinking about it. So for me, I found that if I perform the action that I keep thinking about, if I say the words that I keep thinking about, then I stop thinking about them because it's done.
How did I get
The cup's
here?
been moved.
Exactly.
I don't know anything about moving the cup. It's been moved. I don't know why. I don't want to drink right now. I'm good, but the cup wanted to be there. So whatever. It's because the little angels, fairies, goblins, whatever you want to call them all, that live within, I simply hear their desire through my own natural impulse of what moves my heart, of what I want to do. And I
Yep.
do that instead of what anybody tells me.
Yes.
And
And you have to
therefore,
stop resisting it. Like, yeah.
correct. And so in that full accord, then every single movement, every single placement is a construction beyond my sight by an alliance of a network of microorganisms that I could only read stories about perceiving they're real. Scientists can't find them for all their cookery and quackery. They just can't crack the code. So they create a quantum computer. They say, we don't know how we're making these quantum computers or how they work, but we put some things together and they pop out information for us. Sounds like you're following some ingenious little beautiful minds within your lives. So if we did
Mm-hmm.
this to every impulse rather than what some other man or woman is directing us to do, then we serve God that day by following our heart of righteousness and love. And
Yep.
that's how you become a sovereign citizen. I don't take no paperwork. I'm gonna leave that one right there. That boy's been sealed and we can move forward.
Mm-hmm.
But that's I had my wand apart. It was tied off to my staff, and I've had these ties on my wand so that as I'm because I was homeless for a few months, and so I had to make sure everything was on me that I cared about the most. Well, I've had a roof over my head for actually a few months now. Thank you, brother. And because of that, it doesn't need to have a tie on it because I'm not traveling nowhere. My staff now, boom, right there at the head, right there at the head. That's where D belongs, right there. So now I don't have to move. Like now, my staff, boom, or my wand, smack my face in the forehead with it. Got some. I'm not going to share all that. That is amazing. So now that's going to be a part of my altar, and whenever I need to use it or whatever, whenever the spirit's directed or whatever the case, bada boom. No, you did not. No, you did not. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, I'm doing it. Oh, I'll show you. I'll bring it over to you if it fits, if it works. Okay, I'll show you.
I'm very interested in what.
Wow. I'm gonna take a. All right, this lighthouse is my lighthouse. I show the lighthouse all the time. I'm like, oh, check out the lighthouse, because we're like, blah, light. I'm hitting this. This is a big one.
Home of light.
So I'm gonna show you the whole setup. So, oh no, I broke you a little earlier. You were supposed to know that part of the story yet. Okay, so I have the lighthouse. It doesn't matter. It fits together perfectly to where you can't tell. The lighthouse sits on top of the founding fathers. That's how it sits on my altar. Founding fathers, lighthouse up top. New nation. A new reality. Okay, now last night I did something and my lighthouse fell and broke. It's hollow.
Yeah. Now we get to shine in heaven.
Even brighter. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 I just need to put a stone down there so it's got some weight. Let's take that junk off of it. Got some old junk stickers on it. But actually, you know, it's pretty interesting. Out a sticker that was wiped off, there's I'm not gonna scratch it off. I'm not gonna say that, but what I will say is the word family remains at the bottom of this lighthouse. So we have birth of a new nation, a new form of independence, a new way of living life that nobody needs to be conquered, no crazy stuff needs to happen. It's a new way of living. So creating family, and I'm not going to show you because I have to move the camera to show you, but I'm going to get a stone right now. Let's see, will that fit? Nope, that's too big. Will this fit? I have to get a smaller stone. So, I'm looking at this one. Magnetite, very, 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 compared to other stones, it's heavy. Drop that in there. Drop a jade bead. We mentioned jade earlier. Do you remember the other one? Pearl. You said
Yeah.
pearl. Mentioned pearl. Yep, I got another pearl up here. There's a pearl. There's a legit pearl. Real pearl. And I feel like putting a few different little beads in here, little different stones here at the bottom.
Just love that it says family. That's like
This one is lapis lazuli for divine law and order. Ooh, it fit. It barely fit, but it
look
fit.
what one of my rings is, bro.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You are a very wise person. And I'm gonna put these two in here. These two are technically these two technically belong to you, bro. So you have to give the okay if you would like them to go in here.
Mega okay.
Okay. I thought so. Two, two, two. Good. All right. And then this guy goes in here. Like that. Now it's got some weight. Won't fall over. At least too easy. And then
I
we'll put
just
that.
realized something beautiful. Like
Yeah.
what we're doing with this magical stuff is literally like what I did as a kid, and probably all kids will like playing with stuff in a way that their heart wants to create something, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Like when I do these things or like thing that would be considered a ritual, or I don't know what I'm doing. I kind of know that when you put fire, earth, and water together, but like I'm improvising, my heart is telling me, and it turns beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's why it's innocent playing. It's playtime. That's why I tell people I'm just a 5-year-old kid. I just play. I'm responsible. I ain't hurting nobody. I'm not a mean 5-year-old. I'm just I'm playing in my own world and yeah, exactly. Exact that's why. That's
Yeah.
why the heart of a child is so important. Cause if you lose that, you'll never find heaven. You
Mhm.
can't find heaven for people trying to say, look at all this physical stuff. You were born into heaven as a child. That's why you were so happy. And then some
Mhm.
demon did something really bad and ruined all that heavenly life. But you could grab heaven back. It didn't go nowhere. It's right there. Heart of love and innocence. That's why I said in that good old book, if they judge you, they're judging God. If they're judging you, they're judging themselves
Yes.
because they're using you as a mirror to learn that their image is not so pretty. And that's not my responsibility. That doesn't belong to me. I lost my mom, she died. I lost my daughters, they died. I still do kindness to people, and I don't return injury for injury. Thank you for being my best friend and my brother and everything that you are.
And you.
And that's to everybody out there too. It's everybody
Yeah.
out there too. We all got here together, and we're all going to move forward together.
Mm-hmm.
And if that means playing with our toys in our room, so be it.
Ah. Oh, something I said yesterday. Like we know where the landscape is going, but not what. No, we know where the road is going, but not what the landscape will look like or the scenery. However, we know that it's gonna be more beautiful than we can imagine. But don't know what it
So,
will look like.
so in a beautiful way, it's like a kaleidoscope that continually opens.
Yes, that has
That's what
been.
we're. That's like what we're experiencing. That's why it keeps changing because we keep changing. We keep growing, so it keeps growing. It evolves, so we evolve.
And it
Jack
keeps
and the
getting more
Beanstalk.
beautiful. Yeah.
Did you catch those last two words?
No, I didn't.
Or I guess it would be three words. Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh. Oh, you do. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa.
Remember,
Whoa.
I asked you. Now, this is for your words to process.
Okay.
Nobody else will get this. Remember when I told you this? You said that you saw a coffee bean.
I did. The first association, actually.
And now we have two. Jack was given how many? I don't know how many. Actually, here's a little cute idea. Whether you got a neighbor or whatever, string, yarn, you can tie it together. You can braid it together to make something thicker. This something thicker. This braided yarn can go through that eyelet of the eye, and that can go through the fabric of your beanie. You can literally sew that eye onto your beanie if you so desired. With anything, with the fabric on your wrist, you could cut red string off of that and literally use that as string and attach it right now if you desired. If you desire to put that there, put it there. If you want it to be permanent, go grab some string, tie it together. Anyway, it's been an awesome day of doing things I never done before. So I'm just encouraging what I do. It's there. It's happened. It sees. It looks. Your third eye is there. I got mine on. You got yours on.
Yeah. And together we see.
Together we see forward.
Wow.
Together we see forward. Because by ourselves we don't see enough. This stuff pops. That none of that matters anymore. But we got two eyes. We got two rapid growths of progression. What is the future? Who cares? We're going to create something awesome. We're going to
Yep.
create something amazing. And you know what? Other people are going to come up with invention and these and that's. And the world's going to be a wonderful place. And you and me, if no one else is going to be doing it, I mean, if there's more, great to it. All the more to the party. But big if. But if it's down to just you and me, then we're gonna pop out ideas of golden fruit and we're just gonna let it flow to whoever can use it. Because me and you just gonna be Mario and Luigi having fun. They can go create and get rid, do whatever, and however it all works out, great. Have fun. Take it, use it, build it. I didn't copyright it. Go on. Share it, make it. Learn to keep a little something in your back pocket for yourself. It's important to do that. You might need that good card nobody else got. You shared all your other good cards, so you keep a couple for yourself just in case.
Yeah.
So the altar in front of me is like, and to my right is like a mini altar.
is secondary. This technically would be my third altar on the technicality, because this would be 1, that would be 2, this would be 3. If I'm technically counting a proper altar space, my whole room is an altar space, soul shrine. That would anyways. But number 3 has had no wand. And now number 3 has wand. Number 2 had one, but I took it away. So let me correctly put it back. Because the trident technically belongs with the Divine Mother in her form as Durga. For those who don't know Durga.
And what do 3 lines make together?
Uh-huh.
We learned today.
Right. So you got that. All right, so 3 altars. One's got a staff. One's got a that's technically a trident now. Or quadrant. It's technically got 4 points. That's proper for us. A quadrant. Yeah. And then we got the wand right here for the third altar. So every altar now has its proper staff, wand, weapon, pole arm, whatever the case. 3 for 3. Boom. And that all started. Why? Because I got up and I moved the anchor. And you know what? I had no clue where the anchor was until this morning. I was looking for something else. And I was like, man, where is it? I'm going to go live. I'm going to be, for 9 hours, I'm going to be wondering where this item is. I ain't seen it in a long time. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I don't have too many places. I got like 6 drawers. I don't got many places to, got a few boxes, but this ain't stuff I store. I was like, man, I forgot it or something. I don't know. Maybe I left it at the last place. And then I was looking around my room at the beginning of the day before I went live, literally like 5 minutes before I went live. Like I'm looking around, whatever. I see it hanging up on the wall of what I was looking for, and I saw the anchor as well. And it's one good turn deserves another, and that's some amazing Mamba Jamba's awesome sauce for the age of Aquarius.
Some divinity squared.
Divinity squared. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Equals 64.
Yep. It's interesting. Twos has been a thing today. Squaring things. Mathematics, I don't even freaking get it. You talk about squaring stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it means that or whatever. It's got a 2 on it.
Squaring means multiplying the number by the same number.
You're bringing reasoning into my illogical magic. Get away from that for a moment.
The symbol is like a small 2.
Stop. You
Okay,
keep that.
okay.
That's
Okay.
you. I'm just talking about me
Okay.
for a moment. I'm kind of going off script totally. We don't ever have a script, but I'm just following my heart here.
True that.
So that's a 2, and you add that and you put that and you get in. I don't know. You all I get is I got 1 square, and somehow I made 4 squares pop up from that 1 square. I'm just gonna do that again.
Yeah.
I don't understand the numbers. I don't get all of that, and I don't even care to get it. I studied it a long time ago. Whatever. I
Same
didn't
thing as me.
graduate from this to that. No, I'm just like that. Got that result. repeat that result for that result. We'll just do that next time. And
Yeah.
that's how I work. And then, but I place it all into the human nature, you know? That was funny, that was innocent, that had this element, that had that element. And it's any good musician, any good musician. Well, I guess I can't say that because people are artists and can design it from space in their mind, like we're talking about quantumly, and receive it anyways. Whatever build up words is unnecessary, and I'll nix those. Um, though what I have found my personal best success in, as far as the shamanic route, music route, or any other kind of route, is I do something by nature, by my natural flow, by my natural doing what my heart wants. And then I notice what happened, like boom, something good happens. Whoa. So that gets my attention and I look back. Now I'm looking back at that situation. And I'm like, okay, this was present, that was present, that was present. I felt this way, I felt that way. I was thinking these thoughts, they were there, that was there, these situations were going on. And so then whenever I see that situation happen again, like when I see those elements present in my vicinity, then I already know become this, do that, shift that, put that there, and then poof, something good is going to happen. Yay, we all win. I'm happy. That's how I work. I'm working. I wrote a book with a language. Blah blah blah. I mean, you go dissect that all you want. But other than that, my brain just don't says that worked. Repeat it. Don't
And
force the
it goes on
repetition.
and on and on.
Correct. Don't force the repetition. Don't like force the recreation as like a. Anyways, as whatever. Don't force it. But just
Yep.
when I see the elements available in the room again, I'm like, well, boom! I just and we have awesome days like this.
Yeah. Think with your heart more and with your head less, actually. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. So we have went over by a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna put two more of these on. Which will finish this necklace. Which is actually kind of interesting the way that it's happened a couple of times here. But I'm gonna end this, and it's actually interesting because this is a paradigm flux, change, shift, and two times, I said twos are happening today. Two times this yarn broke, or I tied a knot to where I couldn't undo the knot from the yarn. I mean, it was just too complicated with everything going on, whatever. And so
Mm.
it broke. And then I did that a second time, and it broke a second time. And so while I would like to follow nature's course and just go with a set number and count them, I'm like, nah, man, this is my
Yep.
heart wants it like this because it's gonna be so cool. And then maybe something like could hang from there,
Yep.
whatever. But like, so my heart is mixed in with the flow, and I just, I'm just on the go.
Art mixed in with the flow on the. Yes, that's what's going on. That's the way. Yeah. Yeah. Think with your
Um,
heart, which is mixed in with the flow, not your
yeah,
head.
yeah, uh-huh. My nature, my very nature is changing, shifting, like good to better, like joy to joyous. I don't know how else to express it, but that's obviously what's happening. And let's see, I got one. Hold on, let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One last one. I got one more to put on here. Let's see, where'd you go? Boom, there it is. All right, we're gonna put one more on, and then we're gonna go off air. So, if well, everybody knows us anyways. None of that rhetorical junk.
Never liked any of those things, anyways. That would be just me mumbling off, saying that was not a worthy thought to go on about. What is worthy to go on about is I thank you for being in this world. I thank you for being a shining glimmer of hope and light and joy that you are, that no one has been able to change or break. Because
Mm-hmm.
your goodness, man, I'll tell you what, from the distant space of no one listening or hearing, all them lonely hearts out there find each other, one way or another, somehow. And I don't mean, relationship junk. I mean, like kids, just people wanting to hang out and be friends and have a good time. They want to go do whatever they want over there, make money. Well, you go do whatever you want. I'm going to stay in my room and be productive and on and on and on. Boom, boom, boom. Put this one on. I gotta finish this today. I gotta do this today. Because that was a wonderful. Thank you, bro. Love you, bro.
As you know.
Yo ho, yo ho. We ain't gonna row.
And now we're home.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, almost there, almost there. Yes, yes, yes,
Arr, arr, arr.
yes. I thought it was the last one, and I wound up doing it, and I undid it.
You never know in this new flow, except that it's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's about it. That's about it. Just be happy with it, and okay. Well, I'll do that. Then I got the beads I need on there. Okay, fine. I won't do that. I got that done. Then we'll just tie it together like that. Boom, boom. Huh. Okay. Well, I did. I tried to sew. I did. I did it. I was having fun, and the thing I undid it. It was like, no, I don't need that extra piece on there. What'd you do that for? And then boom, it's done. It's together. Boom. And something says, nope, we're going to take that one off too. We don't leave any crazy edges off. And there we go. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of the fam and all of that goodness. The turtle is on me, bro.
Awesome.
Much love,
Sauce
many
squared.
blessings. Donna de Guay. Until we see you next time tomorrow. Much love and many blessings.
Donna de Guay, infinite love to everyone, as usual.